have any Pikmin to utilize it, might as well save them for the most time-consuming Oatchi tasks. But I'd gladly take on that small inconvenience in order to complete these structures in night mode with glow Pikmin, because while it is a lot harder, now having to manage building structures in addition to growing glow Pikmin and defending the Luminol, it's also a lot more fun because there's more things to do. And plus with the survey drone co-op combo, which from now on I'm just gonna call the tactical drone, it's really not that bad. What I do is use my player character to supervise building, Oatchi to manage growing Pikmin, and the tactical drone in order to defend the Luminol. And these little roundabout ways of completing tasks without using any non-glow Pikmin and figuring out what you can accomplish with these limitations is what makes this playthrough so fun. A perfect example of this is the Equivorous Summit Cave from Sunspeckle Terrace. In order to access it quickly, you'll need to do what I mentioned earlier and have glow Pikmin build the bridge to it in night mode, and then when you enter the cave, normally you would need ice Pikmin, but instead you can just use an ice blast to freeze the water to get on top of the platform with the hydro jelly that has the treasure in it that you can also break with an ice blast and then carry back to the ship with Oatchi by throwing another ice blast and quickly moving him across the ice before it melts with the pebble pitcher. By the way, another advertised feature of the pebble pitcher is that you can speed up carrying items by throwing pebbles at them while they're being transported. This also helps a lot with saving time in the run. But you can't do this if something's in Oatchi's mouth, so unfortunately you can't use this for building bridges, transporting raw material, or transporting nuggets. And once you get the swallow upgrade, you won't be able to speed up Oatchi, which is why I never talked to Olimar in this run. Sorry Olimar, I guess you'll just have to deal with a homophobic dog, a hungry psychopath, and letters from a family you can never visit to keep you company. Anyways, in sublevel 2 of Equivorous Summit, this would normally be a dead end if you're utilizing absolutely zero Pikmin, but since glow Pikmin never count towards your total, due to them despawning after you leave a cave, you can utilize them to get the only types of treasure that you can't get without Pikmin, being the ones hanging from cobwebs. There's no way for Oatchi to grab it, there's no way for it to be knocked down with any of the items or the pebble pitcher, so because of this, glow seeds become very useful. You might even want to redo some night expeditions just to get more glow seeds. That's how useful they are in these caves, since it's the only way to actually use Pikmin without adding to the overall count. I pretty much ended up using the least amount of glow Pikmin required in order to get these treasures, and then got them to help out with tedious tasks after I collected the treasures, like collecting the nuggets or building the ramp up to the cave's exit. Or you could just go into tactical drone mode, frost blast a hydro jelly, break it open to reveal the castaway, and then carry them back by throwing your 3 glow Pikmin up onto the ledge. As I said, there's so many ways to do things in this game without non-glow Pikmin, and that's what makes this challenge so fun, is discovering all the different things you can get away with, like literally having a tactical drone shoot down everything in an area before you even take your first step, or using carrots to weigh down buttons, even though they can't weigh down bags for whatever reason. Again, this game is incredibly inconsistent, but finding out where those inconsistencies or exploits are in the game is what makes it so fun, to the point where doing a repeat playthrough, after finding out that my initial playthrough of 12 hours didn't end up recording, wasn't actually too bad due to all of the new stuff I discovered on the second playthrough. Like finding out that glow Pikmin can build bridges for you during the night to be used in the day. So if you decide to do this playthrough and find any new discoveries, which you probably will with how many different non-Pikmin tools there are in this game, be sure to share them with me. Even with my 2 playthroughs I didn't discover everything, like for example the ability to get rust with only red Pikmin, which I found out from Wingwan Man. So there's probably a bunch of other discoveries that I don't even know about that you may find by playing the game this way. For those of you who want to try this, the rules to this run are simple. It's actually only one rule, which is that you must end every Pikmin day outside of the first one with 0 total Pikmin grown or lost. Whenever you utilize a Pikmin type and then discard them in a cave with a Candy Pot Bud, it does show at the end of the day the amount of Pikmin you used, but it doesn't add to your overall count, so doing that is fine, and it's actually required for opening the bunker in Hero's Hideaway or for getting a lot of the above ground treasures that you can't knock down with Oatchi. There is the issue of trying not to gather the wild Pikmin that appear in the caves, but I also have a solution for that. Yep, killing them with bomb rocks before you whistle them don't count towards your Pikmin lost count because they were never with you in the first place. Murder without consequence. This game is so perfect. But if you do have moral objections to killing the wild Pikmin, you could always freeze them instead. Pikmin 4 truly is the game that keeps on giving. I could easily see myself playing this for another 100 hours, just because of all the different things you can do in this game, by challenging yourself to only use certain elements. If you have any cool ideas for different types of Pikmin 4 runs that I could try, be sure to let me know in the comment section below. I would love to make another video like this on a different challenge run in Pikmin 4, or maybe even a different challenge run in any of the other Pikmin games. As for this run in particular, I think most people are going to call it the Zero Pikmin run, but what I've personally dubbed it is the Piklophobic run, as the game heavily resembles the Piklopedia from Pikmin 2 with the tactical drone mode, in combination with the fact that you're avoiding using Pikmin at all cost, meaning that the character you're playing as is a Piklophobe. I thought it was clever, but if you guys just want to call it the Zero Pikmin run, that's cool too. A full recording of this playthrough will be available on this YouTube channel, where I play up to rescuing Olimar. I might make a 100% run video eventually, but I've already beaten the final boss with only 8 Pikmin, so I know it's possible. I didn't really feel a need to record anymore. Anyways, check that out if you want to. Subscribe to this channel if you enjoyed. I'd like to thank you guys for watching, and with all that being said, I'll see you in another video.
Up, gamer.
Generation 3 Competitive Singles is my favorite competitive Pokemon format of all time. People have been playing this format for over 20 years, and the metagame is still evolving and being pushed to its limits to this day. Since a lot of you have taken interest in the format recently, but you're having a bit of trouble getting started, I thought I'd do a live stream going over replays from new players and giving them some advice on their team building and decision making. But when I received this replay from viewer at home, the Jevil himself, nothing could have prepared me for the insanity I was about to witness. This was a very creative team that somehow ended up winning thanks to the Pokemon Cradily, a Pokemon that I don't think I've ever seen in a serious game. This was a very entertaining game and a bit of an emotional roller coaster, and I'd like to share it with you today. You can take a look at the entire live stream archived on my channel if you'd like to see the other replays I looked over, and also see me challenge myself to reach a high rating using 3 BL Pokemon on a team. I'll be streaming more often in the future, so don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel to be notified whenever I go live. Thank you. The Jevil himself queuing up again. Let's see what happens. Doug Lead is... Okay, Doug Lead. I don't know about Doug Lead. I've led Doug before, but it's usually a very, very gimmicky, unsafe thing to do. It has terrible lead match. Not only does it have terrible lead match against like everything common. You know, you don't even kill Tyranitar most of the time and they kill you one hit. You lose your Doug, which is a very important Pokemon. You don't kill Metagross. And think about Skarmory right here. You can't touch Skarmory. You don't even trap them. You gotta exit. Salamence, Zapdos. It simply has poor lead matchups, and it reveals that you have a Dugtrio. One of the best things about Dugtrio is keeping it hidden and surprising someone with it and trapping them. So, I've led Dugtrio before, but the reason I did was because it actually traps sleep leads and takes them out, such as Jinx and Smeargle. And
I was using a Storly team that had a really terrible matchup against those Pokemon, but I'm kind of doubtful that's what you're doing here. It's for Breloom. Yeah, there's some matchups where you just get a free KO, but it's pretty rare. Like, the most common matchup in the game is Tyranitar, which, okay, you can do like 80 to it, but they just take out your Doug. And Doug is often super important. You know? Isn't Gen 3 mostly Storm? No, not at all. The most common team archetype is like balance, and there's a lot of hyper offense and offense. I think offense even is getting more popular recently. Yeah, Mag Lead is a low ladder special though, so it could be funny you'd just queue up the Doug lead, and if they Mag Lead, destroy them. Okay, let's actually talk about the game now. So we got a Doug Mag gaming scenario here. Okay, what is this? Let's see. Let's see how this goes. We got Doug Mag scenario. Insane mileage out of that Mag. That's a huge amount of damage on Metagross right there. And then yeah, this is going great for you, even though I was just bad mouthing your Doug lead. You were at a massive advantage. And this Starmie is not going to be able to touch you. You've chipped it. I like the Ice Beam that could hit the Gengar coming in. I think that's astute, and plus there's a freeze chance. Going Skarmory Sensible, that's a lot of damage, but you can't know the tar set. Skarmory's good there a lot of the time. Now you're in a bit of trouble. They could roar your Bliss coming in. Protecting is a little bit dangerous, but I think it's fine. They could sub there, that's the only thing, and then they get a bit of an advantage, but that's okay. Don't go Doug against Jolteon, it just outruns you. It's just faster than... It's gonna HP Ice or Grass here and kill you. Yeah, that doesn't work. Don't do that. It did allow you to get Blissey in for free, though. So maybe that was an intentional sack. To get Blissey in without worrying about the roll. I could maybe see that, but... Losing Doug is bad there.
Will explode.
You know what? If that was your idea, that's a terrible idea when they have Tyranitar up.
I'm guarding a Rift. Protect.
And Starmie in Doug range.
No,
you have two
man.
Pokemon you can.
Oh, okay.
Cling, 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 cling.
Straight up eliminate with Doug Trio. It's not the time to sacrifice Doug. It's not the time. Okay, I respect the Seismic Toss. You were playing around Focus Punch. Your Skarmory is in big trouble. But they guessed correctly. They Rock Slided this time. And now you're in big trouble because... Oh. And now they kind of gaming on you a little bit. They got you that time. They got you that time. And now what? Oh, okay. You make the spike. If you got Arrow in the back, I support this. You got Cradily. You got Cradily in the back. Okay. I was thinking you got Arrow and you cleared up. I thought wrong. What's going on now? Barrier. I'm thinking Gengar's gonna just own you here. Do you win this game? If you win this game, I'd be amazed. I don't know how... Okay, maybe you just snowball out of control. This Gengar has no taunt. And the crowd goes insane. And the crowd goes... Wait a moment. Wait a second. I think you might get into invincible territory. I think that your opponent has misplayed this massively. Shouldn't they do focus punches or something? I don't know. I might also throw against Bessie Cradily. You're gonna... The insane amnesia. The insane amnesia. There's also a crit chance. Okay, Explosion has done nothing. Okay, Tyranitar can focus punch here, so... But honestly, you might live your 4 times defense. Rest up, you're taking like 10. You're taking nothing. You're taking nothing! Oh my gosh! You're taking 0! Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. You're inventing the new metagame out here. What is this, dude? And you can't roar Cradily, by the way. It has suction cups. You can't even roar it. So Jolteon roar? Oh, it doesn't even have a roar. You're in less than nothing to epic Cradle. The thing is that they could just crit. So you're really banking on no crit. It's like, it's a 6.25% chance every single hit. They just forfeited. Okay, that was ownage. I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even... There's no way this is... You got Doug lead Cradily. I've never seen a team like this in my life. And I guess the opponent misplayed it, but also I think that you just set up for a Cradily sweep. Gengar could have taunt, but this one didn't. It was explosion. I guess he set up with a Cradily sweep. I don't know what to say. You did it. Well done. You never seen Cradily? I've seen it sometimes on a low ladder, but I've never lost to it.
Showing a lot of respect for Hector coming out. He does have the time dilation, which is fairly annoying for the Timbersaw to play into. I think overall, it's kind of the same story from game 1, except maybe a slightly better plan. Hello.
Mid lane, Gunner. It's very hard to see him getting out of this one. Kick back into the tier 1 tower, not really perfect. So Gunner is still walking. He'll try for a TP play out, but is
You
going
were
to go down.
Team Dog Champ.
29 able to secure the kill himself with the arcane curse.
What?
I don't know,
And
dude.
tips out
Qualifiers, baby.
Immediately.
Yeah, that
Gunner just
thing's
overstepping his
in
bounds a little bit. He is tanky as the Necro, but you have to respect the rotation
Let's see,
potential
maybe
here for
next
Dog Champ.
couple
You
months or
should
so.
understand.
Over maybe.
Having the Earth Spirit around means
Joker.
that, with the Termisaw, means that he can just leave that lane, as you mentioned, just
More
get these
like
rotations out. And
Mobtober.
suddenly you're going to have a bit of a faster 6 coming out for Red 2. Lala's just soaking up, being aggressive onto Red 2 all he can.
Classic
Amber doesn't
rift
mind this too
guarding
much. Could
action,
try for
baby.
one down, although
Who
it
doesn't
is a
like guarding
level 1
rifts?
sleight of fist. He is forced to max out flames.
Now I'm guarding here. Hee hee hee.
Necrophos makes enough sense. Red 2, you're starting to approach the stage where you're probably just going to leave the lane anyway. There's the Ember. Just trying to abuse the Flame Guard for that farming potential in the jungle instead, because Necrophos is just a real nuisance to have to try and lane against. Moves, he'll go up through the twin gates into the top lane, so it looks like he wants to try and see if he can find Moo.
Also, I had to earn a new. One reason I wanted to do this is because I lost my large essence bag
The rotation, but the roll is going to connect anyway.
when I
He
murdered
was
those
not around
monks.
to get
I
the
mean,
Moo, trying for the TP away, but
when
he's not
I
gonna
did
make
what
it.
that monk asked
Now
me
they
to,
get farmed
and
to
am
11.
not complicit
He's gonna be alright
in
to
anything that happened afterwards.
Why'd you lose your bag?
They've already got the
I
best time.
literally just said that.
No, I mean, why did that make you lose your bag?
Because the teleport orb exploded inside it. That's how I smuggled the teleport orb for the guy who killed the monks. Because I went through the abyss.
Was that the only way to do it or something?
That is how the quest story works, yes?
I mean, it seems like it made you give up a valuable item, so
It's not that valuable.
seems extremely valuable.
It's like a 1 out of 40 drop from some low-level mobs if I wasn't playing this minigame, and it's like a 1 out of 10 reward drop from this minigame, and it's not...
Very
Yeah.
rare, valuable draw. You'll never see another one because it's
I
1 out of 10 instead
literally-
of 1 out of
I
500.
literally already have one. I wanted to
No,
earn it back, and
you
I
don't
already
have to
did.
lie to make yourself feel better.
I'm using it right now.
So even with Ghost Shroud, it's gonna be
I
challenging.
literally just put essence
But
into
without
it,
it's
as you
more
were saying.
impossible.
Rarest item in the game.
Yeah, I think it's
No one has
fine.
ever thought
The
it was
skill build
rare.
From Gunner is fine. It's still overall like. As
I thought it was
you
rare.
generally don't
Well,
want to
you're
have
a
to pick up
bore
that balance.
bot.
Sounded
You
rare.
do want to play a little bit greedier. You want to
There's
be
a
able to
giant
just play
pouch.
with
I also
that
have
build
that.
sustain
It's
that way.
equally
None of the
not
supports can
rare.
really rotate me to help you, right? Like,
There's a
you
colossal
can
pouch,
dog
which is
camp.
kind of rare.
You know, we saw one movement out from Lelis.
I should have that
That
by
was
now,
really
but I
good.
don't.
All the attention, all the investment
So there's
into
that.
dog camp. They are trying top.
Didn't you have to farm PvP for a bag too?
That's a rune pouch. It's different. That's where you store
Is it, though?
runes. This stores essence. Essence
It all
turns
sounds
into
like the
runes.
same thing to me.
Essence turns into runes. You can't put them in the same bag. Everything would erupt and kill you.
So happy days for the TB, but you are approaching that point for the Terrorblade where you are probably going to start thinking about rotating into the jungle. It's starting to feel quite dangerous this top lane.
Yeah, again, reminiscent of game 1. Oh,
They've got the Void, silenced up, but K1, he still gets Time Walk in time. Problem is the Arcane Curse and Last Word are there. It'll be a bit of free to go the way of Bloody Nine, and more importantly, a very important kill to go the way of Bloody Nine.
oh, Lelis.
He's going to drop Red 2 able to secure another. In fact, that was his first kill of the game on the end. What, Tips Gunner for what?
I'm not sure, but he's stepping Gunner. Let him know he's enjoying this mid. I think every time you leave the Ember, he's just gonna be able to find openings like that.
I love the way Moose is playing this Earth Spirit, Jonathan. He's just so active. Moo will go down again on the Beastmaster. Just the impact from Moose on the Earth Spirit, just really doing so much work. So now K1 showed up top lane. He doesn't have Chrono anyway. Just wants to be around this area to farm up a bit more safely. But with this many heroes around, I don't think he's going to be feeling quite safe.
No,
Gunner.
a lot of Gen. Oh,
Oh, here we go, John. They really want this Necrophos another time. Gunner's been forced to go the level 1 Ghost Shroud now, by the way. And
Double
don't
cosmic
get me wrong, I was
runes.
not
I
saying
love
that,
them.
that Gunner made a mistake by not leveling
I
it.
can buy
I
them,
just
but
thought
what if I got
Dogchamp
them
in
for
particular was playing around
free?
really well.
That's my
yeah,
song.
Illegal.
and they're just playing around their own early spikes. I mean, they've got. Rid
Well, I guess it
Spirit, they need to be
costs. I guess
aggressive.
it costs
Gunner
time,
is still clearing out some good camps here, though.
real life
There is Ancients,
time.
but that's a little bit of a slower process. They do manage to keep their wards up, take care of the opposing Obs ward as well. So Gunner is forced away from the triangle. I don't think the Ancients is that feasible for him yet. And again, 2-6 start. Dogchamp on a very good foothold this time in comparison to game 1. You are getting the farm you'd want. Gunner is still managing well, but off the course of Dogchamp on top. Hector again off to a slower start than you'd want to see on the Faces Void. Does have a Chrono ready to threaten. And they are clumping up their own heroes up top. But no opportunity being given. DNM might be spotted out here though.
No, they're gonna go. They want K1. Global Silence will be there, but Moose does not land the initial roll, and it seems like they want to stop this fight as, well, it seems like Bloody Nine does get caught.
I'll
They
never
even
say
want
no to
Moose
some
on the
fire
Earth
runes.
Spirits. They'll lock him down with the Roar out. Moose still trying to get away, but the Reaper's Scythe
Not
will lock
the
him down
best
indefinitely.
route
So
type,
2 to go.
but
Dogchamp dropping 2 bodies is
153
down,
fire
committing all
runes
5
can't
heroes for
complain.
this. So it's a big committal, but it does pay off.
And this is some necessary space, right? You clear out this top, you start to give Hector more room to play his own triangle and maybe the top jungle area a little bit better. You start to pressure DNM to stay away from the lane, force him to jungle rather early as well. There has been room mid for Red 2 to push, and the solo push did come out there from speed down bot. So you're not losing out on too much here for Dogchamp, considering all of that commitment. You are still working the map as well, and you're set to have some good spikes here for speed. And this is going to be a really fast Lotus Orb for him. Being chased down a bit.
They got the Vessel up. With the Spirit Vessel up, they might have a chance at actually killing Speed off here. Will chain away. Moo does not have Roar available, but it seems like they've got plenty of damage. The Speed is still trying. Surely goes down. One more hit will do it. The Vessel is still ticking him out, but he survives on 29 HP. He will make it. Even the Rocket Flare doesn't land.
This falls a bit short. And that Spirit Vessel not going to be a major concern for speed
Okay,
once he
definitely
does finish
don't
up
need
this full Lotus Orb. So, really good read out from speed. 4-6, 2k lead still standing for Dogchamp. I think for Nouns, you're kind of held up to the tempo of Reaper's Sight, and that is the one shortcoming of the Necrophos. It's a 110-second cooldown every single time, so Gunner's activity is limited by that. They are starting to clear out the Ancients. It's a lot of output right now onto Lellis and Gunner, but eventually they'll be able to find us and get that gold injection they do so desperately need. Gunner's also working towards that Lotus Orb, and it should have a lot of impact once that's up, and much more protected up front from the control here. The Dogchamp, they've kind of taken a step back. We're not seeing as many movements out from Moose or Bloody Nine. Are still stamping ahead in the top jungle, but they're not really connecting with their course right now. Red 2, Speed, and DNM are all just farming up, which it does play into the favor of now. It's like they're the ones in need of catch-up. They've got some room to breathe. As long as Dogchamp aren't pressing the issue, then you know, you're more than happy to play catch-up here. You've got Faces Void. He is going to be the be-all, end-all in these in-game team fights with Chrono.
Red. I'll go for the creep wave mid lane. Doesn't show himself. Does eventually onto Gunner. She does a lot of damage with those Maelstrom procs. We'll just leave the area eventually. Seems like top lane they might think about, but no, never mind. They're back into the mid. They're pinging out Gunner. They really want this Necrophos. Like, that is the priority of Dogchamp this game. It's just we're focusing Gunner the whole game. This Necrophos is not going to have the game it wants. That's the idea right here. Here they come. Lellis is going to be there to break the game. Roll. It will not connect, but the Boulder Smash will. Eventually, Lellis should just go down. But he should be pretty happy with the fact that the rest of the team do at least get out without taking any kind of punishment.
Maybe I should contact
Much better
NPC.
Lellis than Gunner here. Gunner just goes back to
Dark
farming.
Mage, I need your help!
Space out for Hector to still keep up. He's got his Midas on the Faces Void. You've got some room for me
Thanks,
as well
bro.
to kind of go into that Dominator, into the Overlord. But I don't think you're finding the targets you'd want from both sides. And again, this slower pace, while it does hurt Gunner and the amount of Reaper Sight charges he will get for passive regen, it's not something to be concerned about.
All Iron
Dogchamp,
Men should be muted.
I think
How do you
they're
feel
the
about
ones
this?
under some slight pressure.
Silence out. They really want K1.
Of course, I know him. He's me. I want the Iron Man to be muted.
Really nice coordination coming from Dogchamp. 29 may go down. Won't mind too much. But they even
When are you
found
joining me in Prenny thanks to peer pressure?
The Beastmaster was still there.
They'll never take me alive, Iron Man.
Couldn't juke out, couldn't get that TP off earlier. The punishment is clean.
Look, has
Inside
Prenny
Dogchamp,
ever liked a
they
bad
do
game?
force for the support.
Yes.
Oh.
They're cutting off the big one. If Hector can't play catch up with his Midas, then
He played Poe longer than we did. He's definitely dead.
Next you'll say, Pat, your best friend has a bad... likes bad games.
That's not Kenzo's best friend. Don't put
Pat's
this evil on me.
everybody's best.
Oh no.
I'm wondering if anyone picks up the nullifier here. It does feel almost
Speaking of
always necessary
RuneScape,
when
they
playing
have their
this
big
Necrophos
poll
just to
open
pick
and they
off that
revealed a
Blue
bunch.
Shroud.
They had their, like, I guess, big
Wouldn't really mind it
summer
coming out here.
events.
It
New
just
continent!
simplifies this game.
Not new
Makes Gunner
continent,
much
but like they're filling out the
easier target to jump.
southern half of the new continent. Remember where the map cut off?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
They're gonna be adding that in phases.
It's not
It's got the
completely
sailing
for sure.
pole
It really is
open.
Tempo Hero. So the fact that he's having to eat some
Um,
space up himself is
There's
not
some
the
other stuff.
ideal,
Oh yeah,
but
like
that's not
a few
what
more
we're looking for
mid-level
for sure.
quests, which is
Staff
I think
and
is
match
healthy
as
for
well.
the
Red
game. I
Two
think they
worked
should add
pretty nicely with the rotations
more
in.
mid-game
Yeah.
stuff.
Trying to negate that
And a
hero
few mid-game
advantage
bosses
down
they
lane.
proposed.
And with a 5K
I think the biggest
they
thing
can
is
start to
like
overtake.
they proposed
When the
a
enemy
mid-game
comes
boss
to
that
join
gives
these
a
fights,
new
these
like
towers won't
magic
last too long.
weapon between
And
the
then
thing I
it's
have
time to
now
see
and the thing I
major
won't have for a
coming out
long
here
time.
soon.
Because it needs like 87 Slayer. And like that's the progression, and it's like that is a huge gap. I got that, you know, when my magic was level 40, and what I'm supposed to use it until I get Slayer 87. That's like it's like 8 years.
Yeah, grind after you get 99 thieving, you grind 99 Slayer.
Hmm.
And I think he's just dead. Double
I
kill
don't
for
think you
Red.
do.
In comes K1. Chrono is available to
You know,
commit.
I don't
But
think
it's
you
not
do.
going to be too easy to land this one. See, he's continuing to chase down. Oh, he commits it for a silence. K1,
Hello?
can you get out here?
Hello.
Hello.
When you come play Guardians of the Rift with me, we can guard rifts.
No, I'm becoming a Knight of the Round table right now.
Oh, can you believe the King Arthur is real?
He's real.
They just
British people
they
did
just
this.
built Camelot next to a city.
You just can't explain it. Also, the goblins have kidnapped a knight. I gotta go save him.
Oh yeah. You find out a lot later in the Ardoin quest line that like one of the former king of Ardoin just like gave Camelot to these weirdos.
Random.
Yeah, it's like that's certain. I would be mad. The king of Ardoin is mad about that, and it's like, yeah, that's understandable. Well, like, who is King Arthur anyway?
Who is this guy?
He gives you some good
A
prayers later on, but you know,
Right.
kind of a fraud. Dude, that quest I did yesterday is brutal. It had mechanics.
Oh no! Not mechanic.
It had mechanics, and the guy, like I said, had 950
Yeah,
HP.
that's insane. Yeah.
Yeah. I can confirm though, you can do it when your stats are in your 70s, even though it says do it when your stats are in their 80s. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it because it's like the big melee, but like you have to use melee on him.
Ooh.
And most of the other stuff was like magic and range is a lot easier to do cheaply.
No, I'm all about having that easy life when battling in this game.
Yeah. Safe spots, baby.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, Monkey Madness 2, the strategy is they added anti-safe spot strategies, and the answer is use safe spots anyway, because they didn't do it good enough.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. For me, I would simply ABS, always be spotting.
True. Dude, they're making me literally like go around the world
In 80 days?
on this fucking, in this quest.
Is this the one where the guy gets stuck in a wall or something?
This one's called the Holy Grail, this quest.
Oh, okay.
So I did free Merlin, and then he gave me this quest,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Holy Grail quest.
You done the underground pass yet? I think you would have commented if you had done that.
Underground Pass. Is that the quest name?
Yeah.
No. I don't
It's
think so.
like probably the third in the Ardoin quests. If maybe you've only done the sheep one so far there.
No, it's further down the quest line on the page. It looks like I'm not doing it for a while actually.
Hmm.
Should I? Is it
I'm
hard?
I can't remember how hard it is. I don't. It's annoying if you have a really low agility level. I guess maybe
Oh.
maybe it's stuff about like agility is why it waits so long.
Yeah, it says it'll give me, or when I finish it, I should have 42 agility. IDK.
Yeah, I didn't. I just like freestyled the quests when I had the requirements. I didn't
Yeah, that's fair.
really follow much of it. What I did is I just used the things they unlocked to tell me which quest to do next.
To do next, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Because Underground Pass gives you a good magic spell. It gives you a weapon that lets you use Ivan's Blast, which has a max hit of 25.
Holy.
Yeah, I still like that's still my go-to. At this very moment. I was just telling Talon they had their RuneScape equivalent of PoFest or whatever yesterday. Apparently, I was reading
Yeah,
the stuff.
I
they
was
announced.
watching Moon watch that thing.
Oh, I didn't watch any of
Yeah.
it, but I read kind of their page they put up. The southern half of the continent, baby! Woo!
Woo!
Maybe sailing if it passed the bowl. Woo!
What happens if... It's funny because I was hanging out with MB and Tristan yesterday,
Mhm.
and they were also watching Moon's stream of him watching the thing, right? And then they asked, "What happens if people just vote no after like showing off all the sale and stuff? Like, what happens?"
Well, that's why they haven't made the gameplay yet. So, I think what they said is if it fails by a little bit, they will they'll try to make more refinements to the pitch and then have another vote. If it fails a lot, they'll probably go back to the drawing board on one of the other skills that they had an idea
okay.
around. But I think it'll either pass or come really close.
I
The
see.
stuff
Is
they've
this-
put out, you probably haven't seen too much of it if you haven't because you started a little late after they put out a lot of it. But they've seems like they've really thought through the idea a whole lot. I don't see any reason why people would vote no.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I was like, I wasn't sure if they had already made the stuff for it.
Yeah, no, they did that with they had another skill a long time, years ago. I was reading about called warding, where they made a bunch of content, they already dev'd it, and then they pulled it and it failed, and then they're like, yeah, we're not doing that again. We're not building the content.
Yeah,
out of
okay, that makes sense.
because
Yeah,
they had to
like, why
throw
would-
it
yeah.
away.
Yeah, that sucks. That's funny. See, so just back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I wanted shamanism. Votes no.
I mean, I think shamanism would have been pretty cool, but what they showed on sailing is seems like they've got some good freaking ideas. So sure.
Yeah, what if they added the IDK?
I mean, also anything the current devs would add, it couldn't be worse than some of the vanilla skills anyway. Freaking what's the dumbest vanilla skill right now?
Where am I? What the fuck is happening in this?
Oh,
clip?
I mean, it's gotta be fire making is the dumbest vanilla skill. Fire making is its own skill.
It should be under. It should be combined with lumbering.
I mean, it probably either just if you can chop the logs, you can fire the logs, yeah, or just not even have skill checks or anything.
You just make a fire, it turns out.
Yeah. Because, in terms of training, you just play the minigame. That's,
Right.
the only thing you do. And that was only added a few years ago. Before then, you literally just didn't level it. There was no point.
This quest is so weird.
Joke skill. Not everything needs to be important.
The whole chain of Arthur quests is weird.
I don't understand why the whistle teleported me to two different islands that are basically the same. What's up with that?
Because Mario Brothers 3 reference.
Is it really?
I think so. It's like a warp whistle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I guess so. But it's identically, one was just ruined, one is not.
Also, it's the same island. It just got better because you did the thing in the real world. You saved the talk to the guy. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same Fisher Kingdom. It must be some British reference too, because I've never heard of a Fisher Kingdom in reference to King Arthur. I don't know. This must be some deep King Arthur British lore that all British people know.
Yeah, maybe.
Every British person knows the Fisher King's kingdom is where the Holy Grail is. Right next to the beans on toast.
Beans on toast.
It's right next to them. Yeah.
Why is it sending me? How do I get off this island? What the fuck? Do I have to teleport home?
I don't
actually
remember.
Actually don't know. I don't see how to get out because it's not on the map. I guess I'll just teleport out.
Yeah, I would just teleport out probably.
Hey, so does my house have a teleport, or how's that work?
So that's the construction skill lets you, build all sorts of new stuff in your house. This is a good reference. The general page on construction has notable milestones listed on it. These are the you know, the thresholds you want to hit. But the big first one is like at 50 construction, or I guess 47 really, because like you get the crystal saw from a quest. You unlock the portal chamber, and you can build portals to all your teleport, like normal spell teleport spots.
So instead of teleporting to that city, I would teleport home and then walk into the portal.
Yeah, you can do that.
Cool.
It's not like and you have to pay 100 times the teleport cost to put the portal in your house. But I mean, that's not much, you know. 100 law runes isn't really that bad.
Where am I supposed to get law runes? Are those purchasable?
Guardians of the
from
Rift,
store?
baby! Yeah, they are purchasable.
Oh, okay.
You can buy them.
Gotcha.
But yeah, whenever you do a little bit of the rune crafting minigame, like, it will inject law runes directly into your soul
Oh, sick.
from
Yeah.
the rewards, and then
I'll
you
have
know,
to- yeah.
at some rune crafting level, you'll be able to start making them yourself as well.
I'll have to check that out later. I don't know.
Like, hold
where
on, I
wanna
just
s-
walked into a law altar. Let's see how many law runes I get.
Yeah, I
Get
don't
my
know where I want to
pouches.
stop
48 law
questing at
runes.
the moment. I think my next quest is unlocking the herbalism.
Yeah, I would definitely unlock all the skills before you, like, you know, just venture off into the wild.
Petra.
What the heck? We lost the minigame! Freaking irons. We're losing the
you an
minigame
iron?
like a lot. Huh? No. No. Can't blame me.
The problem is Iron Man. You Iron Man.
No.
Why is Iron Man like a problem though?
It's not. That's just who everybody
Oh.
blames whenever Guardians of the Rift minigame loses. Having irons didn't do their job.
What are they supposed to do? What's their job?
You need somebody at the start to fill in these little shields, or else the enemies will just like kill the guy you're protecting.
Okay.
And everybody pretends like it's the Iron's responsibility. I'm
Oh.
not really sure why.
That's why I did it on the fish trawler. I just stayed and I just fixed the. I just.
Yeah,
emptied the
fishing
water.
trawler is literally the worst minigame
I just
in
fixed
the whole
water.
game. I hate it. I did it to get my fishing outfit, but I hate it.
Yeah. Does the fishing outfit take long?
And
only did
it's
it- I
RNG,
only did it.
baby.
Oh, is it? Okay. I only
Yeah.
did it because it was part of the tasks. I was like, okay, well, I'm already here. I might as well give it a
Oh,
try.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the AFK thing you're supposed to do is you just get some swamp tar from the shop, and you like patch the holes.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, that's
Okay,
exactly
yeah,
what I
yeah.
did. I just patched the hole.
I patched the hole.
Yeah, Trawler is actually the worst minigame. in this game.
There was so many people there.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's AFK, right? Like completely AFK XP.
Oh, okay, that's me then.
You
That's all
just
me.
touch it, and I think like it's either 50 or 100 is like average for the full outfit.
I'm doing it, dude. That's so many. What the fuck?
Hold on. That might be wrong. That sounds too high. Hold on.
Yo, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with some of these quest items anymore. Like,
No, that's about right. You have a 1 out of 12 chance of getting a piece, and you can't get a duplicate piece. So, like, that's probably 48 runs, you know, on average. It's probably not
yeah,
exactly that,
makes
but
sense.
it's harmless. I think I was around 50. Hey, what were you gonna ask?
Oh, like some of these quest items, I don't know what to do with them.
You just
Like,
throw
so
'em away.
like for example, like this one, they gave me the Grail Bell and the Holy Table Napkin, and I've used them, and it's like, do I just toss them now
yeah,
or
you
what?
just toss them.
You straight up toss them, huh?
Yeah, I would.
Rocked.
If it's not like obvious that it has a use somewhere, then I would just toss it for now.
Okay. I don't understand why it just doesn't disappear from the inventory, honestly.
The technology isn't there.
Oh, fucking, maybe they should do a quality of life update and maybe
Nah.
take the quest items away. So I don't get confused about
Like-
if I still need them or not.
Sounds like a skill issue to me.
Bro, it's like I don't know if I still need
Skill
it.
issue.
How am I supposed to know?
You're supposed to have played the game 800 times when you were a child.
Oh yeah, seriously. Dude, I was reading some of these Reddit people, and they put like these self-imposed challenges on themselves. I'm like,
Yeah.
you guys are fucking psychopaths. Who has a life to actually do all the shit that you're
Well,
trying
they
to
don't
do?
they
here?
don't have a life. This is their full-time life.
Like this guy, he lost his character in Hardcore Iron Man or something,
Mhm.
and so his next challenge to himself was to level each skill to 99 before moving on. And it's like, what? And he started with agility.
Genuine psychopath hours.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Like, I don't even play the game. I'm like, dude, that's not right. You guys are weirdos.
British player base.
Yeah, I watched this video of a self-defined autistic person who's doing extreme one chunk, which means he has to do everything possible in like the one chunk of like there's like chunk boundaries in the game that you can turn on. So like in Lumbridge, he had to do everything possible in Lumbridge, which meant like cutting the highest level tree, crafting the highest level thing.
Right.
Yeah, and then he would roll like any adjacent chunk to a chunk he already had, and that's the next, thing. And eventually
Oh
he
my
landed
God.
on the like, he's landed on the death chunk, which is like he's got to hit 99 farming,
Yeah.
with only the resources that he had. And it seems like it's going to be possible for him to complete the game in this way, but like. There were certain chunks that if he rolled them, it would just not even be possible to, like, do what he needed to do, other than, like, spending, it's technically possible, but it would take so long that he could not do it
Right.
in his lifetime, sort
Yeah,
of.
right.
But he managed to avoid most of those until he got done enough. But like he landed on the Temperos chunk, and then he had to like farm for the pet, which took like 5,000 mini game
Yeah,
plays.
hey, speaking of this kind of like 1 in 5k and 1 in 1k stuff, like
Yeah.
the loot table actually like lists them, and is that like that stuff actually like real drops?
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, like any monster can just like 1 in 5,000 drop whatever. this
Oh
item is?
yeah. The rare drop table especially is real, and most monsters, have some chance to drop from the rare drop table. But yeah, you'll get some of that stuff eventually.
I see.
Because there's variable. Like monsters have a variable chance. Like maybe they have a 1 out of 100 chance to hit the rare drop table, and then like those are the rarities within that table itself if they hit it.
I see.
But yeah, I've gotten. You just fight enough enemies over time that you'll
And it
get
just
most of
happens.
those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
like the loop half and tooth half of keys and all that garbage. The dragon square shield, I made mine yesterday. I've had that for a long time. Finally did it for a diary entry.
Is there any other diary entries I should be focusing by any chance?
Oh, which ones did you do?
I only did one, the Ardone one. But is there something I should drop? Like, should I drop everything right now and do one?
I don't think you need to drop everything and do one, but I would say Varrock and Lumbridge are quite nice to do.
Are nice? Okay. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Lumbridge gives you another teleport that takes you near a farming patch, which you'll want later on, because it's just really convenient. It's also near, like, Draenor Village and stuff. And the Varrock one is the thing that starts letting you buy bulk battle staves, which you'll want eventually when your crafting's a little higher.
Oh, okay. Well, like, what crafting level? I'm only 17.
Higher than that. I want to say the first one is like 40?
40? Okay. So I'll just do that stuff when I kind of hit the thresholds then?
Yeah, that's why I said, like, you definitely don't need to drop anything and do it right away. But I think those are the two valuable ones. And I think the medium is probably more like, the easy's, just whatever. You might want to just wait until you have all the stuff for medium.
Right, okay.
And just do both at once. That's what I did for most of mine. Like, last week, I just finished up all the easy and mediums for the places I hadn't done. Because, like, I just wanted to have them checked off
Hey, okay, I'm in this, where am I? I'm in Taverley,
Uh-huh.
and there's this house portal. If I go into it, it's gonna send me to my house?
No.
No.
It'll say your house is not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you can chain based on your construction level. You unlock more places your house can be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So like, the one I like early is when you go to that the Western continent for the first time. You unlock the ability to have your house in Hosidius, which is like near the. It's relatively close to the docks, but like, I think it's hard early game to have any sort of teleport or like get to that continent. So I just moved my house there, so that whenever
Oh,
I
I see.
teleported to my house, it would at least have me on the starting on the continent.
Yeah, that's fair.
That place is funny because it has actual like rep grides. A few they're not WoW style, but like RuneScape variation of WoW style reputations with the little factions.
I think I saw some,
They're kind of
like,
cute.
I think one of my quests coming up makes me. I need like 20%.
20%, yeah, for the first quest on each of the little factions, you need 20%. It gives you 10% more rep. They're really not that bad to grind out. The worst one is the mining people, because you literally have to mine in a sulfur mine and like dodge clouds, and it's like I just wish I was dead. But everything else is reasonable.
Sick. I'm doing druidic rite. Time to unlock this
Druidic
thing.
ritual Herblorb. Burblorb.
Oh, I need meat. Oh, fuck. Is there a bank?
There's no bank in
No,
Taverley.
It's right beside Falador.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm going to Falador. I hope I have some sort of random ass meats in my bank.
Well, you can just kill a few animals nearby.
Okay.
I'm sure there's some
That's-
random critters. Punch a bear to death or something.
I did actually. I did earlier. I was on some sort of island that didn't let you take weapons.
Oh,
with
in
you or
Trana.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Trana. Yeah, I was there earlier. I saw a bear and I just punched it.
Oh, the minigame's over. Okay, I'm just gonna stay here then. Contact this NPC with my spell. Fix my bags, please.
Wait, did I do what's happened? Oh no, sorry. I hate sometimes how I don't see like the thing you're supposed to click on,
Mm-hmm.
and then your character just stops because I'm using like I use
Oh,
the
yeah.
mini map to move. So and then my guy just stops and I'm just like, what happened? But you have to like click on like the door or whatever.
Yeah.
Annoying, actually.
Character's too stupid to know what doors
Yeah,
are.
true. What do I need? I need beef, chicken, rat meat. Oh god, where are the animals around here? South. There's a farm. I need to kill a rat. Where the fuck's a rat? Around Falador. I don't
Yeah,
think there is
around you, I don't know.
think there is a-
Varrock?
Barak is one by the mining area. I know that
Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. Or in the in the sewers. If you get down in the sewers, there's rats right there too. I don't think there's any near Falador.
one. No rats near Falador, yeah. Fuck, that sucks.
What's your magic level? Can't teleport to Falador yet, brah?
No, I think I just unlocked it.
Oh,
Yeah, I just unlocked it. Actually.
yeah, 37. Yeah, so you got a lot of the good,
Teleports, yeah.
teleports. Yeah.
I have
Good
nothing
early
to
ones.
send me to the other side.
Yeah,
Except
it's
for the
not for a
cape.
while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why it recommends getting the cape so early, because it's you have to do a quest and like I think it's like 50 or something for 51 for during teleport. Also, there's Falador sells beers in the inn,
Okay.
or in the little tavern place that let
Yeah.
you boost your magic by like 2 levels when you drink them. So
Is that something I should be doing, like boost or like drinking these things to get the boost?
No, I mean it's not super useful, but in order to put a teleport in your house, you have to be able to cast the teleport spell. But you can bring one of those beers in with you if you're like a few levels under.
I see what you're saying. So you drink
Yeah.
it so you can actually go use it.
Yeah. So you can
gotcha.
put it in your house, and then it's in your house forever, even after your
Gotcha.
level drops. I did that
What-
recently because like I'm in the 80s, and it's like getting 2 levels pretty big
It's
for
pretty
free.
big, yeah. That makes sense. Is there a teleport at 80?
Yeah, there's teleports like all the way up. You start getting more niche ones.
shit.
Like Barrows is a mini game where you like or it's not a mini game. It's like a combat thingy where you kill 6 brothers and then you want to get their equipment, but like it's really annoying to get to. But level 83 gives you Barrows teleport. So now I can just like do Barrows, teleport to my house, restore my prayer, teleport back to Barrows, and it's like a lot
see.
faster.
Can you tell me how like? Okay, so you go to grouping, right? And then you go to you select the activity. Like anything that's listed here, I can just go there for free.
Once every 20 minutes, I think. Yeah. It puts a little debuff on you that tells you how much time remains. It's like home teleport, basically.
Right. Okay.
And then I think there's a few that you probably have to do once before you unlock the teleport. Like, I don't think you could have teleported to the fishing trawler until you've done it.
Oh.
But not all of them work that way, so it's kind of inconsistent. But like, Last Man Standing is a good way to teleport to Ferox Enclave for free. Because Ferox Enclave has that, like, restore pool. So I used that, like, all the time. Because it has like a full heal thing in it.
Right.
So whenever it was up and I needed healing, freebie.
My Lumbridge home tele. 13 minutes? No.
I'll just teleport there, bruh.
Bro. Yo, I'm poor.
How much do law runes actually cost? I'm looking it up.
I
now.
don't know.
I've like ever
I don't-
since playing this minigame the first time and just like drops and stuff, I've never run out of law runes. I've never had to like purchase law runes since I've done this. They cost these law runes are expensive.
How much are they?
240.
240.
Yeah. Yep, and you can just buy them in the... Oh, you can't buy them in Varrock. You have to buy them... Where do you have to buy them? Oh, I guess you probably can't buy them yet.
I only have like 15 on me.
Yeah, you have to do... Well, yeah, for a while, I guess this minigame, or just runecrafting in general, will be the best way to get them. But your runecrafting level's not high enough to make law runes yet. But the
I'm
minigame
at
will give you
20.
them anyway.
Yeah, I'm at
Yeah, I
20.
think you have to be 40s to runcraft them or something. And you have to do a quest. But the minigame can reward like any runes from the actual like reward pool. You do runecrafting for runes while you're playing the minigame, and then afterwards the rewards can give you any rune type,
I see.
basically. But yeah, you can unlock... I'm trying to remember what that stupid mini quest is. There's a mini quest with the guy in the desert, the salesman, to make him start selling runes, and he sells law runes. I think that's the like first option.
I see.
Wait, what the? I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, you have to do the feud quest.
Where is how do you get to Guardians of the Rift?
It's a quest. You have to do a quest to unlock it.
Oh, you gotta do a quest, I see.
Yeah.
What quest? What's the quest called?
Guardians of the Rift, I believe.
Oh, okay.
It might be called like Into the Rift or something. It's got Rift in the name.
Temple of the Eye.
Temple of the Eye does not have it in name. I lied to you. I'm a liar.
Oh, good.
But yeah, Temple of the Eye I don't think has really high prerequisites or anything. Let's see, what do you need for this? You need to do Enter the Abyss quest, and that's like it. And Enter the Abyss doesn't need any like combat or anything either, so all very easy.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Yeah, dodging Laguna and Finger in the same tick was pretty funny.
it's amazing.
That image never leaves my mind, Mike. It's imprinted on me. Finger, Laguna, and Void's in the middle. And
Oh god, sometimes the walk trips are so far.
Thing as well, it's like every time you're gonna finger a Laguna Void back in those days, you knew he was gonna backtrack. It's like it's like SB bash, right? It's never actually 17%.
Nope. You just need not kill the slippery guy.
It was good.
K1 gets to relive the past. You know what? For the 10th anniversary, bring back backtrack as a full ability. Do it. Make it a shard.
There were like some quests that weren't even like listed on Quest Helper. I thought that was kind of weird.
Like what?
They were called mini quests, and
Oh yeah, mini quests are on Quest Helper. You just have to scroll down. They're in their own
Yeah.
section.
It's never gonna happen.
they're in their own.
DNM or DNM. There's a lot of heroes here. He's gonna use the
Oh.
tearaway perhaps, but K1 trying to duke it out, doesn't quite get there. Now the global silence with the BKB.
Oh, I
He
see.
made it
It's
in
mini
time.
quests. Oh,
That was unfortunate. The global
oh,
silence
it's.
came out right before the BKB
I was like looking for it. I'm
committed.
like, I don't see it.
Had
I need
that
my-
been
need my help.
half a second later, they
I don't
might have
see it.
actually had a chance. Without the time walk, I don't know if he would have gotten out of
I
that.
figured they just would have bundled all the quests together. To be honest.
Yeah, I don't know what. Like, there's some really short quest. I don't know what.
He does have a fresh
Well, he's
also.
pretty far out.
Like, it's inconsistent with what they call a mini quest and what they call a quest.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's just
Like, you're
they
really
might just not give any quest points.
Still, I mean,
Maybe
Oh,
maybe that's the only
yeah.
distinction.
no, that's a big
I think
But
because like fixing the
maybe some
house
of
was like a
them
mini quest.
And
or whatever.
Rock Camp will know that
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not good. So, I think that's a fine enough.
It's really inconsistent because I have a quest to go into one of the do one of the raids in entry mode
Dog Champ can't
called A
do
Night
it.
at the Theater, and
So
that's an
many
actual
Rock Camp.
quest.
Find an ED.
But I have a mini quest called Into the Tombs that wants me to go do one of the other raids, and that's a mini quest. So I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know
see.
why
Yeah,
they're
that's
different.
weird.
By the way, John, this is something you were mentioning earlier.
Oh,
Quite
This
honestly,
is
it doesn't make
apparently,
any
according to
sense.
You, a very strong timing for the Necro.
It makes dollars.
it is painful.
It does seem annoying.
60% of his current HP regen. So right now that's about a little bit over 36 damage per second, just a little bit over. And when he pops Ghost Shroud, that rock.
Where is it taking me? I'm going
DPS.
downstairs.
You get a couple of free kills, keeps going up.
For what?
Oh wait, yikes! Blue Dragon.
Beastmaster.
Nope.
Trying to buy time for his team to break
Where is
the
it
gap.
sending me?
K1 is
Get
moving
killed
in.
by the blue
There was a
dragon.
nice chrono opportunity, but he's
Right
not gonna commit.
now.
They do lack a Beastmaster for another 75 seconds, so chances are they just want
Use
to try
the
and
rat
defend
meat
as
on
much
the
as
cauldron.
possible.
Okay.
And they've got to do
Science.
something
Oh, yeah,
about it,
yeah.
because the Aegis does expire on DNM.
Yeah, it doesn't. You don't need to go past any dragons.
And you do still have Sunder. But without the Aegis, you might be a little bit afraid, because now you'll get swapped in, and with the Reaper's side, he might just be down. DNM is down, he's gone. Moves to drop afterwards, and now the double chrono from K1, locking everyone in. Bloody Knight is gone. And so
Use the
is
bear meat on the
Speed by
cauldron.
looks of it. There won't be
Using
enough
all
on
the meat on the
Reaper's
cauldron?
side. But
Yeah, I think it turns them
eventually they
green
will
or
just
something.
permaban
Yeah, they're blue
Speed.
actually.
Infect.
Straight up.
Triple kill for
Infect
K1.
the meat.
And that's why, Jonathan, you want to go high ground with the Aegis intact.
Yeah. it's
Can these
just
guys stop
curious.
blocking the
Dog
door?
Camp played
Oh my
so
God.
safe for
No.
so long. They go high ground.
think you have to
when
kill him
Aegis
first.
expires.
That was a 10
Who's-
Nope. I just escaped.
Really?
I
Tried
just
to
passed it.
blink forward to get the enchant remnant. Got
Ah,
caught
I
in
thought you had to
Chrono
kill those
instead.
guys.
I think that's what he was trying to go for that save on the enchant.
No, you're just a murderer.
So
They're like
they
animated
get some
statues.
good
That does
punishment.
Yeah,
not
they're-
count
they're-
as
they were-
that
yeah,
does
they're-
not count as murder.
They were fake.
And they're still behind. There's still a deficit, but double Chrono Void's now a threat. High ground.
I forgot that sends you into Taverley Dungeon. That's a it's a good place to remember. You'll definitely be back.
I was wanting the buybacks to be committed.
There's no escape.
Return to Kakimix. Kakimix.
The
Kakimix.
X coming up.
Top
turn one.
cack.
You're gonna have the
his
bash
name?
with the time warp now. Very, very annoying. When you're trying to defend high ground and just keeps bashing.
What do you do with like all this like cosmetic gear? You just like toss them?
Yeah, you can.
I don't know. I just have like all this weird shit in my inventory.
Yeah,
In my bank.
eventually you'll be able to build like a little box at your house to store a bunch of it. But I mean, if you don't care about it, just throw it away.
Oh, okay. Like the gas mask from the Ardougne quest
Oh,
line? Like-
that you should save because you will need that again. in the
Oh,
later
okay.
quests. Yeah, like the outfits from quest lines, I would maybe hold on to until you finish.
Okay,
the
okay,
line.
okay, yeah. That's more of the question, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been hoarding all the
But
the
you
priest gown and
you
all
can
that stuff.
always you can always get it back if you have to.
There's a lot
Right, that
more
makes
action
sense.
coming out at the very least. So it's
But
not
yeah, you use
8 to
the
9,
plague gear for
45 or what was it? 6
3 or
to
4
9, 7
different
to
quests.
9 at that time.
I'm awarded access to the herb lore skill.
Go farm, go farmers.
They aren't able to go high ground. They respect now. It's a little bit.
What's next?
too
Which
much to
house?
be fair. Now it's a strong team worth
Oh,
respecting.
that's
but
some
you have to.
HP XP.
You need some cheese, multiple if you mess up.
Can outplay nouns instead of trying to have them.
I would
open up
simply
and
not
look
mess
for a
up
mistake.
if it were
You
me.
have to take initiative at some point here.
Talk to the boy in Taverley Inn. Well, if I knew I needed cheese, I would have just grabbed it out of my bank when I was in town.
Got any cheese?
257 for the Ember. Not like he really needs the gold right now, but why the hell not? Arcana is
Yo, have you made the cannonball thing? The cannonball turret?
Yes.
Oh, you have one? You have made one? Is it cool?
I have used it exactly once for one Slayer task. It is cool. It is very cool. It is very prohibitive to use. My one Slayer task went through the 400, like all 400 cannonballs I had made.
Oh.
I just like AFK made them to see if it would be good, and it is good. It's just making the cannonballs needs a lot of steel.
Oh, I see.
It's like you get 4 cannonballs for per seal bar
or whatever?
Yeah. So it's not the worst, because like there's some stuff that'll give you like a bunch of steel, but it's not something I would regularly use.
I see. Yeah, I finished the quest, that one quest, and he's like, yeah, here, make a turret.
Oh yeah, it's also 750k to buy
Yes,
the.
Gunner as well with a refresh
No.
just having so much impact.
That's not that much money.
Double Reaper sights. And they're just going in.
Yeah, I'm kind of a
Set around.
multi-gajillionaire.
Fortify is still up, but they could look for the end game. Buybacks are
I'm
still
a
ready.
I'm a
They
battle
need to make
staff
something happen. There's no double
entrepreneur.
corner, there's no double sight. They need to fight this.
Well, they're on to K1, but they need to get everyone else first. So they're gonna jump
You were
on the
saying,
backside, trying to go onto Yamsun.
you buy the
This is
staffs to
worst case,
high
there
elf
you
them?
go, Yamsun's
I
down.
buy the staves and then you put an elemental orb on it,
Okay.
and then you outkit. Yeah, because the elemental orb adds like 3,000 basically to the alk price.
What is an elemental orb? Like, how do you craft one of those?
You have an unpowered orb that you make via like glass blowing. So like I just have like 8,000 of them from leveling crafting that I've been working through, and then you take it to an elemental obelisk which are around the world, and you cast the spell like charge blink orb, charge water orb. I think it's the lowest level one you get. And so you just do an inventory of those at a time.
Oh.
And then, whenever you need money, you attach them to some battle staves and go from there.
I see.
That was a little bit of an awkward buyback from Yamsun.
Yeah, the fastest ones to make are like air orbs, which are also the highest level ones. But
Regardless, though,
But they all sell for the same amount. Like it's the same raw amount of money. It's just you can charge the orbs a lot faster for the later ones.
I see.
I think if you're really high agility level to do all the agility shortcuts in Taverley Dungeon, I think fire's the fastest, but you need like 80 agility, and I'm never gonna have 80 agility. That's my rule.
Is it really that bad?
No, it's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
Just when you're like before you hit a decent level, it feels like really annoying to do rooftops. But the higher level you get, the more marks of grace the rooftops give you, so it feels more like rewarding to do them.
That makes sense.
And then it gets less bad. And the quest I just did with that really hard boss unlocked a whole like PvE agility thing. I haven't tried it yet, but it's called the Hollowed Sepulchre, and it's apparently like it trains agility really fast and it makes a lot of money apparently. So I need to try that.
Easy.
But it was locked behind that Grandmaster quest, so needs a little bit of unlocking. But the Graceful set does feel so good. Your run energy lasts so much longer when you get your Graceful set.
Yeah, I'll need to find a time for that.
Yeah, you just go course to course as you
Yeah.
level up.
One of these, like at some, it's like I do Depths of Despair, which will get me to 21 agility, and then the Grand Tree, which gets me to 31,
Mhm.
and then there's a few more that makes me do back to back. Makes me like manually grind a little bit of it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way around that really.
Yeah. I think I have to grind it because of like the threshold for the quest. Maybe.
From Dogchamp, even with the advantage of the ages, constantly being scattered out by these rocket players, they want to play cautious. I don't know if you really want to fight near your base either as Dogchamp. I'm gonna have to maybe.
Does the Grand Tree gives you agility? It's wild. I don't even know that.
Yeah, it says at the end of it, I'll have 45 attack, 17 magic, and 31 agility. So
Yeah, it does give you 8,000 agility XP. That's nice.
Seems like the difference in experience between these two.
Yeah, I feel like agility was in its 40s before I actually like did a rooftop. Something like that, at least.
To be worried about, because that man can just land chronos like it's his job, and I suppose it currently is his job to land those chronos. Yeah, thank you, John. I know I messed up.
wait, what happened?
Hmm?
Enter. I don't know. I put this quest made me bait a mouse out with a cheese, and then I used a magnet on the mouse. I don't quite understand what happened though. Why did the magnet work on the mouse? Enter the garden. Enter the witch's hell. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
It is up to D&M to try and make this team fight work, but it seems like he's going to force his way out of there. In comes Moose again, trying to get something done with the Earth Spirit. 29 is gone. K1's onto speed to boot. The Timber
Sneak.
cannot do anything.
Sneak around the perimeter.
Oh yeah, it's a stealth mission, Snake. Don't get
I see,
caught
I
by
see.
the witch.
Here's the witch. Stop, thief! Oh no, she got me!
This guy got owed immediately. I would simply not get owned.
Why don't I just kill her?
She's a witch. She's scary.
Oh,
You
okay.
scared? This guy's a murderer.
Yeah.
Insane. Yo, I had some nice narrative dissonance because I had a few like just like nothing quests to do. So after I finished the Grandmaster quest, I did the last of like the nothing quest. So I went from like being the hero vampire slayer saving a bunch of human slaves to doing a quest where I just listened to a guy who had me smuggle something onto Intrana, like the place where you can't bring any weapons. And then the guy killed a bunch of monks, and I said, "Oh, he told me to bring it here." It's like my character's the dumbest human being in existence.
very
He's
cool.
like, I want to give the monks a surprise they'll never forget. It's like, seems legit.
Oh, they're surprised, alright.
Yeah, they're
Get your
surprised to
fucking-
hell.
Oh, I see. I see why I need multiple cheese because I fucked up.
Gonna need cheese. Will I be able to bring these to the Guardian before time runs out?
So what counts as line of sight?
If he's facing your direction, I'm pretty sure.
Where am I going? I need to go in there.
Yeah, you do like a backwards C shape, I think, around the arena.
I see. I should just follow the path instead of trying to cut across.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not sure cutting across can work.
Fuck is this ball? Am I picking this up?
And this one actually goes to 59 minutes and 55 seconds.
The
So
ball.
5 seconds away from 60 minutes. Which is telling you something, like they've
I-
got the right idea.
And just ignore the ball.
They've got the level of skill they need to beat a team like Nouns, but I suppose they just need a
Isn't the
plan
ball you gotta give back to the kid?
and just not hesitate
Is it?
at certain moments where they have an advantage.
I don't know. The quest thingy doesn't say to pick it up,
Bit of a
so
mental
Oh.
game for
Do not
I-
attempt to take the ball. it
I'm
says.
not taking the ball.
they're afraid of a team like Nouns.
Oh, you take the ball after you killed the thing. I see.
Take the ball. And I suppose you can't take anything
Do
like
it.
Nouns either because you saw Moo constantly creep skipping with the dominated creeps that he had. Just constant space being made. Nouns that they made it
Enter the shed? Oh, I see.
quite impossible.
The fountain had the key
for
to the
them to
shed,
have real good attempts at the high ground.
which is now the ball time.
Ball time.
Really awkward. I think just
I'll just wait this out. Fuck.
You cannot use a dwarf multi-cannon in the shed, by the way. I don't know why the quest says that. Why does it say that? No one needs to use a dwarf multi-cannon on this thing.
K1 did have a fantastic time. The Kronos were lining
Oh, I guess it's for the stupid pure accounts. Imagine.
I saw that. Pure accounts
Imagine wanting.
also crit.
Yeah, imagine wanting
my
to have
God.
one defense so that you can PvP lower level people or something.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So PvP is like the wilderness lets you attack people, you know, in certain ranges
Yeah,
based on
certain
your
level
combat
range,
level.
yeah.
Your combat level is based on your combat stats. So there's some accounts that are like, I'm never going to get any defense XP, so that my level is artificially lower.
Yeah.
Lame.
No, it's really stupid.
Some of these challenges that people impose on themselves are so fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an old game, so.
Yeah.
It's the
That's your
speedrun
Dark Souls
mentality.
PvP thread right there.
Speedrunner mentality.
Yeah, but Soul Level 1 is an actual challenge. I don't know. In this game, it's like, it just doesn't make sense.
It's a challenge in the sense you have to do some really weird stuff to do certain
Yeah.
quests without getting it. I saw some Reddit
Roundabout way,
post of
yeah.
like somebody's the first person to do some quest. They found a way to do it without getting defense XP. It might have been Monkey Madness 2 or something. And like nobody had done it before, and now they're like, yeah, we can do this quest. Woo!
We can do it, yeah.
Couldn't be me.
Same.
I just can't imagine not having a bank. That's like an entire playstyle people have, the Ultimate Iron Mans or whatever.
Yeah, that's fucking cringe, actually.
Yeah.
It's like
I
giga cringe.
I need my bank.
Yeah, seriously.
Where's Bankua?
Me safe spotting this bear. Haha. You can't touch me.
Rude. That bear had a family.
Oh, it says witches experiment, so probably not.
Oh well, we're about to lose this freaking quest. Oh, no, somebody saved it. Saved. Thanks, Irons.
God bless.
Today we're gonna do a random buy video. Well, kind of. It's not exactly random.
How come
because
sometimes when
we're
I
gonna
I can't like left click an
small
enemy?
collection that I
What's up with
bought
that?
From a friend of mine, actually.
Can't
attack.
left click.
Yeah.
Also, Dave, we played
Maybe I
together
changed a
in
setting that I don't know of.
Maybe.
I had this problem with the dragon too, where I couldn't left click it. I had to right click it every time to attack.
There is a setting for that. It's like called like left click aggro or some weird. Let me start.
Oh, I know, I see it. NPC attack options, maybe?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, if you change it to always right click, then that's no. I just have left click where available set.
Yeah, I just changed it. I think that was on. It says depend. It was on depends on combat level.
Oh yeah, that might mean that like it won't let you click monsters that are higher than you.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't want that, because most times it's relevant. They're aggressive anyway, so you're not
Yeah.
really saving yourself. I guess there's
Yeah.
like a few places where they're not aggressive if you don't attack them first, but not many.
sometimes. But he's basically downsizing his
Return the ball to
collection
the boy. Make sure
and
the
wanted
witch
to sell
doesn't
it,
spot
and
you.
he
So I have
sees
to like
my
fucking do this
videos.
thing again.
Sometimes I do videos like this, and he said,
As I leave
would
this
you want to buy my
fucking house.
collection? Maybe you can make a cool video out of it. So I said, sure.
Wow, this is so much
Sounds
fun.
fun to me.
I'm having fun.
How do you even lose this ball? Stupid ass kid.
I think it'll be fun to look through this today.
Not
and
only did he
you'll
lose
see
his
today
ball, he lost it to a
we also have
witch.
different playmat. This is the
Yeah,
Hash Up
seriously.
Con 2023 playmat.
Why is she
Got
living
my name
there?
on it right there. 8th place Dave. It's gonna be amazing. This is a playmat that we made for the Hash Up Con event
We did it.
earlier this year. It was a very successful event actually, but this was given out to the attendees. I'm a pretty big fan of this playmat.
My hit points is
So
now
we have
40.
This collection here. There's only the two boxes. I paid
Right, so I can just drop this door key and this regular key
for this
now.
price, seeing as I'm buying
God, it's so
it from a
stupid.
friend, like we want to come to a price that is good for both of us. So
Alright,
you know,
next
I'm not
quest
looking
below the
to,
Ice
like,
Mountain. I did that.
hit it big on
Black
this,
Knight's
essentially, but-
Fortress, I think I did that.
Yeah, that's free to play.
Now, recruitment drive. Get some prayer, herblore, and
We'll find some
agility.
cool stuff in here.
Nice.
That
There's
sounds,
also
that
this
sounds sick.
binder that he gave me with it. It looks like brand new, basically. from
And
the
I don't
store.
need
You
anything
got
for
these,
it. I just
notes
gotta
right
talk
there.
to a bunch of people.
There's nothing in it. It's just a empty
Where's this
binder.
Yeah, I think that's
but
joining
in
the White
some very
Knights.
nice condition.
I believe.
But
Yeah, I wanna
it's
join the
cool.
White Knights.
I'll find something to do with this. So we got that binder here. Let's see. Okay, so also
Actually, what
I
time is
forgot to
it?
mention
8:40.
a
It's
significant
close.
portion of this collection is in these packs here. So what have we got?
Oh,
We have the Magic 2015. There's like a promo pack thing. That's cool. We have some actual promo packs here from New Capana worth some others. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Okay, we have
what about this bar crawl? What else do I
non-foils.
need? I
Let's see,
need.
the Spoil Brothers
I
War.
dropped my card. No.
Collector booster sample things from Commander decks.
You
We
better
have
go catch
some
it.
non-foil.
Need to
Brothers
do
War
Jolly
promo
Boar
packs.
in and Blue Moon in. Okay. I'm sure I'll be in Varrock very soon.
You'll never return to Medoc again.
Talk to Sir Amik Varzi.
Sir Amic Voss.
Z.
Well, it's a pun. All the knights are puns. Ceramic
Oh, is it?
vase. Yeah, like the
There.
vase.
Oh,
vase.
That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, every single one of the White Knights is like that.
I see.
It's the worst.
That gave me a chuckle.
I probably shouldn't worry too much about Pangenesis, honestly.
Yeah, you should.
Pandy's nuts. Is what is Pangenesis? Is that the next mechanic?
Pangenesis is the
Nice.
tower mechanic.
It's the tower mechanic. It comes after the exoflares.
Exoflares. But the exoflares is really simple.
Yeah, that's part of why I was like looking at it at all. It's like if we can start getting through that, we'll probably get through the exoflares
Yeah.
quick enough. But
Yeah.
I mean, I watched Pangenesis, but like once we start getting to it, I might need to like pause 3 minutes and just watch it, right at the moment.
Yeah.
Or something.
Pangenesis, the Hector one had like a really solid rule set for every debuff. Those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't like memorize it, so
Yeah. Same.
it's gonna take a little bit. Yeah, I feel pretty good about Caloric now that we've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, Caloric just needs to fine tune the spacing with people.
and to not get the same mechanic 3 times in a row, so that the 4th time you get it backwards.
Yeah. Requirements: no equipment or items carried. I need to deposit everything.
For what, recruitment drive?
Yeah, apparently. That's what it says. I
Sure.
Strip naked.
Get naked. Oh yeah. You have to do like 3 trials or something. I'm just now like remembering that one.
Trial of nudity.
Yeah. Well, you can't bring any external goods. External beds.
What about this antique lamp I'm holding on to? Saving it. For
Uh,
agility.
Why don't you just use it on agility?
I can't. You have to be level 30.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you
I
put it
didn't
in the
know.
bank?
No, you can't put lamps in the bank.
That sounds like. Sounds like you'll either have to wait on the quest or.
All right, we'll
Sounds
find
something
out.
else.
We'll see. Where am I going? Where is this girl?
Girl.
Alright,
Falador-
did I win 1,000,000 MGP?
No.
You did not win.
You won 3.
I did not win. I even did this.
Also no.
Okay, well, if I can't start this quest, then I guess I'm just gonna use it on prayer. I guess. I don't really have anything to use it on.
How much XP is it supposed to give?
3,000 maybe? 4,000?
That's probably not a big deal. 3,000's not really.
Okay, this one, Sir Tiffany Cashin.
Certification.
I see.
Sapphire Subaru. That's a name.
Oh yeah, I can't. What the fuck? I gotta use this lamp.
Lamp.
Alright, well, I guess prayer it is, because I don't have anything.
Animal. From crafting is pretty slow. Pretty slow gamer.
I've learned incredible reflexes. Okay, actually, maybe it's just time to stop here. Let's log into 14.
Probably. Do one more. I'm gonna do one more Mimi game. I'll
And
be
some
on.
set boosters
Should-
and stuff. So
shouldn't
I
take
think that
15
we are
minutes.
going to open these. That's going to take a little bit of time, but
I gotta go make
that should-
tea and get
that
some
should be pretty
snacks.
interesting, I think.
Oi, mommy,
Because this is
share
like-
tea for
a
me.
significant
I got some
portion of the
cheese.
value this collection comes from. We have a couple of promo cards here. Actually, some pre-release promos supporting Broodlord and Jiro and Hazaret. And then let's see. So we're gonna open these at the end of the video, I think. Yeah, after we look through this stuff, we'll open these booster packs. That should be pretty fun. I believe this is the good stuff, or at least
I'm like way over the drop rate of that
the
giant
good
needle.
stuff that
That's
you
actually
picked
kind of
out for
wild.
me. Save me a bit of time. It's all sleeved up there.
Next time for sure.
I mean, I don't
Yes.
really need it. You can't use it until you're
You
85
might
rune
notice-
crafting. It's just weird. Because I want to finish my rune crafting outfit, because you get a bunch more runes with it. And then, like, I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll try another training method. But I probably shouldn't until I at least get that needle.
That makes sense.
Also, I'm using a new camera. This is a fancy new phone that I got, and hopefully the video quality is much better than previous. Apparently I'm filming in 8K right now, so look at these cards. Such high resolution. Anyway, Denizen of the Deep from Dominaria Remastered. This is a cool card here, this counterspell. Denizen of the Deep, Thrun. Oh, let's see. I'll make a pile of... These are essentially currently like bulk rares. Never know though. Thrun is pretty cool. Nimri? Oh, it's just a foil thing. We have the Elish Norn here. That's a pretty good one. I'll make a pile of, I guess, good stuff. Brutaclad, Duskblade, and Duelist. I think this card is really good. I feel like this has a lot of potential, like if standard is a thing. 2 mana 2/2 with Vigilance, so it's a bear with upside. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on this draw card, ability triggers only once each turn. That seems like a really push 2-draw. We have an Archangel Elspeth, borderless there. There's also a Ragavan. That's pretty cool. Put those up there. The promo Eternal Witness, Steel Seraph. I think this card's quite good. This is a Felt Thicker, it's just a different sleeve. Mercurial Spelldancer, Invasion of Segovia, Foil Burnished Heart, Forest, Geth. Battlefield Forge is okay. Yeah, this is just random foils here. We got a rare pile. I don't know, promo. Sure, we'll put a promo right there. Up here with the other promos, how about that? Blade Coil Serpent is also a very cool card, I think. This was one of my sleeper picks from the Brothers War. I made a video about that. It hasn't caught on so much yet, but it does see play. But I think this is a very powerful card. I feel like this one still has potential. Surgical Skull Bomb, Adaptive Automaton. That one, honestly, that's not bad. Glistening Dawn, Cutthroat Thing. Got a bunch of March of Burgeoning Lights here. Whole playset right there. Complete the circuit. Don't know if I've seen this card before. Guardian of Nupenalia. All of Skin Tags. Join Forces. Let's see. Temporal Anchor. Some more random foils there. My piles are going everywhere. Sphinx. There's a Mythic Sphinx. The Clear Skies from Dominaria United. Stronghold Arena. I feel like this card's pretty good too. Drafna, Foils, got some Detected, Myria, Balmor. We got some Infinity cards here. So just a random showcase art thing there, we'll put here. Quietest Spike, Lodestone. Let's see, what else can we find that's interesting? Galagrator's there. Night Errant of Eos, that one, that was like flavor of the week for a little bit. It is a pretty good card though, so we'll put it here. Deep Root Thing, rare lands, I mean, rare do lands tend to be good. You know, the cycle of the fast lands. Some of these were quite expensive because they'd gone a long time without getting a meaningful reprint. Rankle and Torbrand, Errant and Giada, Kikira, what's this? Invasion of Alara. Cool. Yeah, the neat Soul Art, Foil Plane. Couple Venerated Rock Priests. That one was a flavor of 2 weeks, I would say. It's kind of fallen off, but still a cool card. Baral there. Phyrexian Mina is still actually pretty good, despite being the bundle promo, I think, or something like that. Hey, Drivnod, that's cool. Here's a Romo pack from 2019, Nathan. Put it here. There's a Kenrith, that's cool. I have a Kenrith deck. It's my all lose conditions deck, where I play every card that says you lose the game. It's a very fun deck to play. Kenrith is the commander for it. Got some Unfinity basic lands here. These are cool. This is... Oh, that's cool. There's one of each unstable land. This is, I would say, my second favorite of the, you know, the full art slash showcase art land styles. My favorite, I guess, is the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty ones, but these would come in second place. Before Kamigawa, these were my favorite. I think they're really cool. I have a whole bunch of these mountains that I play in my mono red decks. We'll put those here. So we have this counterspell. I don't know what this counterspell is worth right now, but when it came out, I believe this was the promo you got for the Dominaria Remastered pre-release or something. It was pretty pricey at the time. I'm not sure what it is right now. Put it here. Hopefully we'll put it up with the other promos.
How does it feel to be under the sea?
It's always a good card.
What?
Oh, you know.
Arcane Proxy. Yeah.
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
I guess it's under the sea, yeah. Weird. Never really thought about it like that, but yeah. It's kind of in front of the
Never really
abyss.
noticed all of the coral. You know, the abyss is probably the depths of the ocean, actually.
Well, I mean, I guess that would make sense. I'm not wet.
There's a mythic from Brothers War. I think this is cool. Harumonics, the Rat King. Do like rats, rat lords. Koth. Luca has a mythic. I guess I'm separating all the mythics now. Fence Grid. Loaded Contaminator has some decent value. Siege Veteran is really good. It's like a Luminarch Aspirant. Costs 3 mana.
Anybody else getting a ton of free
Couple more of
freaking
these.
death runes, baby?
Promos.
Kill
Nope,
me.
fear back.
Glistening Dawn. Skrill. Skrill is good. Windfall is a good promo. Lauren. That's nice. That was a... That's still a good card, actually. It went up in value and kind of stayed. Glistening Dawn. Dark Depths. Pretty good card. Another one of these Eternal Witnesses. Hey, a Merit Lage to go with the Dark Depths. Merit Lage is always a good token to have. Drana and then Bala. I think that's a pretty good card, right? Yeah. I'll put it here. Leyline Binding, nice. Gwenna. Gwenna is very good as well, I think. Invasion of Ikoria, that's a rare that went up a lot. I might actually put this in my Gishath deck. It's very similar to like Finale of Devastation, I think. Let's see, when it enters the battlefield, search your library and or graveyard for a non-human with mana value extra less, put it onto the battlefield. Shuffle your library. Yeah, it's very similar to Finale of Devastation, but then, you know, it also flips over into Zilortha there. Pretty cool. Proxy and Kanoros, it's kind of a bulk mythic, but still cool. Bokajia's Welcome is a very good enchantment. There's Drana and then Wallet. Hey, nice. One Coil Engine. Pretty sweet. Another. There's a lot of these Drana and Valos. Thalia and the Gitrog. It's a good card. C double. Brothers and Sands, this is one that spiked up a lot. I believe C double went up a little bit too, but both of these kind of come down. Another Gwenna. Brushland. Entomb is good. Not sure what that's sitting at now, but Entomb is always a good card. The Green Defiler. I think that's still the best one. Caves of Koilos. Mercurial Spelldancer. Mercurial Spelldancer is one that spiked up. Didn't hold at all. It's come way down. It's basically like a bulk rare almost at this point. But we got it. A Sword of Forge and Frontier. One of the best swords, actually, I think. You know, the good ones you got like Feast and Famine, Hearth and Home, I think is pretty good. Fire and Ice. Some others. This is up there though. Good card. Another Steel Seraph. Common Foils. That's cool. Showcase art. Kaya, as well as Kemba. Northern Wellspring. Kemba again. Some Black Sun stuff. Some more foils. Deathly Ritualist. We got a Kethek there. It's a pre-release promo foil. This thing's pretty cool. It's Perennial Behemoth is kind of like a Crucible of Worlds effect. You can play lands from your graveyard. Got a little completion, Razor Lash. Alright, some artifacts there. So that's the good stuff that he picked out. There's some decent stuff
Oi!
here. Like there is value
Well,
here. There's you know some.
If it isn't Reen Cold Steel himself,
Me.
go
My
date.
hair's-
Go date your sister.
No.
Then you're not Reen Cold Steel.
Okay, that's good. I happily accept.
Cute. She's not blood related, probably. I'm assuming.
High's playing Vampire Survivors.
Yeah, he's doing a bunch of. He was playing Fall Guys earlier. He's doing whatever inscrutable nonsense is that thing that he does.
I should play more Vampire Survivors. I don't think I ever finished 100% it yet.
Well, they added a bunch of stuff, so
I know.
we'll never finish.
I have
No
too many
longer
video
100%
games
it.
to play.
It's just
What if I become a full-time streamer?
okay.
I make
You should
$0.
just give up and play FFT instead.
I mean,
Make $0.
the worse you play, the more people watch you. Apparently.
That's true, I guess. Just start a YouTube with all my shit playthroughs.
They'll call you
Call myself
Dark
a
Side.
bad gamer.
Dark Side Q. Well, no, you have to
Oh.
pretend like you don't know that you're bad.
Oh, okay.
Go yourself the God Gamer.
How was I supposed to know?
Exactly.
True.
That could be your catchphrase.
So we finished grinding. Now it's time to do side quests.
No, now it's time for Savage
Let's-
Frog.
Wow, you
Yeah.
should just play RuneScape with me, Freddy.
Is it at 8 or is it in 2 minutes or an hour?
2 minutes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I need to scarf down my pizza
It's
fast.
3 minutes, guys. No Lord.
He's correct. Probably 2.5.
Look, I've got 3 minutes before I'm late.
I thought you said that match wasn't going to take 15 minutes.
Freaking Irons, they lost. It cost me 2 or 3 minutes while the match reset.
Okay, Iron Man.
No, it's not me. It's not my fault. It's the Irons' fault. You don't understand.
You are the Iron.
Huh? Can't prove that. Would an Iron have an Abyssal Lantern, a rare drop from this minigame? No, because they would have bought it off the market board. But I have an Abyssal Lantern. Curious. Very curious.
Hmm.
You can hum it all day.
Oh yeah, we gotta fight Athena 1 again.
Manning, Xbox is Athena, Athena. That's Athena's team, right?
No.
Xbox eats Athena, baba me me mo bo bo boo doo boo 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 boo.
Yeah.
Hey,
Sucks.
the question is, where's Dave?
That's a good... He's right there, actually. Dave was right there.
Like it was a question I had, and you've answered it.
He has no voice, but he's there.
And he must scream.
Oi, mumsies.
Okay, Prenny, I need you to go get us an Athena 1 skip.
Good news! I just finished the round. Freaking Irons made me lose the last round, but you know.
I'm in before 9. Can't accuse me of being late.
You
You're
is
not in
accusing
game
you
yet.
of being late?
No, I
Oh,
said you
never mind.
can't accuse me of being late.
Oh,
I was in before 9.
okay.
Alright, we'll do the rewards afterwards.
Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I'm getting on now.
James not on either.
I'm getting on now.
Though he did flag Discord on his cell phone, I just noticed recently, so.
What does that mean?
means he is
He's online.
around. Yeah. He was probably checking to see what Discord
What
said.
Prinny was rattling about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically free from that point on. So
Let me open up the fight video in case we make it
yeah,
to Pan
it's free.
Genesis.
Opens up YouTube.
What is it, Q?
Yep.
I recommend for this one aim
I
for
guess
the
only
inside
if
of
he
the waymark
watches it,
for
not
two
in,
reasons. One, you're
video.
further away from the arrows, and dodge
Then we
the
could call him
for
Q.
exaflares. Next up is Ekpyrosis.
Okay, what's
This is always
happening?
going to be a combination of 2 proximity markers. and
Top
4
10
X's.
survivor
This is
moments.
one of 2 patterns that you may see. For this pattern,
Stop, you're
you need to
exciting
dodge
Q
the
too much.
proximity
Same.
markers first by
You know,
shooting
it's
west.
funny because like
We're gonna have
you know, I watched that
group
Jumba
west,
video,
group 2 go east.
and
You
it's
go
like
near
you don't
the
really
enemy,
need the
you will
markers.
dodge in an
You just
exaflare.
need to like line up with the lines on the floor. It truly is. It truly is a line on the floor moment.
Doobie-wop-bop.
Yeah, except
Who
that,
sings that?
except D&B aren't. D&B
No,
are
but it doesn't
optional.
matter. No. Listen, it doesn't matter because like, so what happens is you're in the middle of while A and C are on like the crosses, right? D and B are on like the line, like middle of the line, in between the crosses.
Yeah, but there's no marker for the middle of the line.
What do you mean?
Wasn't
How do
the
you know
Jonas
you're in?
Brothers?
How do you know you're in the exact middle?
Because it's in between 2 crosses.
Q.
But you might be more on
No.
one side, and you might be too far.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You're standing in the
It was
middle.
something brothers, I
two
thought.
crosses.
Yes, they are brothers, but it's not in their title.
Who are brother?
Are you sure?
100% sure.
Ooh, the Jonas Brothers aren't brothers.
They are, but they did not sing Bop.
They-
June Bob. What's the name of the song, guys? Come on.
I would put it down any amount of money. That's how sure I am. I know who it is.
Hanson.
Yeah, you have to look it up.
I did have to. Yes. Obviously, I don't know. I don't know songs.
I was trying to let Dave figure it out.
I had to Google it. Not gonna lie.
Lie. Lie right now.
What?
What?
Nani?
Okay, let's see. The exo flares is east-west groups or north-south groups. So it's either group 1, group 2, or melee range groups, right? How are we spreading for this? How does the melee range spread?
The rest of the exif just before the third.
I crossed my legs like a lady.
Ooh,
It's the P10 spreads.
the P10 spready. So
For
we're
the
Is
spreading
P10
horizontal.
spreads?
so we're gonna
For
have
horizontal spreads, yes.
we're gonna have tanks at the top then, because that's how we did it in 10. If we want to do it consistently with that,
Oh.
No.
that's
what-
fine.
Wait. Is there like a pair spread, or is it just like a full stack and then single spread? Like roll? Is it like 4 than 1? Like a group of 4 and then solos?
No,
And now to
everybody
dodge
just
the
fully
rest of the
spreads.
It's 4 than
The
duos.
easy way to do this is when the exaflare symbols
What
No.
is it?
middle as soon as you can.
Oh, he has them grouped up.
No,
They
it's
don't
just
have
4
to.
and then you dodge into the exaflare.
Yeah, true.
So everyone spreads out and then you dodge into the exaflare.
You can use your usual vertical
Isn't it?
spreads will go off.
No, there's a everyone gets hit twice.
As soon as the first exaflare
Right?
and the proximities go off, you need to start.
Am I crazy?
Pyrosis.
Yeah, you're
Crazy.
crazy.
Yeah.
No, I think it just
There's
has a
a-
spread, but like it takes a little bit. So
Well, we get twice because there's like an
In this
out,
case,
but
the proximity markers are gonna
you have to
appear
get away from the
west,
center, but
and then you have
then
diagonal
everybody
exaflare.
spreads.
One second.
Yeah, there's no partner mechanic there.
Complicated. Before the mechanic even starts, you want to have a conga line. A tank bus.
For which one?
You want to ending grab.
The
Pyrosis.
Pyrosis.
You can try.
Pyrosis flare.
You want to have a conga.
Yeah, I mean, there's group mechanics, but not.
There's no group mechanic. It's a spread.
Spreads will go off.
The spready.
Everyone, your group stacks on
Your
a
group
location.
picks a side so that you
Yes.
can spread appropriately, but there's no group mechanic.
There's no group mechanic, but
Like,
there's a
there's no
spread
there's
mechanic.
no group damage. Yeah.
But there's
The
spread
damage
damage.
happens because of the
Because
what's
your
it called?
mom.
Yeah.
Because of the
the
proximity
mom.
markers resolving.
Yeah.
All right,
And
hang
then
on.
damage and then damage happens because of the spread resolving.
Sorry, are we debating group 1, group 2, north, south here on the second image, or is this just...
No.
I came in halfway through the conversation and I didn't pay attention.
No,
to
we
a word
were
of it.
just talking about how the like
Mechanic
what mechanics actually happen during the exit flares.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. There's no
There's no 4-man stack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no partner stack either.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah.
recommend in the video. He just recommends being over there just to get over there early.
Well, there is an AoE damage that goes out, but
Yes.
that's everyone, so it makes it easier to heal.
Okay. Alright, let's boot up and let's one-shot this.
I believe.
I don't.
You believe.
I don't believe
Well, I
in
believe too.
myself.
You know what? I believe.
Alright.
I'm not
I
potting.
believe.
Prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest!
Oh, this is definitely the run.
From nothing I mold life.
I did just crit my confetti.
You cannot escape my
Lunch.
eternal gaze.
Purple. Swap early. Swap. Stay.
Digimon 1.
Dodge right.
It's dodge right.
Dodge right.
Oh shit, I provoked early.
Rip.
I'm provoking back.
Well, I wouldn't until...
Just drop your stance. Drop stance. Wait,
I got
how
it.
did you just died from the hit?
Oh, you said drop stance, not drop pants. Alright.
Yeah,
That's
he
probably
didn't
why.
mid it. 160k.
Well, that resolves it. Resolve the mechanic.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Super chain 1. Super chain 1.
Out partners.
Uh, 3 next. 3 next. Support spread.
In first.
In then out.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Purple.
Purple.
Stay. Swap last.
Swap last.
Stay.
Swap last. Swap last.
Swap.
Party stuff.
Today, my theories
Party
are
out.
proven as
Party
Party
out.
out. Party out.
Ollie out.
Poly once and out.
Tank Busters? No,
Nope.
Digimon
No.
3. Digimon 3. Digimon 3.
Yep.
Oh, it's just flames and goggles.
Yep. What's your debuffs? Light tower.
Light tower, light tower.
Light towers.
I give voice.
I'm out.
Ah, man.
Now it's sync.
This is but a glimpse of the god's strength.
Fast second, third. Fast second, third.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Fucking easiest one now, yeah.
Yeah. First laser.
First.
Second laser. It's fast. Next one. Third.
Third laser.
Fourth laser.
Fourth laser.
Alright.
Good job. Good job, everyone.
Go to A.
Was a perfect call. Remember to hold your bursty.
The bursty.
Mom says I'm not allowed to hold my burst.
Oh,
We have burst at home.
burst at home. Image of
Prepare yourself.
Gaius. Alright, remember straight or back backtrack.
You cannot escape.
Straight through.
See?
Yellow side. Swap early. Box. Party out.
Cox.
First.
Miscalculations are inevitable, but best.
Remember, it's one step at a time, guys. This last one step at a time. We're starting at A.
A. Going to B.
To B. Remember,
Partners at B.
Shine brilliant for me.
cleave through the middle. It's partners. Walking after the cleave. Partners.
I'm missing partner. Okay.
It's in. Boss guy.
Oh.
And then out clock, remember? And then we're going to 1. Oh no!
I got extras.
No.
Well, we have healers.
Yeah,
Tank LB? Not Tank LB, sorry.
DPS on me, you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
Right. Fucking spam sucker. Let's do that. Get a heal out.
Oh, we're dead.
Yeah, I think. I don't know if a healer LB would have done it, but.
I think the DPS LB would.
You know what? I am not disappointed I potted.
I must have moved late.
In fact, if we all potted, that would have been a
Well, I went to the complete wrong side.
Oh, I thought I was safe, but I wasn't.
Wait, so where did everyone die? Everyone died to the ads?
I died to the ads.
Talon was missing before the ads because he was not there for the partner spot.
I got doubled for the.
Yeah, and then I mean, people die and then the double dead. Okay, well, let's just go again.
Yeah, I actually survived the solo partner, but then I got double beamed as well, I think.
Yeah.
I
Probably.
targeted Q.
Yeah, I'm gonna pot.
It would have been a clear.
I don't think so, but
May have been.
could
May
have
have
been, I
been.
guess.
Well, after
May have been.
DPSLB was just like 2%.
It was a 2%.
We ended that on 1%.
Yeah, but it's like
Seriously, Simon, we
1.9%.
It could have been, yeah, it could have been.
Ease out on 1% with
I didn't
everyone
pot.
voting.
I didn't pot the first time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You cannot
Offside.
escape my eternal gaze.
Stay. Top last. Stay. Swap.
Ooh, somebody slacking. Well, I lived.
Digimon 1.
Dodge left.
Tank Buster next. Alright, Super Chain 1.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
In clocks. Going to 4 next. Support spread.
In first.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Yellow, blue.
She's very slightly tilted, so just be.
Swap early.
Swap early.
Swap and stay.
Swap early.
Swap. Stay.
Party stuff next.
Today, my fears
Party in.
shall be proven as fact.
Digimon 3. Digimon 3. Watch your debuffs. Watch your tethers.
Light power.
Silent vessel, I give voice.
I'm out.
I
we're dead.
got hit by something.
Yeah, you were
Right. Oh.
No, the lines
Yeah.
the lines were off.
No, I think was I supposed to be cross?
No.
I don't know.
I think the lines on
you were
I think the lines on
okay.
my side were off.
I was on the wrong tile.
Yeah. You got to the right place, but it snapshotted you.
I got.
Wait, was it Q or Meg?
It was me.
Okay. Let's go again. All good.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing, I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal
Yellow.
gaze.
Stay. Don't move. Stay.
Oh.
Guys, hello.
Stay. Go back to the other side.
Oh, you guys! Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
They don't move. Yeah.
It was stay the whole time. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You really said stay. Don't move.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I don't have any excuses.
You had company.
I've done that before.
There's no excuse for that. You just do it.
It's okay. I don't even
No.
say myself sometimes. Everyone gets their.
Well, cost my swap. Surely I'll be right this time.
You die, so.
Yeah. All right. Apologies. That was retarded.
He was like just demonstrating how to not solve the mechanic.
Oh no, deployment tactics has don't fit.
Ah, well.
That's okay.
It's fair.
It's fine. I'll just use the different move because it doesn't have damage anyway.
From nothing, I mold life.
Guys, I just crit every one of my opening moves.
Nice.
We're wiping. No, it's over. That's what I'm saying.
Escape my eternal gaze.
Yellow.
There ain't no way.
Stay. Swap blast.
Swap blast.
Stay.
Swap blast. Swap blast.
Swap.
Digimon 1, tower. Tether. Dodge left.
Left. Dodge left.
Super chain 1. Super chain 1.
Chains are forged from
Super
the
chain 1.
fabric of creation.
Out partners. We'll be going to 2 next. Yellow. You come over here. Where are you going? Support strat.
In first.
In first.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Blue side.
Stay. Don't move.
Stay. Stay. Stay.
Don't move.
Stay.
Don't fucking move.
Hold.
Total.
No, move.
Party out.
Party out.
Alright, Digimon 3. Check your debuffs soon. Dark Towers. Dark Towers. I am out.
I'm in.
Oh no. Oh.
That's not a good thing.
Everybody seems to be alive.
True. I think that is a good sign.
Sorry, there was a little bit of dancing on my side.
Well,
there was a little bit of dancing on my
they just
side.
liked the choreography.
Some DDR over there. Alright.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. I was like, am I getting shot here?
I had to stretch the tether to see it properly.
So anyway, they started blasting Prinny.
Yeah. I think it took one person to like fake out the other person. I think that's what happened there. It was very funny.
Not bad. I ate one too many Aether charges. Apparently.
Fast first laser hit, and then kind of spread out.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Who's my partner? Laser 1. Laser 2.
Laser
3.
3.
I got clipped by the shockwave. I was just a little too in.
Oh my god. Oh, Ivan's dead.
I can get him.
I got him.
Prinny. Oh.
Oh, but I got Brennan. But no. Shit. Okay, hang on. Get this stuff out.
I'll admit this.
Should be okay. I'm hard rezzing.
Alright, so let's heal out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prepare yourself.
Get the chin.
You cannot escape
Through on A. Yellow side.
Great.
You.
You closer.
Walk early.
Move early.
Yeah.
Outside.
Oh, whoops.
It's
Red,
tilted.
fuck.
This is a party in, but we're dead.
Oh, that's dumb. Yeah. Smell you later.
I think I died because I rezzed
Yeah.
Ivan and I wasn't topped off.
Yeah, I'm not sure res during that.
No, you just have to wait. You have to wait it out. You can't res in the middle.
Well, wouldn't I not make it to the north before the platform broke if I waited?
You will respawn on the north side, which is when.
Oh
you take the
really?
res.
Okay. I didn't know how that worked. That's why I accepted it right away, because I figured I was screwed. Like I might be screwed either way.
No. You just wait it out. Let your body fall. You'll
Okay.
respawn north, and then you take the res.
My body's hit the floor.
Yeah, I was just standing a little too close to the center, I
Show
guess.
me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing, I mold life.
Yeah, Q, you're standing way too close to cell. You need to. Just like,
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I'm focusing on
trusting
like,
now that
pushing
you're
buttons
moving.
To stay, and then swap
Swap
last.
last.
Top last.
Yeah, you keep doing it.
Stay. Swap. Okay, I will try to be better about when I like start pushing buttons that I'm pushing it farther to the west.
I even hit you with that X cut. That hurt.
Dodge left.
Oh no. Oh, I thought I was.
Okay.
Hang on. No. We were just.
Yep.
Alright, it's fine. I got it.
Dodge left.
I do want to inform you guys that this is in fact the run, though. I have screwed up my rotation so bad.
So have I. It's gotta be the run, right?
Yeah, no, it is 100% confirmed.
In partners.
I like potted a GC.
One next.
Spiraled.
One. DPS spread.
Outpost.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Yellow. Stay. Pop last. Stay. Swap.
Already still?
Today, my theory
Already out.
shall be proven as fact.
Alright, Digimon 3. Watch debuffs. Light towers.
I give
I am in.
Oh, you're over at the side. Shit.
Light tower.
Lose it. I lost it. Fuck!
What happened?
I noticed too late that I was on the wrong side. That Prinny was my partner's.
Oh.
I thought you were just calling it rather than being the one that called, like, you know.
Yeah, normally when I call it,
check
it's
the debuffy.
Yep.
Yeah. Generally, if I call it, I'm that tower. I don't call it if I'm not.
Yep.
Neither do I actually. So.
Yeah, I noticed that James hasn't paid attention to your call.
Yeah. I don't. If I'm not it, I don't call it. So, because.
I try to double check at the debuffs, but if I hear you talking, I'm like, okay, am I the other tower?
Okay, cool. Honestly.
I feel like all of us are pretty.
Yeah, it's been pretty
right?
consistent. Yeah, when you're the tower.
Yeah. Okay.
from nothing. I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Purple. Stay. Swap last.
Swap last?
Yep, stay. Swap. Dodge left.
I'm missing some.
Q, I think you're on. Oh no, I'm
No,
wrong.
I'm right.
wrong.
Where are you?
North.
Oh no!
East.
I can only get one of them.
Dodge left. We've survived.
Yeah,
God,
Pretty's a
bud.
god. Pretty's a god,
bud.
dude.
What did I say? Pretty bless? Okay.
Yeah, Pretty blessed.
Yeah, let's just forget that happened and let's just keep going.
It's lucky it's the same color. Sometimes it's dual color, and then it just gets even harder.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, well, I guess when you're the person that's missing, someone who's looking for the wrong person.
Yeah.
Who's looking for the
Yeah.
wrong person.
But like,
Out partners.
I'm just saying, like, for me, like, sometimes I don't retain what color
Green?
other I am.
Support spread.
Yeah, I got baited by the late south and north.
In first.
In first.
Support spread.
Damn.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Purple.
Purple side.
Stay. Swap last. Stay. Swap.
Today, my theory
Party
shall be
in.
proven as fact.
Alright, Digimon 3, Digimon 3. Want to check debuffs. Want to stretch out your tether. Want to soak the tower.
Lucky you're not DPS, I guess.
Dark Tower, Dark Tower.
I give voice.
I'm out.
Mid.
Oh!
Oh! Somebody not so.
Someone didn't soak?
Was I thought I was in the middle, but it was like barely any on my side.
Yeah, it did seem a little bit.
Oh, like the tower wasn't
Yeah, there was
overlapping
barely
enough?
any. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
I guess I should have just like
I need to
gotten
go
as far
further
as
in,
I
I
could.
guess.
I think you just gotta hug the corner no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As close as you can manage. There's some wiggle room, but it's not a whole lot.
Okay, let's do this, guys.
Whoops.
That I might become divinity manifest.
All good.
A
Got
little
my
excited.
This guy hit every sog.
From nothing, I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Yellow.
James
Okay.
back. James, go back.
Swap last.
Swap last. Swap last, swap last.
Stay.
Fuck!
Swap.
Nah,
Oh, thank you, Q.
Yep.
What do we? Oh, I don't have. Yeah,
Oh, we're done.
I'm missing.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
no.
we're just resetting.
Yeah.
I almost saved it.
Yeah, you swapped for some reason.
Yeah,
I'm running
because
up.
I just was like panicking and running in.
Well, that's it. I mean, he would have died regardless.
Yeah, because he would have taken the.
Taking the
Redo.
hit by himself.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing, I mold life. You cannot escape my eternal
Purple.
gaze.
Swap early. There.
Swap early.
Swap. There.
Swap early. Watch your tethers.
Dodge left.
Dodge left.
Dodge left.
Oh, what was it? Oh, no. Yeah, that was weird. I guess it was locked in south because Ivan was south?
Yeah, no, it does that sometimes.
that?
It's
Oh, I
just
just
kind of
didn't
funny
realize.
watching Maggie.
Maggie ran across the arena. Yeah, that's
I gotta
why
get my
like,
back positional.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I was just like, what the fuck is happening?
Out
Out
pairs.
pairs. Going to 2 next. 2 next. Support spread.
In first? Or out first, out first,
Out
out
first,
first,
out
out first,
first.
out first.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Red. Stay. Swap last. Stay.
Swap last.
Swap.
Party. Party in.
Party in.
Remember to check your debuff.
Bear speeds.
Remember to drop the tower appropriately. Remember to silk the tower. Listen for the calls. Dark tower. Dark tower. I am in. Oh, we're dead.
Alright, I went north with someone. Plus, no, I went south. No, okay, I should have been south. That's,
You're in the cross? Cross is south.
yeah, cross the south. Sorry.
Truly, the first one was always the best one.
It always is. We should have cleared it right there.
Can't-
Always
I should
pot.
have plotted.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing I mold life. You cannot
Upsides.
escape my eternal gaze.
Yellow. Swap early. Swap early. Swap. Stay.
Watch your tether. Dodge
Dodge
left.
left. Dodge left.
If you find the opportunity to refood, you may need to.
Do it while we're running.
Sorry if I scared you, Ava.
Yo, you did. Were you refooting?
I was checking.
Yeah, I was like, I'm shirking anyway at that point.
Purple next, 4. Support spread.
In first.
In, out. Support spread.
Sorry, I moved a little bit, Tom.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Red. Swap early. Swap early then stay. Swap. Okay.
Party stuff next.
Today, my theories
Already
shall
out.
be
Already out.
proven as fact.
Digimon 3, come on, Jack. Remember. the Alamo.
Digimon!
Remember that.
Remember your training!
Do it for Agumon.
Dark Tower, Dark Tower.
I give voice.
Okay.
I'm out.
In. For that reason. I'm in. Good reason.
This is but a glimpse of the god's strength.
Fast last lasers are fast.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Laser 1.
And it, Laser 2!
Laser 3.
Laser 3.
4.
8. Oh, 8's over here.
8.
Okay, let's do it. Nice.
Seven hells to the pinnacle of the heavens.
It's not Peggy meditating.
Yeah, I did too! I did too!
I wasn't sure if I was safe, so I. I think I would have been, but it was. Very
It looks like you were floating!
That was mega sus, dude. I was like, I'm about to watch a man die.
I'm glad you mentioned it.
I pressed the button against my better judgment.
Straight through on
Great.
Pepsi, purple.
Stay.
That
Swap last.
Oh, sorry, yellow side. Yeah, sorry.
swap last.
Swap last side, yeah. And it's pairs. Oh.
I don't understand.
Pretty.
Heal early, heal early.
No one's alive. Oh, okay,
we're
get
dead.
one of us.
We're all
Come on,
dead.
Kay.
Ah.
Come on, Kay. Get me up.
No, it's
Get
okay.
30 up. Doesn't matter.
I don't have the MP.
What happened?
I must have not been fast enough.
What did you get clipped by?
I'd assume it was the sun.
The middle? Yeah. Seemed like that was the timing.
Yeah, I mean, because if you look at where I died, I just must have gotten a
don't know.
snapshot. I'm not sure if I got hit by the middle puddle or by Ad.
Did you run too far ahead? I mean, part of the donut is covered by
That's
pancake.
easy to do. I've done it before.
If you run
Probably-
too far,
probably what happened,
you get
actually.
you get clipped by a donut or a pancake.
So otherwise, you were totally in the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, because I died on you.
You did, yeah.
Oh, no, my careful. That's annoying.
All good. That's an easy one to fall prey to.
From nothing I mold life.
Yellow. Stay. Swap last.
Swap left.
Stay. Swap.
Dodge
right. Dodge right.
Oh, that's what happened.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
And partners.
4 next, purple. DPS or spread?
Oh, first.
Okay, I'm gonna die here probably.
You cannot escape my
I
eternal
take it back.
gaze.
Yellow, blue. Swap early. Swap again. 2 swap.
Yarr.
2 swap
Swap.
this time.
Swap again.
God damn it. I moved. I didn't.
Today, my theory
Already in.
Already in.
The fucking pancake and the donut, the pancake is bigger than the donut. So you can't like.
It is. It
It's
is.
so
and
stupid. It's actually so fucking
flips
stupid.
me. It's
Yeah,
so
that
dumb.
they're not that they're not like
No.
inverses. Yeah.
It's not inverses yet.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
That's what got me
it's
too. It's so fucking dumb.
Digimon 3.
Yes. Check your deal.
dumb. Ultimate Digimon.
Light towers.
Light tower, light tower.
I'm in.
give voice.
I'm out.
This is but a glimpse of the god's strength.
So be fast ones first.
Yeah. First 2 are fast lasers.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Laser 1.
Laser 2. Okay, I didn't stand on top of you this time.
Laser 3.
Laser 4.
Oh,
Hey,
come
hey,
over to
hey,
A.
Go to A.
hey,
A.
hey, 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 hey.
Targetable.
The runners who listen to the call straight or backtrack and then swap early or late, or no swap at all.
You cannot escape my
Gray.
Straight through. Yellow.
Swap early. Swap early pattern.
Swap early.
Stay on the side. Out and clock.
Today, my theory shall be proved.
Party out. In.
Yes, yes, party.
Partying, partying. Yeah.
Lots.
I fucked up.
Miscalculations are inevitable, but vexing.
Chain 2.
I keep forgetting that it's at the end of that thing. A.
A.
Going to dog. And then back to A.
Shine brilliant for me!
Lead in the middle. Blocks after this.
Towards the middle.
Ah.
Outclocks.
Outclocks, outclocks, outclocks.
Oh no.
Oh no!
We have a tank LB?
yeah.
Or not tank, sorry.
No,
Not tank,
well.
not tank. Oh. I meant DPS.
I thought you needed one for that raid wide.
DPS. Oh, DPS. Oh. Oh, what happened? Guys.
I got snapshotted by the beam.
So which beam?
As.
Oh my god! It's over! It's P8 all over again.
I was like, I thought I had made it, but I got snapshotted. So that's how I died, and then I rezzed, and then I fell.
Food if you need to.
Acme. What's that here?
So I have to wait. If you get rezzed, you have to wait until the platforms fall to then hit res.
Yes.
Yeah.
I pressed it a second too early.
Yeah, you gotta wait till your body gets pured.
Yeah, sorry, I keep saying tank, but I mean DPS.
Yeah.
It will always be DPS, LB,
Alright.
unless I use it. It'll never be a tank.
I was questioning the call, but
No,
it was
yeah, it's-
limited time.
It will always be a DPS LB.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest! From nothing, I mold life. You cannot
Both sides.
escape my eternal gaze.
Purple. Stay. Don't fucking move.
Gotcha.
Don't move. Don't
On
move.
it.
Stay. Hell yeah, we did it. Hardest mechanic in the game.
Watch your tethers. Watch your debuffs.
Touch left.
You okay?
Yeah. I
Touch
did.
left.
I had to look all the way to the third one. Just took a minute. Yeah, I just like double checked both north and east before I committed to the third. Because that's what I didn't do last time.
From the fabric of creation.
In
Clocks.
Oh. The 3 next.
Off of me! Off of me!
Oh, sorry, it's game blocking.
3.
Gotcha.
3.
I was always at 3.
Out first.
DPS spread. Out, in. Oh, we're dead.
Out first. Oh.
No. Get over okay.
You cannot escape
What happened
my
there?
eternal gaze.
I don't know.
Did we have too many people on one side?
And, I mean, basketball went to the
I
wrong
dropped my
side after
I
that.
dropped my thingy inside the thingy of the donut, but no one soaked it.
Well, I think part of raid.
No, it's
part of
the-
raid side died. I think on that.
Yeah, there were 2 people dead going into the 3rd orb.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were spread. It was DPS spread, so no one did the tower.
Third
No,
third
but they-
orb going in. That means they died on the 2nd orb.
Yeah, they died to the beam. Somebody was on the wrong
stacks.
side, I guess. Yeah.
No, I understand that, but it was DPS spread, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I'm saying we could have still done the tower.
I tried to take the tower, but we went.
You cannot
That's right.
escape my eternal gaze.
Swap early. Swap. Day. Dodge left.
Touch left.
Touch left.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
In partners.
Going to 4 next. 4. Deep or support spread. Support spread.
Out first.
Up first.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Red.
Swap. Double swap.
Double swap.
Swap. Swap again.
Party?
Yes.
Party stuff incoming.
Today, my
Party
theory
out.
shall be proven as fact.
Digimon 3. Watch your debuffs, guys. Oh god, doing raid today. Just reminded me I have to do P10 in 2 days.
Black.
Dark towers.
I give voice.
I'll be in.
I'm out.
Both healers are outside, by the way, so be careful. Yeah, definitely when the healers are on the outside, that's stuff up and spot healing there.
Spooky.
Hey,
Yeah.
that is cringe. Tank Buster? I don't know if that was all fast lane. Like, actually wasn't working. Pretend they were though.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
I'm pretend.
I just ran all the way around. First laser.
Laser 2. Yeah, they're all fast. They're all fast. Laser 3.
Laser 3.
Laser 4.
No way. Fucking top 2 off.
No, he was real low.
He was really low. I was
saw.
spam healing him.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
come in.
am an idiot. Yep.
Oh, dude, I have to wait.
I know.
I don't have.
Well.
I can get him. I can. It's okay, it's Phoenix phase anymore. Would I have loved you to die?
Yeah, I
It
was-
was Bahamut phase.
He was on the opposite side of me, so he wasn't catching on my heels.
Maybe that's it.
But I did spot heal him twice.
You cannot
A, straight.
Run through. Yellow side.
Swap last, swap last. Swap last. We're doing a partner.
I'm dead.
Oh, fine.
Nice.
Party in. Party in.
Just south for this.
This is pot window.
Darn right.
Okay, let's do this. Okay, just pay attention to the order. Pay attention to the order.
Hey.
Hit yellow.
B.
Back to A.
Shine brilliant for me.
Dodge the cleave. Then do clock.
In.
Kill.
Clock's out.
I give voice.
D.
Where is it? Yeah. I'll heal there, LB. Where the fuck are the bodies? Yeah, we're not doing it. 4%.
Seven hells to the pinnacle of the heavens. The world shall
Yeah, you gotta remember the order, guys. It's basically a wipe, I think, if someone dies here because it just chain kills everyone. And to dodge the cleave, it's the B and D markers. That's the safe spot.
Yeah. Donut.
Any further in and you're dead.
Donut, cleave, like normal mechanic, adds, outclocks.
Is it always outclocks?
It's always
At the very end, it is
or-
always
yeah.
outclocks.
Okay.
The middle mechanic can be either pairs or clocks.
Pairs or clogs. Yeah. But once the cleave hits, then you do the spread.
Yeah.
show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Q, do you pop mini for
From nothing I mold.
I do. I pop it early.
you don't even know what mechanic I'm talking about.
Okay.
What was it?
Yellow.
What was it?
I pop it for limit cut.
But you pop it early? How early?
Yeah. At the very beginning. Swap early.
Okay. That was my question about it.
I know.
You had you read him like a book.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, the problem was is that I was far from you for Digimon 3, so I also had to pop my.
I know.
My second
I
win.
manually healed 2 people.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I was
then,
like, yeah.
so then second win wasn't up for that.
I see.
Yeah. This is gonna be dodge left, by the way.
Dodge left. Hey, come on, guys, we can do this. I know we can.
Her mom energy is too strong.
Bro, my dot didn't go off. What the fuck?
Cancel the run. It's Joker.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
How clocks?
Clocks.
Going to 3 next? DPS spread.
Out first. Out first.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Yellow?
Swap early. Swap.
Party stuff next.
Today, my
Already
theory
out.
shall be proven as fact.
Check your debuffs, guys. Check your debuffs. 3, 2, 1.
Dark Tower, Dark Tower.
Dark Towers. I'm in.
I am out.
Tank Buster.
This is but a glimpse of the gods' strength.
Do fast first lasers.
Fast first lasers, yeah.
And then slow second lasers.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Fast first lasers. Laser 1.
Laser 2.
Laser
Laser
3.
3.
Oh, my bad, Kay.
Sorry. Fourth laser.
Fourth laser.
Good job.
Okay. Roll tag.
Slowly A.
Targetable.
Seven elves to the pinnacle of the heavens. The world shall crumble. Such a singularly resolute soul. You cannot
Double
escape
back.
the eternal gaze.
Purple. Stay. Don't swap.
Stay on the same side the whole time.
Yep.
Stay on the same side. And then it's clocks. Clocks. Nice.
My fury shall
Party
be
out.
proven as fact.
Thoughts?
Fucking, this window is disgusting.
It is absolutely.
Really is.
I have too much no, for healers, especially because we're fucking topping people up for the on the. C.
C.
We're one at a time, guys. One at a time.
C then D.
Dog.
His partners.
And then back,
And then back
to C.
to C.
Shine brilliant for me.
To the D marker, guys.
Out.
These partners. That's gonna be out. Okay, out if you can.
To silent vessels, I
Out
give
clocks.
voice.
Where is it? Here.
3D.
I'm gonna cover
Talon,
Prinny.
get up. Yeah, please, and thank you.
Yeah, you're covered.
LB when you get up, Talon.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Got
that
it.
should have
Yeah,
been.
that's it.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
that's
it.
it.
And then hit it.
That's it. That's it.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
How are people dying at the end? Was it like ads and stuff again? Like ads or whatever?
Yeah, I just wasn't back out far enough. on
Yeah,
my
you guys just have to look. It's hard to call.
Yeah.
Because if it's out, you're like it's out.
When
out,
you're
out.
getting to B or D, look at the ads then, because you have a couple seconds where you like
Yeah.
the mechanics on autopilot, so you can look at the ads.
Yeah. Once you go to like the sides, there's like 5 seconds to look.
Yeah, that's when I do, and it's pretty consistent.
Busy trying to remember the difference between B and D. I think one has an indent in the middle. Is it D? I don't know, man.
The different colors.
I keep mixing up B and D tonight.
Only that
Bat and dog.
God can
I turned my camera the wrong way.
It's okay.
In there.
I got to use
a
cover.
Three-letter word
That's
with O and G.
the true value town.
Alrighty.
I can create worlds or unmake them.
Yeah, let's just try to make the best of these 40 to 40 minutes we have. Any questions about? Remember, the fire and the wind stuff. D&B is always wind, and if you're a fire, it will always be a spot you may consider.
Oh, pretty.
No.
I was far enough west now, right now for that mechanic. I'm
For
in a better
what?
place.
The
For
Super Chain 2 stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah,
or did I-
where we're standing now is perfect. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
That's perfect. Before you're literally like right beside
Yeah.
them.
I was worried about pushing buttons, but now that I know what to do,
Everybody remember to be on the right side or left side as the fight starts.
Yeah.
Technically, being on the right side isn't wrong because the right side is the left side. Uh-huh.
What?
What?
3 lefts mix around.
I'm going south.
Okay. Do it.
If
Where
you're
you
going south facing
He is
west.
going south.
If you're going south while we're facing west, it's totally fine.
Imagine if this fucking mechanic was like it turned with. where it's
Yeah. If the
Oh my
angle
God.
mattered,
Yeah.
that would be epic.
Did you just? Why did you extract the material? What?
Who extracted materia?
Maggie.
Don't ask questions.
It's called economics, guys.
North south. North south.
They just caught my eye, and I was like, what just happened?
Move.
Move.
Oh, I wanted to ask. Maybe Dave, after we move, you pop a rampart here.
Oh yeah, I need to give him my cookie.
Yeah, I don't know if you're saving it for something. But take giga amount of damage.
Horizontal.
Horizontal guy. Line up sideways. We'll see. We'll talk about that after. Probably after we break the chains or something. It's like a good place.
Yeah,
to
because she
pause it.
starts autoing for like 30 seconds or something straight.
I just don't know if classical guys.
BPOG?
Yeah, BPOG, Xbox 360.
A pyramid, B cube.
Let's see here.
Betas to the back.
Beta
Afterwards.
back, alpha front. Dodge.
Move.
To the corners of the number. Oh, it's smooth.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's smooth because of what we did. Oh, no, it's not the right marker.
Oh, we didn't do.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
This is gonna be awkward.
yeah.
Use your best
Luck,
judgment.
everybody.
Tank stuff.
Figure,
Dude.
Oh gosh. Been lucky.
Well, you know, I happen to have it. I happen to have it up on a
It's
YouTube.
too early. It was too
Red,
early.
watch your head. Watch your head. It's on me.
Here. It's around this A. This spot.
It's on me.
I'm gonna stand right
Where
here.
you
Or here, I guess.
Oh, we're dead.
Oh.
It's on- I got Ivan instead of Dave. That's my bad. I only hit down once instead of twice.
Wait, who assumed Dave then? Because he had one stack.
You could I mean, probably not right now, but if you want to make a macro, you could. If Dave's always second on
On your
the
thing,
group,
yeah, you just do it. It just. You
Or
just
maybe
press
I did get Dave.
You, I
Well, he
think you
was
did,
dead.
but you did it early. You did it early.
Earlier.
You had one stack. You had one
Oh.
stack.
Oh,
Let's go.
sorry, I put these up, but are these the latest ones? Because we adjusted last time, right?
Are these the latest ones? I believe they are.
Oh, okay.
I believe I saved over them. What?
Okay.
Oh yeah. So after we break tethers, just pop a rampart. Because I think it should come back up by the time you have to do this crush helmet shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely. I think that's the case.
And like, there's no tank busters before then, right? And you don't need one for the beginning here. So you gotta use it somewhere.
Yeah, and I'll try to feed in my gauge more
Yeah, yeah.
consistently after the tank busters.
Because I use an Aquaville on him too, because it comes back, but it's just so much damage. It's crazy.
That's
I
what
just
happens
assume-
when it's a single auto boss.
I just assumed that it would come back in time because it's only 90, and the other one, Vengeance, is like 2 minutes, right? So
Yes.
yeah.
Denizens of Nimbus, from peak of blackest night, I summon you!
Northeast, southwest.
Move.
Maggie flying away.
Fucking Aquaville the wrong person. Line up horizontally.
Horizontal?
Oh, thank you. I was gonna shift over.
Yeah, you're good.
The heavens bend to my will! From base elements
Poggin.
greatness forged.
Oh, when it's cornered, it solves itself. God bless.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I was saying the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell?
I love
Move.
corners.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed!
Around the number.
Ooh.
Yep. Tank Buster, or are you first?
Light spread.
Fortune and
Oh, just kidding, Crash Home. I like pay attention.
I mean, it doesn't matter where you are at this point.
And force that. God bless.
But nobody clinched
Yo,
my
healer.
stacks.
It's tanks and melee. Tanks and melees. Watch your debuff.
North.
West. Our fires in the middle of the mark. Fires in the middle of the markers. Shift a little bit. Winds out. Winds out.
Maggie?
I don't know where I'm supposed to be
Clockwise?
standing. Heal up to me.
Clockwise?
Yeah.
Hey!
Oh!
I
Somebody
don't know
might
if that
have
was.
moved too much?
I don't know if that was a positioning and getting clipped or.
Was I not far enough over?
Oh yeah, it could have been a wind
no.
clipping a
The-
fire.
No,
It
no,
could
no,
be-
no, no. If a wind hits a person, they're just dead. They
They
fly.
get punted.
Yeah, they get punted.
Yeah,
I think
it
that
is.
was
Oh,
I feel like that
I'm not
came
recording,
from B, though.
Yeah, I did too.
Did it
That's
come
possible.
From B?
It
Maybe
looks
But I don't know what
I
it might
have a
been.
question. So are the people on D and B that are fire? Are they just standing there? They're not moving, right? That's
Correct.
just considered the safe
Yeah.
spot. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you don't know.
But you should move to like the inner corner of it, and I moved toward the center. So maybe I over moved, going toward the center instead of the inner.
Okay, let's just try again. I mean, but that was right. Like everyone's movement was like correct.
It
like,
looked
the
it looked
positioning was
solid.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All the pairing and positionals looked
it looked right. Yeah, but we may have maybe someone
Might
moved too much or someone
overmoved.
flipped,
Yeah.
It's possible it was an overmood, but it happened at the same time the mechanic went off, which was.
It looked to me that the mechanics went off and then we died right after.
Yeah.
So
that sounds like a clip, but maybe
I
not.
presume that it might be possible that when the mechanic went off, somebody was already at 4, and
Yeah.
they should be at
Oh,
4.
could be.
Is the fire the only thing that gives you a stack?
Fire and moving.
Okay.
Yeah. I was the fire on D and I just stood there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also just.
You were the fire on B.
Yes.
I was-
yes.
It took me a second to figure out to run to you, but yeah, I got there.
Yeah, you have some time. It's a thinking mechanic. Think the thinking man's mechanic.
East west.
Move.
I made it first. Haha.
Imagine you say that, and then
I
you
fall
fell.
off. No, I don't. I stop beforehand and make it the other person's job to break tether.
I've started zooming way in for that.
Same.
Vertical.
Vertical. Well, if I stop near the edge and it still hasn't broken, it's not that problem.
Yeah, it's not that.
I'm not gonna walk off to like.
Yeah, it's not that precise.
I'll heal us here too. Back to that mechanic. I think I said that last time. I don't remember.
I think you did. I'm doing my deploy, and then maybe Sarah.
Beepog, beepog, beepog.
It must be this one.
Nope.
Move.
Now move.
Around the marker, guys. Jesus.
Michonne.
Rush. Hell.
No, there are either of them wearing helmets?
No, because I think the gear this tier, the tank.
I'm wearing a flower.
I got him.
Someone, yeah.
I got him. Don't worry.
I also had him.
No, it's fine to have
Tank's
that.
range.
It's me, it's
Tank's
me.
range. Healers in.
North.
West. He dropped his dots. He also killed everyone. I don't know if he actually did. He was the first one to die, though. I don't know what happened there. Was the
Did he get
DPS wrong?
doubled?
Were we too close?
If one person died before everybody else, they probably got doubled, hit 5
Q
stats.
definitely died first. Q definitely died first. I was healing.
I didn't move.
And
And
the
I was
fires.
speaking.
Fires are out. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So you remember, if you're fire, if you're A or C or you're fire, you're in the middle of the marker. Right?
Aren't we all middle of the marker? I don't.
Yeah, I adjusted.
No, the initial
No,
two
the beacons
beacons.
are not.
The initial two beacons are closer to the center,
Oh.
but everybody else should be the middle of the marker.
Let's go again.
Hugh, where were you? Yeah, we
I
can
was
talk about
B.
it.
I was inner B.
You were the marker. Yeah, he was the marker. Yeah. But were you fire?
You
No,
died
because you can't be.
to-
You
I
were
was-
wind.
No, I was wind.
Visionary of the called your liturgy of the bell.
Liturgy. What?
Liturgy.
No, that's a
No,
deal.
no, no.
There's
That's
no
my
way
deal.
I
That's
died
my
to
deal. That's my
Liturgy
deal.
of the Bell.
That's,
Then why
that's
did
an
He took 700,000 damage. So, but that was probably because of the thing.
It
magic,
sounds like a
magic
double.
fall down.
Magic ball,
yeah.
You probably just got clipped. You probably got overlapped by fires from other people.
That would be my
if
guess. Yeah.
anything. So
I probably
we're on the
did it
fires
right.
on the markers.
Center.
Because if A or B or C is like closer and he's
Oh,
okay. What the fuck?
That was you.
That was me. I didn't do anything.
Sus.
Can't explain it. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah, if A or C were like just slightly in as fire, it's easy for him to get.
So the like the other role person who's in A or C can also go center, right?
Yeah, everybody except for the beacon.
Okay,
should
yeah,
be
yeah.
center.
That I just wanted
There's no-
to double check.
Well, why can't the beacon just be center as well? Why?
Because they have to move
Flash
further.
the party.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a-
to splash the party.
Splash
One of the
the
beacons.
party?
One of the beacons has to share damage with the rest of the party.
Yeah, they kind of spooge a bit.
Northeast, southwest.
Move, move, move.
It's because I dropped my dot. That's why I died. It's punishment. Horizontal.
The heavens bend to my will.
It's actually twofold why they have to be closer to the center. One is they're going to be wind and they have to go all the way out to the 1-2 markers. And then the second reason is because they have splash that needs to hit the party.
Yeah, I think the wind is the more concerning part because I think they're like kind of tight.
VPOG, VPOG, VPOG.
Bpog.
Move. And then around the marker, guys. Pink cluster.
Not quite.
I lied.
How could you do this?
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful. Pour cover for when the heavens fall.
Watch the beacon.
Range
Tanks and
tanks.
magic. Range.
Range
I ain't
tanks.
magic.
West.
DPS.
I have a fire.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kay and James are.
Wait, what happened?
Kay and James are both wind.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, I had a fire and I had nowhere to go.
Alright, okay. Yep. Sure.
It was wind north.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
So the other fire would have been south then, right?
Yeah, I
that
was.
was you.
Well, I was a fire south.
Yeah, yeah. So James would have went to you.
Yes.
I'm really worried if I don't get beacon now. It's been.
Yeah,
we got beacon back to back. Yeah, I saw that.
No, me and Dave have been beacon like a bunch now.
Did you know that tonight was my first night getting 5-7 in limit cut?
There's no way
Ever?
that's
Yeah.
there's
That's a
no
lie.
way that's
No,
true.
I've never gotten 5-7 in limit
Somebody
cut.
review every bot. He
I've
knows.
never had to do 5-7 lasers.
He knows we wouldn't fact check him on that, but no, it's that.
Why would I lie about that?
I don't know why you would lie.
I don't know because
You want attention?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I do want to.
because you have a wedding to go to.
Oh, okay, that's also true.
There's no. I'm telling you right now. There's no way that's true.
That's true. I've never had
There
to
ain't
took
no
5-7
way.
lasers.
The gif of the skeleton swinging around
Yeah.
on the ceiling fan.
I'm that skeleton. I don't want to review the bots.
It's a 2-4 pattern. If you know what that
Northwest, southeast. Go.
I fucked up.
Okay, well, I will make sure I'm top. Pop the MIDI.
Vertical.
Vertical.
Vertical. Vertical.
The heavens bend to my will.
Whenever you feel comfortable, yeah.
If it helps any, if you're wind in the center, you'll never go east-west.
Yep.
If that helps any.
From base elements is greatness.
Be pogging.
Augers. Oh no.
Oh no!
What happened?
Oh no!
Did he walk off?
He was too
Oh,
far.
it's
He was
too
too
far.
far.
Oh, tether.
No.
It's over.
Can't believe.
Alan, you were also in the.
Was I also in the wrong place?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Fuck.
The fuck? What do you mean?
No,
Explain
fuck you.
yourself.
Sure, love door bosses.
You love doors in RuneScape, and you love doors here.
Bro. Can't these doors just open themselves?
Dude, when you were talking about how your character will just like run around, you know, a whole building when the doors close. Yeah, it gets me every time.
Yeah.
I love it.
I do not.
I think every time it happens, I just kind of laugh. God dang doors.
Feel the weight of every click.
Thanks, Chris Wilson. Did you know Chris Wilson made the skateboarding?
I wouldn't be surprised. Alright. Well, I want a Quicksilver Flask in this game.
Northeast,
It's
southwest.
a 1-3 pattern. And move.
I love that I can tell when I'm partnered with the sprinter. The tether
Does
breaks
it
so
break
much
early?
faster, yeah.
Yeah, it breaks really early.
I'm never sprinting though. I'm too scared. I'm not scared, little baby.
Vertical. Man, vertical is so weird.
Yeah, sometimes the
it's hard to
tentacles
tell.
don't show up.
Tentacles weird. Well,
Like it
'cause
depends on your
shows up
angle.
at the back and all
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have
if
to
your
have to
camera's
look at
not
that,
on
yeah.
it, you can see it.
Oh, that fire lingers. Careful.
Well, luckily it just gives the damage down though. Looks
Yeah.
like.
From base elements is greatness forged.
You guys disrespect
Pog,
me.
big pog, big pog, big pog.
I believe.
Oh, where are you? Oh, Dave, Dave, Dave!
I'm on the wrong spot!
Oh,
Oh no!
Guys, I think the hexagons are
see
gonna get
blue.
us.
Yeah, it's over.
It's a dodecahedron?
D20, yeah.
Well,
Well, what?
the dodecahedrons have 12 faces, right?
12 faces. Yes, you're correct.
Oh no, I wasn't saying. I was just saying it's a D20.
My coworker made a dodecahedron out of concrete
Okay, and
for
And then
no
what?
reason. He just he brought it to work
How
and
big
was
was
like,
it?
"Look, I
Was
made
it
this."
soccer-
It was
soccer
pretty
ball
big. It was like
size?
the size of a head. Yeah.
Does he? Whoa. Okay. I was expecting, yeah,
How
like
do
a
you
little
lift
one.
that into
He was-
the building?
He's a powerlifter.
He's a power lifter?
Bro, I would like struggle.
Okay, well that's probably why he made it then, so he could lift it.
That's a weird shape to.
I love lifting shapes. We make all kinds of shapes to
He
lift.
was a weird guy.
Maybe he's just like math. He's a math.
I mean, I
He
feel
was,
like
I
if
mean,
you're
he
a
was a
power
scientist. Yes.
Thus goes quintahedron next. We're gonna make that. It's gonna be great.
What do you mean was? He gave up his scientist
Oh,
badge to become
I actually don't know what he does anymore. He's
Wow. Family.
I don't know what's happening. He could just
Thanks,
only be a
rocks.
powerlifter.
You're not allowed to lift and be smart, says Q.
Yep.
Joke's on you, I do not there.
Yeah, same. You can have 0 or 1.
Northeast, southwest.
1-3. Move.
What are you crying about?
I just laugh when there's a giant summon that appears above my head.
The circle pattern.
Beyblade, Beyblade,
I've been waiting for this.
I'm stupid.
Yeah, circle is around the circle.
Yep.
Oh, is that what a circle is?
Yeah, I don't know what a circle is.
From base elements as greatness flows.
Or the mid, that last one.
Deepog.
Wait.
Oh, where are you going? Where? What color was I? Jesus Christ.
We were blue.
We were.
See you later.
I totally thought I was.
Mirror back
something
like
else.
26.
Oh my God. I was like, why is my partner so far?
I cannot. Mark.
I'm gonna go stand in a corner somewhere else where I can't get confused.
Yeah, spread out
And
a
then I'll
little bit.
miss all the heals.
Spread out a little bit. Just spread out a little.
Somebody went
Hey,
to.
Ivan's BRB.
Someone,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do not pull.
I'm pulling right now. What?
Says you canceled it, but yeah, it's still counting down.
Pretty did it.
Do not pull.
We all have shadows here.
We
This
have
guy can afford
shadow.
shadows.
Well, yeah, there's the giant ass sun behind her, so. Right?
True. Or maybe it's our markers. It's so bright.
So grossly incandescent.
Okay, I'm beat.
Okay, let's go.
Still have the Hansen tab open. By the way, they were 16 when Mbot came out.
Yeah.
I can create worlds or unmake.
I can't believe Dave dared question me over knowing Husan. Bob.
Yeah, that is questionable. If anybody would know everything, it's Q.
No, my objection was them not having a word brother in the name.
Well, that was still that's still questioning.
Q has the ultimate authority on all things musical, especially 90s or 2000s related.
True and real.
Only I can guide this dark with rightful
Almost didn't admit that.
I didn't. I was thinking about Hanson.
Every time you mess up something, Q, I'm gonna assume you're thinking about Hanson.
4-2.
Northwest, southeast.
Move, move,
Move.
move. Merv, it's the Beyblade. It's around the Beyblade. Well, guess what?
Practice.
It's the Beyblade. Up the circle, guys.
The heavens bend to my will. From base elements is greatness forged.
Epoch.
Bye.
Tread a little bit.
Oh, God bless. There's only one.
Talon, it's the left one. Talon, left one.
What?
Oh, I'm wrong. I
Don't
thought it was
listen.
me. Yeah, don't listen to me.
He was thinking about Hanson!
On the marker,
Sorry,
guys.
Talon. Sorry, Talon.
Oh, I'm glad
Talon.
Talon didn't listen to you.
Talon
Excellent.
stood his fucking ground.
Yeah, Talon
I was
knew.
watching him. You're like left, and I'm like.
I thought he was B. He was A. I don't know how this works.
Crash home.
I just need to stop thinking about Hanson.
See, this is what happens when you're just doing the mechanic for yourself. You stand your ground, you make fun of the other person.
Independent, so-called independent thinkers.
I'm being deflapped myself.
Get ready.
Watch your head.
It's
Melee
healers
here.
and melees.
I haven't been vegan in a long time. Okay.
West.
North.
Winds out. AC rotate.
You move.
Oh, that was too
A little bit
close.
too close.
Okay. Wasn't me though. Didn't pump
No, it was just. Yeah.
I was right on the edge. I'm like, do I scoot out?
Yeah, Talon. I think it just barely clipped. Honestly.
Okay, I felt like I was like a step too short, but once I had 4 stacks, so I
I
didn't
had the
want to touch it
same
again.
thing going through my mind. I'm like, am I
Okay.
No.
4
It was-
stacks
that
is
was-
what
yeah.
you'll be at the whole time you're walking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed if I like tried to nudge forward, it would go to 5 though.
It's about total
here.
distance, so you can do it in a few moves if you need to, but
Yeah.
it's just
That was
it's
that
just
was a good one. Yeah. I think it just barely clipped.
Yeah, because it didn't hit me.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
only hit
Yeah.
Kay,
Exactly, it only
so
hit Kay,
it was
exactly.
right there.
an AC. The AC wins have a lot of leniency actually, because they're rotating to like DB.
Yeah.
So AC have a lot less pressure. The wins.
I will not be denied.
Hey, were you fire that run?
Yeah, I was the fire that moved on to B. There's a chance that I moved too
A little bit
much.
too far. It's possible.
It's possible,
It depends on-
yeah. Just, it's also out of fear of splashing.
North, south.
And move. Beyblade. Beyblade.
The heavens bend to my will. From base elements is greatness forged.
Peepog. Peepog. And move.
A God's will cannot be disobeyed.
Your marker. Oh my god, someone shot it right through the middle. Yeah. Remember, it's when we're talking about the corner of the numbers, it's like this.
Yeah, corners of 3 and 4.
It's not worth it. We're not gonna.
Are we not?
Can we?
Crush held
Someone's gonna
it.
have to save Dave. Not
I
me.
got
I don't
two.
have- Someone as soon as Dave.
I got
I'll
mine.
slow. Okay. I'll slow res down.
I can't.
Nope, nobody got Dave.
Yeah, okay.
Is
You
that
can
on
maybe?
you or is that on me?
Okay.
It's on me.
Don't know, you guys.
I got it. I moved. I moved.
I think it's a little bit too late anyways, yeah, for that.
The res, yeah.
Well, I actually could have gotten that. Oh well. I can't do it now, but
I have 2 debuffs. I'm going down.
Farewell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant
The body checky.
Remember, after you dodged, or after the thing lands and the shapes explode, you just go to the corners, the inner cards of the numbers.
Yeah, I thought it was circle A, but I think somebody else was there.
Circle A.
oh,
So like, yeah, so I should have been
okay.
northwest corner of 4.
Of 4. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
with
were in
me.
the right spot.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Alright, you're staying in your lane. Alpha's front, Beta's back.
Beta's
in the
backside.
I can create worlds.
Don't worry about it.
If you're alpha and you're south, you have time to
You run to the front.
north safe
Yeah.
spot.
You can run to like the front safe spot.
And then ditto if you're north and you're beta.
Vice versa, yeah.
You have time to go. It's less scary doing it that way, because otherwise you're
rushing,
running
yeah.
to your spot and then
You're gonna cook them 100%. Easily.
Yeah, I just forgot what lane I was in, I guess. So I don't know, probably due to the block placement. So I was in
Know
the wrong
your
place.
lane.
if you were circle alpha would have
that was
been
my fault.
yeah northeast yeah.
I was not thinking about him.
East west.
No one believes you, Dave.
You know you were.
And move.
And sprinting there is a lot more comfortable. I'm not thinking IMO.
I just zoom in and then
Beyblade.
it's fine.
Beyblade.
No, I'm just saying like the movement is more comfortable as a caster, as like whatever.
That makes sense.
Yeah, as a
It's very,
caster.
it's a lot more comfortable.
I'm a caster.
It's a lot more comfortable
Yes, you
for
are.
yeeting me right off the edge. That's what I found out.
It's because you're a Lalafell and you can't see your character.
I
That's why everybody
I
else is
honestly
good.
really
Yeah, I'm the
can't.
tallest. I can't see my character either.
Yeah, when we're clustered, I don't know where I am in the cluster because I can't see any of my features.
Bog, beat, bog, beat, bog. Oh.
Move.
James, you will be south.
I will.
Okay.
Scout little fear.
Yeah,
Just scout.
that's the way.
Fresh helm after this.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the prideful.
That poor helm.
Pour cover for one that haven't spawned.
It should do durability damage to
Yeah.
our hats.
This dent in my head wasn't because I was drunk as a kid or anything.
Was
Watch
anybody
your
else
heads.
actually dropped as a kid? I was.
I was.
It's me.
Definitely.
Range healers.
Hey, healers.
West.
North.
Wind out.
How does that think I
AC
can go?
rotates.
Oh my gosh!
Don't move, don't move, don't move.
Oh,
You
I moved.
fucking do it. Don't fuck it up.
It's gone. It's gone.
And then,
Okay.
Exaflare, recenter, recenter.
uh,
Slam. It's gonna be east-west group. No, wait! Ah!
oh, east.
Wait, what the? Group 1, group 2.
Go there. Then spread. Go for the spread. The spready.
Oh.
I'm
Ow.
sorry. Okay, I'm like, I'm gonna go move south because
Yeah.
not there yet. but
Yeah,
then-
so
For Ultima. Oh, I did it right.
So
Hell
we
yeah.
didn't really talk about the spreads.
I linked the pictures. I linked the pictures.
Yeah, but the
No, I knew. It was.
So are
second guess.
are we doing the way he has it or the way we did it in P10? Because we usually do tanks front, but we can do it this way. I don't care.
What do you mean tanks front?
I knew that would be an issue.
Group, no. That was an east-west group 1, group 2 split.
That's what I was talking about, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like, oh, you want like tanks front.
No.
front.
I don't want it.
Oh.
This picture's fine. This picture's
Oh,
fine. This picture's
oh,
fine.
okay.
He means
Okay.
the vertical.
Let's do the picture. Let's
He's
do the
used to
picture.
being in like the
I
Yeah,
see.
in
The very
10
front,
we
that's
did
what
it
you're
the
saying.
opposite. Yeah. We can do it like the
got them-
pictures. Pictures are fine.
Pictures. And then remember, it's yeah. So you have to spread after the first exaflare goes off or something. When does that happen?
First one
Yeah,
goes
after
off,
the first
and then you
mix is
spread,
And then you
like
spread.
while the second one, third one's hitting, and then you group back up.
You go
Oh,
back
whatever.
in where the first one
You don't have to
hit.
group back up. You just have to go to the first lane. Yeah, the safe lane.
Wherever they spawned, you go
Okay.
right back on them.
Let's
do one more.
Yeah, one more pull. Let's
Heck
do
yeah.
that.
One more.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, we saw the end of
Good.
caloric. And it was great because I got to do all the hard stuff. I had to choose and rotate. It was-
Oh yeah, none of this is hard for me.
Okay.
You cleared it 8 months ago. Like, I don't want to hear this from somebody who took 2 hours to clear P10 this week.
Well,
God,
it took 3.
Got him.
Hit her.
Look, call me when you've completed a Grandmaster quest in
Oh, okay.
RuneScape. Definitely not a stat check, they're skill checks.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful place.
Northeast, southwest.
And move.
Go.
I might have started moving early.
It's okay.
Enough.
Lulu spread, guys. Beyblade.
Spin.
I'll flex.
No. Just go back.
The heavens bend to my will.
Just trust on moving. It's good.
Yeah, that's the one truism about casters. They love to move as much as possible.
From base elements is greatness forged.
I mean, in the future, if you want, you can just pick either of those spots and I'll just go to the other one.
Defog.
Corner bless.
Remember, Alpha's front, Beta's back. And dodge. Around the 3 and 4. Ultima. Yeah, I would like some MIDI.
Misfortune hangs heavy on the rifle. Poor cover for one that hadn't spawned.
Imagine doing a tanking mechanic normally. Couldn't be me.
The elements flow according
It's
to
Range healer.
Okay.
Jesus, Q, what the fuck are you?
I don't know. I don't know why I started moving so quickly, but okay.
East.
James?
Wait, hang on. Oh,
Yeah, I don't know where you're going. Don't know where you're going.
He was out.
Also, that you are also wind and not on that direction. Yeah.
I was man. Someone's to the east. And I'm like, okay, well.
That's okay.
Winds out.
Yeah, let's try to clear it better next time so we can.
Yeah, if you want, rewatch the section on 2B.
Oh, I've watched it. No.
It's just everyone. All right. Well, at least we got there and we did it clean once. That was good.
Alright, everybody's
Next.
homework before next raid is to check every VOD and see if Q's ever been 5-7 before, because he has.
Unironic.
I've never soaked 5-7 lasers before.
I mean, it's going to be a hard
I feel
try
that's a lie,
because he
'cause
hasn't shown
It's
up.
literally not.
for
I've,
one of those, right?
I've never soaked 5-7 lasers before.
I feel like I've been your partner.
Believe him. He's true in earnest in this statement.
And
I
he's
believe
true
him.
in earnest in his incorrectness.
Does it matter if he mentally hasn't calculated the 5-7 mechanic? Has he
I've
really
literally
done
never
it before?
soaked 5-7
Oh,
lasers
shit.
all night. I promise.
There's
What is
no way.
doing 5-7
There's
damage?
no
Well, let's
way.
clarify. Maybe he's
Ain't
never
no
done it
way.
successfully.
I mean, that may be true, but I've never soaked 5-7.
There's a 25% chance of him being 5-7, and we've done like
A million. of these
yeah
fucking
60
polls,
polls. There's no way.
yeah. All right. Well, GG's.
I've always been. Yeah, I've only been. Yeah, 1, 3, 2,
I'm
4,
actually gonna go check
All right.
at least one VOD.
Good luck.
Remember to maybe like let's brush up on paying Genesis for next time.
Yeah.
I think our Tuesdays are last 11 as well. So.
Yep.
Any
and then it's-
experts in the
Let's
chat?
finally get all my shit. Let's do it.
No, I'm fucking
Down.
tired of this game. I'm
Get all
tired.
my shit. Let's do it. Oh my god.
I'm
it's-
at-
Have to go to bed.
She is.
Yeah, bedtime. All right. Good night. GG's.
Bye bye.
See you Tuesday.
Yeah.
Alright, this first VOD, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find
Wow.
the 5-7Q. That's my prediction.
Any
Anyone
experts?
else
Just me.
get told they're on the wrong symbol and
Yeah, you
No.
didn't believe him there. Why would
No,
you believe him
no,
for anything
No.
else? Okay,
No.
Q's a
and
2-4.
I'm just like, that's a box, not a triangle. Get off me.
Q is a 2-4 there.
Q's going in for a solo expert. Hell no.
Yeah, I need to make more pots. So.
Just buy the solutions. At this point, they're probably pretty cheap.
I'm poor.
Dude, they've got to be super cheap by now.
What a raid night.
Yeah,
Hi, Sheila.
people need to brush up on 2. I think at least like me and Pretty survived every 2P. It's like me, Pretty, and KK.
No,
Just sit
I
there.
only got clipped once by the thing because I was like
So-
slightly too far behind. But otherwise, I know 2B really
That's
well.
alright.
I kept mixing up
Alright, hold on,
D&D.
Here's another chance for Q. What is he? Where is he? Alright, Q's a 6. 6-8 is basically a 5-7.
No.
Next. I'm not counting it. I'm not counting
Hold on,
it.
Sheila.
Yeah, because
Behave
it's not
yourself.
real.
I mean, they're like the same rule. Okay.
No, they're
Anyway,
not because you have to be prepared to run immediately after getting hit the second time. If
You
you're 5-7.
can as well for 6-8 if they're all fast. Yeah, baby! That's what I'm waiting for!
But,
Alright, be sure to put it in the channel. I'll be right back.
But did we get the lasers though? Did we get the lasers though?
Hold on.
Is there a picture of me lasered? I have no recollection of this.
Wait, did you find it?
Yeah, I already
No,
found
did I
one.
get-
Hold
did I
on.
get did we get lasered?
It's the first laser. How would you not?
Oh, I meant. Oh, yep. I meant 1 and 3. No, I don't know what I meant.
You were just wrong. I know
Just-
you were.
I'm
I
sorry.
knew you were wrong.
He just really wanted attention.
He got it. He got it from me. I gave it to him.
I meant 1-3 1-3 lasers.
I am certain I can find a 1-3 laser for you. I think I already did, actually.
Okay, maybe I'm just like high.
Oh goodness. Alright, I think the last pull might have been that. Alright, here we go. No, I've seen you as a 2-4 and a 5.
I get 2-4 all the time.
6-8.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we got to the. Okay, so I'd have to check another VOD. Well, I mean, we got plenty.
Maybe,
we got plenty of.
Maybe
stuff
what I
from
mean to say is
today.
I've never taken a 1-3 fast laser. Maybe that's what I should have said. But obviously, I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious.
I'm so confused playing Red Mage right now. I don't know what any of my buttons do.
Okay, you're 2-4 in that first pull. Need to see what what percent is she at when she's a thing. Cute, me and you are 1-3 right here.
I can't prove that. But we take the 1-3 lasers fast.
I think so.
Am I pushing the goalposts? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're fast lasers in this. Cause this is the one where I'm slightly too far in. Yeah, it's fast lasers.
Yeah, that was the first one tonight. That's what I'm saying.
Is Q
He's
moving goalposts in here?
literally
Yes.
moving the goalpost. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm not going back more VODs, but
goalpost
I
down,
get
Q.
like it was so easy to find you in every one of those positions. Because it's like dude, we did a lot of pulls at 25%. There's no way. God dang it. Oh, I'm cracking up.
No laughing at me. That's illegal.
Dude. I can't believe I found all.
I'm so confused. What am I
all
doing?
4
as
of
Red
you.
Mage?
Wait, all 4 of you? Wait, what?
I found Q in each one of the different positions within a VOD and a couple pulls.
Oh, okay.
And then he tried to. His goalpost moving was fast lasers. God, Q, I've got to give you something. You have made me laugh a whole lot over the past few days.
You're welcome.
I've needed it, and you
You're
have
welcome.
delivered.
I'm nothing if not stupid.
A joke. Oh.
I'm so
Alright.
confused playing Red Mage. I don't know what my buttons do. I don't like this.
How's that different from Bard?
Wow! At least I know Bard's buttons.
Sometimes. I heard you let your songs drop tonight. Somebody told me that.
No, I let my dots drop.
I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. Need like take a breath, like dying. All right, Guardians of the Rift. Heed my call. Dude, what if I timed it that I got in instantly? Nope. I'm gonna type in my pin. Beep 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 beep. Let me type it in my pin. I got another catalytic talisman. Stop giving me those. There's literally nothing I can do with those. Alright, I really want to eat up some food. Because Did you know that man can't survive on cake alone? I
No,
didn't.
I disagree. I
but-
disagree.
Oh, okay.
I could survive. You just don't want it hard enough.
That's true. Because I'm a curry fiend. I'm fiending for some curry.
Tomorrow Monday, boo.
Who are you, Garfield? Garfunkel?
I don't want to go to work.
Oh, don't say that. That phrase is cursed, Q.
That's
Saw what
true.
happened to Pat. You could be next. You're not allowed to say that anymore. We need another code phrase that isn't cursed. What is it? What's our new code phrase? I wish I could
I've never had 5-7 on limit cut.
Okay. I wish I could sleep in tomorrow.
True.
Is my code phrase. God, look at all this garbage I got. It's a pretty pish poor showing. I wish I could trade excess catalytic talismans in. How many poils I got? 226. At least I'm almost done with the set. Alright, I got some time. Dude, you know what's actually surprisingly hard? I don't know if Dave's still here. But when I... Me giving you my gauge fills so freaking fast. I'm like trying to dump it into you so the autos are less
Ew,
powerful.
ew,
Yeah.
ew.
What? It's true. It's all true. And it's just very difficult to do so because like it just restores so quickly. I'm like, take it! Take my energy! God dang it.
Wait, but yours just fills up due to auto attacks, I thought.
Yes, it does. Every 50 gauge. It's yours, my friend.
Wow.
My auto attack timer is apparently fast. I mean, I do the same thing on 11. It just feels different when it's mitigating damage for me, because like I know how to space them out, but I have no idea when it runs out on you. So I'm basically just spamming it on cooldown whenever it lets me. And she's actually autoing. Alright, so how dry am I on this needle now? I am 461 out of 300 drop rate. 1 out of 300 drop rate. Not too bad, I guess.
Will my computer play nice?
No. Why wouldn't it?
I don't know. I was having troubles earlier with VRAM.
Mommy Athena, save us from yourself.
She says, okay, time for your hug.
Time for your monthly dick flattening. Alright, we still got time, so I got time to get some water. This is perfect, man. I'm not gonna miss a second of this rift. And I ain't gonna miss a thing. I need to mow my lawn soon, but it is 90 degrees, or it was 90 degrees today, and it's gonna be 90 degrees tomorrow.
It's like 107
It's
today.
gonna be like hot all week here.
I ain't mowing it. I ain't mowing it if it's above like 83. My arbitrary cutoff point.
This world will burn, and it's gonna start with your lawn.
Well, global warming's fake, and they want to kill all the Irish cows, so.
True and real.
I
Still
should
pushing the VRAM.
I should feel honored that to mow my lawn in 90-degree weather like a true American patriot.
Yeah. Pretty soon you won't be able to with all the dead cows.
Clogging up all the space. Good point. What if Pi was playing Mafia right now?
Not likely.
He's playing Hades.
I doubt that's interesting.
I mean, it's Pi, so yeah, it's not going to be interesting.
Apologies
my,
for that, Jonathan.
My bad.
No, it's okay. Sometimes your sabotaging goes too far. I know how you
Hades is a fun game, though.
It is.
Yes, but watching Pi play it, that's...
Misplaced the screw,
Yeah.
grounded your motherboard, or bought a really... Well, you didn't buy it.
I mean, he's probably just gonna walk away.
I don't even remember what you
And
got.
then play
I'm pretty sure
with
it's
his
fine.
dog.
It's
You'll only walk away as soon as Dave starts watching.
Yeah.
I was going to say, now listen.
TB being removed. Bait.
Anyway.
Banned out. By the way, John, while we're on the topic of this Night Stalker, what are the odds we could see the return of the POS 1 Night Stalker for Beach?
I wouldn't mind it. I think it works out pretty well. It really depends on what Wildcard will do with the Razor. Like, if it's a safe lane Razor, you can just dodge the lane of the off lane Night Stalker and just put it safe lane. I think that opens up the game really well for bait. If you will run off lane Razor, then the Night Stalker's not going to have fun regardless. So I think that's where it can be a little bit rough. It's really down to how the rest of the draft unfolds. Like, if Wildcard signals that the Razor is going to be safe lane, then an off lane Razor works out really well. They're doubling down though. Marcy once more with the Phoenix, and no clear hero that really guns down the egg. You could try a Snapfire.
Dindy's in this game,
Snapfire
what the
really
heck?
support you. It's not bad. Just wondering how you run your lanes from that point. Like, you could run a Night Stalker.
Dindy's
Snap
not
lane,
allowed to
that
play
is
Dota.
pretty strong.
Anymore?
Then just run Rubik with something else, and Night Stalker Snap can be on off lane or safe lane. So either one is good. The output of a Razor, though, with Static Link plus Sidekick is pretty damn high. You really have to try to do your best to avoid drafting any melee heroes that just get linked up easily, as the Razor is just going to be a massive issue here. No, go with a Grimstroke instead, and that is something that we've seen really pop up once more as well. It does feel like people have started to prioritize it once again. The Phantom's Embrace should feel pretty good. The Soulbind, maybe not as much. You don't have the biggest combinations yet, although I guess double Fade Bolt is actually pretty sick. So that might be enough. You might not just be.
Also, these are NA qualifiers. Why would Dende be playing in them?
Still need an
Dende
answer
from
for
Dragon
that.
Ball Z?
I think last time we saw the egg being played was
Dendi?
the
Whatever.
earlier series, and it was a Lena
It's
answer from
very
American
similar.
Goons.
I don't think
That-
he can heal
that option's
people.
still there for bait. They could run a mid Lena. They
I
could
don't
run
know,
a
Actually,
Lena.
can't he?
Doesn't care for Razor either.
Did he in real
And
life?
It still works. So I'm wondering what the read for bait is.
Look,
I'm not sure he can, Dallin.
I was confused about what you were talking about.
It's not a
like,
bad pick either, right? Because you
look.
got heaps of mobile heroes here that do not enjoy being roughed.
Dallin,
up
if somebody in
very
real life tells you they
Phoenix,
have healing
Marcy, and
powers, they're
Razor,
lying to
all
you.
the biggest fans of the
You
Rupture,
need
so
to report
makes
them
enough sense
to
to go down
Q.
the Bloodseeker route. Obviously, a very aggressive.
What's
kind
Q
of
gonna
draft
do
where
about
they
it?
can bait some
Tell
ball.
him he's never been 5-7 on limit cut?
Yes, exactly.
It feels like after the laning
That is
stage,
exactly what he'll
it can
do.
just get
And
gone.
then he'll sing at them.
Not much
real.
idolization necessary to be.
He'll sing about the level 36 Venusaur before Viridian
No, that
Forest.
one's real. That one's
Goes
actually
online real
real.
quick. Bloodseeker pickup also means that you don't need to ban out something like the Pangolier
Ow.
here, as you will have a solution with a Rupture, so you can kind of free up a ban from bait. And they did respect ban the Tinker as well for RCY, just in case any shenanigans come out. I wonder if Wildcard will just prioritize their safe or just pick something mid. Like, they will go with the Ember, so they will just give RCY his hero and just try to pocket what they want to do with Sammy here. Do take care of the Witch Doctor. So they do get a read on Dendy's mid. Witch Doctor gone. I wonder if the Shaker's going to be banned out next. Bait take care of the Dusa, so taking care of the big win conditions that play without Razor and Mercy, and protect the egg. What else is there? There's, I suppose if you're worried about illusions, PL is still there, but PL into Night Stalker Bloodseeker can be a little bit dicey.
Oh, think about it, John. The Medusa banned out. Bait one more +1 to remove and wildcard.
Did I do all my shit for the week?
I'm sure they probably will go for the Shaker ban out here against Bait.
Man, playing Red Mage hurt my brain after playing for
But then
Bard
again,
for
like, the Shaker may
2
kind of
hours.
slow everything down. Like, if you lag on the
I kept hearing the noise. That means that I had all of my procs for what's it called? Shit, what's this thing called?
Yeah.
Pitch perfect, but it actually meant that I was at
They ban out Jar. Right? They
enough
don't
to
want have to deal with
use my combo.
hyper carry that way. What? There's a couple of weird options for Wildcard. Like a PA wouldn't be too bad, although
I guess I'll make
maybe
pots
Lane's gonna be
tomorrow.
Cautious up against Night Stalker, to be fair.
Boo.
You wouldn't want Luna into Night Stalker because you just make it nighttime. So Night Stalker, even though it's just a few seconds, he does gain a little bit. And again, that shape. Wildcard. Dandy crushed RCY's lane.
I'm gonna go to bed. See you nerds later.
And it looks like
See ya,
decent
Dream
shape
of Ring
for him.
Cold Seal.
Then it
Or
doesn't
Hampton.
even
See ya,
matter if
nerd.
he
Yeah.
Doesn't play nicely into a Razor if he is that blinked up. But just in a vacuum of this 1v1 mid, Shaker does a lot. And there you go. They actually do have to ban the Shaker.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair.
25th Tenkaichi Budokai, no one was going to use Super Saiyan, and Vegeta still thinks he has the upper hand, despite Piccolo, who's far stronger than Frieza, competing. Later, Dabura says base Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta have great energy, despite not knowing they can transform, while Piccolo is considered disposable. Finally, Supreme Kai is often wrong in the series, but the story always tells us how he's wrong. In the Buu Saga, he isn't said to be wrong about Babidi's minions, he's wrong about how strong Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta are. People in my comments keep saying Supreme Kai is always wrong, so base Goku in the Buu Saga could be weaker than Namek Frieza. So here's more evidence. For the 25th Tenkaichi Budokai, no one was going to use Super Saiyan, and Vegeta...
I don't like this.
Today, I corrected one of my biggest childhood mistakes. There's a little retro game store in Brooklyn called Brooklyn Game Shack, and shout out to them for being super cool and letting me film. This was my first time there, and they had a great selection. The store isn't very big, but they have a ton of games and make great use of the space. They also have a lot of complete and box stuff, some player's guides, and issues of Nintendo Power. I was really only there for one thing, but ended up getting some more stuff. I grabbed Donkey Kong Country 2 and Super Mario 64 player's guides, as well as the Donkey Kong Country issue of Nintendo Power, 2 N64 controllers, a copy of Chameleon Twist, which is a real underrated gem if you've never played it, and finally, a copy of Super Mario 64 because when I was 9, I got stuck on the Rainbow Ride 100 coin star and I microwaved my copy of the game. So I haven't had a working copy in about 25 years. Still don't know why I did that. Subscribe for more. Today, I corrected one of my biggest
Happy, I can't help it. You look so happy.
Yeah.
This off-lane Razor, I think he's just tired. We need our naps here, us Filipinos. He's a young kid. He needs to sleep. It's getting late, Mike.
Yeah.
But my concern with the Razor, if it falls off, it really feels like it has no impact if you're not able to hit not just your items, but the timings of those items.
Where have they put Stomin? Where's he playing from? Stomin is like at backstage at a concert or something. I don't know what's Stomin doing. Where is he?
They've locked him up. You see the stairs next to him. He's in the basement.
Yeah, it's just put him in the basement. Wait, one guy's in the basement and Tiger's stuck in the attic. Like he's up in the roof somewhere. It's ridiculous.
I mean, that's what Stomin gets. That's because of his rep for rushing Midas Ags on Skyrash Mage in a rough game. So this is Bait taking preemptive measures to ensure nothing insane happens. Mind you, remember Stomin's old cam? Just complete darkness, pure darkness, but you'd see him popping out. It really looked kind of sinister. Stomin had an aura of like, I'm really serious about this game. If you mess with me, you're not gonna have a good time. So just keep everyone safe there in Bait. I'm sure Stomin's a really good fellow, of course. All fun aside. And it should be a fun one. I think to close out, this is a really fun game to watch. I think this draft is really going to be interesting. I don't know which way I'd lean. I'd lean towards Bait a bit just because offlane Razor for me is just so hit or miss. If it pops off, it looks amazing. If it doesn't, it looks like it does nothing.
Mid lane, they will meet up a little bit. Game number 3. We're in a best of 1 now. Loser gets eliminated from the qualifiers. Winner does make it through the lower bracket final to go up against King Dogchamp. Huge deal for both these sides, and Wildcard and Bait, they've both had a few rough situations this year, for sure. A few changes, to say the least, and I think both of them actually been down to Div 2 this year, haven't they? Unless Bait actually stayed in Div 1 the whole time?
Bait managed to stay. Bait did stay.
Okay. Regardless.
Right. Yeah. It's been touch and go.
Yeah.
Both these teams.
Very touch and go.
I'm honestly Bait. I feel like if they had this roster to start with, they might have been better off in points, better off in seeding in these qualifiers, maybe even in contention for a major concerning certain things. So RCY does get tipped for stealing. I believe he did a slight steal. Very nice.
Very nice.
When I hear sound like that, Mike, I can't help but think of our time in the studio in Romania. In the downtime, that's the exact sound I would hear in my headphones, just for chatting. That's what it's like to be a caster with Michael Phoenix as your partner.
Well,
that's all you hear.
Sir?
The voice line. Press enter and look at the Ursa voice line. Just mouth sounds.
Oh.
I kind of miss it. Still, I miss this game as well.
Let me tell you, it's way better than what I had to hear.
Yeah, I just sing. You're used to it. You listen to me all the time, unfortunately.
I'm literally like half deaf at this point, honestly. My brain's decided to switch off the hearing. It's not worth it anymore.
Oh, a little bit of action down bot.
Yeah, Kadaro.
A
bit of a chase going on here. Kadaro in pretty big trouble. Tiger, can he finish the kill? Yeah, they can. Sunlight able to secure. But VTune should be able to at least get a trade to go. But he's going to take a fair bit of damage on the way out. Still, first blood to go the way of Sunlight. You get the bonus gold. You'll be pretty satisfied with that, I'm sure.
That's a rather interesting way to get it done as well. Level 1 Plasma Field coming out, prioritizing magic damage and slow. Playing with some of that control that you do have with Marcy Razor. And it does work out. This lane isn't that straightforward for Bloodseeker. You will have to deal with static link. You will have to deal with heroes jumping into you. At the very least, it does take... They are fairly short range, so you can Blood Right to try to zone out. But there's only so much you can expect your Grimstroke to do. Maybe once you have Inkswell, this lane does become a little bit more manageable in terms of trying to run down. For the first 2 levels, it is something that you will have to be a little bit cautious about. See as it develops, with First Blood coming out for Sunlight already sets a good tone here. For the Razor, taking a look up top, of course, you've got Husky and the Phoenix. You've got Sammy on that Ursa up against Stomin on his Rubik, and Stonebank on the Night Stalker. And this lane is also fairly straightforward. It can be a bit challenging for the Ursa. Night Stalker's not here that you can easily shove out. And Ursa Phoenix can be aggressive if you land your Fire Spirits, but once first nighttime hits, Stonebank's pretty happy here. He just has a lot to play with. Just the natural attack speed and move speed he has can make it easier to trade. I think the one thing is really mid. This one is probably the most even mid we've seen this series. I think game 1 was a stomp for Dendi, game 2 was a stomp for RCY. This time much more even across the board, which is to be expected. This matchup is a little bit more back and forth. I would say the Primal Beast can get a lot more done with his spells, but it's not a wash for the Ember.
Tiger gonna go down again. V-Tune able to secure another kill here on the Bloodseeker. A pretty solid start here for V-Tune. See, it is buying a bit of space for Sunlight, who is able to farm underneath his tier 1 tower, but I mean, V-Tune wasn't off to the greatest start in terms of CS, but quite a bit of bonus gold going his way through Tiger, and I mean, that's certainly going to help his cause a little bit in terms of the catch-up here after this bottom lane.
Try to keep holding up. 2-1 for Bait. I think you are maybe a little bit concerned about how.
Why is Final Fantasy Phoenix in Dota?
Is going to have some catch-up for him.
The Rising.
Battlefield build.
The Bio Rises.
Does look like. And good dodges out from RCY on Dendi's aggression. But you still lose out in these trades whenever that trample is up, and then he's doing a great job of just ensuring it's not the comfiest here for RCY.
A bit of damage off onto Sunlight. He won't leave, but no, go back in. Sunlight is going to be the target, though Kadaro is taking a fair bit of damage. Can they actually trade though? Sunlight is going to go for a run. He actually does go for the Lotus as well, and that's going to be enough. V-Tune realizing it's just not worth the chase any longer. Just kind of leave Sunlight be, and well, the Razor proving to be a little bit too challenging to deal with.
And it is. Again, it's not that easy for the Bloodseeker to try to break the gap with the stat blink whenever it's up some. It does have a lot of room to just really bully out and force some weird positioning out from the Grimstroke to try to cut them off. And it does get punished. Still.
V-Tune. He's going to get the stun off here with the Ink Swirl, but the pressure is certainly starting to be applied by Wildcard down this bottom lane. I must admit, like, looking back at the off lane of Bait, like, Stonebank's having such a good time. This Night Stalker, in a meta like this, it can really just turn into the carry if you're not too careful. Like, it's just one of those heroes. You pop Dark Ascension, suddenly you are just the strongest hero in the game.
It is, and again, you get to cast your spells twice before and after Dark Ascension. So you have 2 spell uses, 2 Crippling Fears, 2 Voids to use, heck 2 Hunters in the night as well, if you manage to get your shard, but that sounds like an inefficient use of your ult. I think your big concern is, yeah, you're finding farm in Stonebank. Sammy is farming way better than you are on V-Tune. Although, getting aggressive again.
They are. Kadaro may just be dead though. Kadaro, yeah, he's gone. Mid lane, rotations coming in, RCY being hunted right now by Dendi, and Dendi does secure. That's a big one. He's got the Ember, and Dendi will hand the tip over again.
Alright, I'm gonna head to bed. Good night, guys.
See ya, nerd.
See ya.
I've never seen Dendi aggressively tiff. They were tipping him out a while ago.
The thing is, they haven't been at a stage like this in quite a while. You know, where you're playing for something really important. So it's kind of like it's time to get that mental warfare out. It's time to bring the old Dendi back.
Yeah, and certainly showing RCY how it's done. Looking good here in game number 3.
Wait, leftovers. So do not need to eat all
Sammy might
this.
die for this. They've got Pulverize up.
Because I will die.
He's gonna be safe
I would
for
like to
now.
live.
Thanks to Tiger. Tiger gonna have to sacrifice his own life, and
I'd like
Sammy
to be
did
the
think
boy
about
who
going back in to help out, but he kind of got the point that he's not required at this stage and just needs to leave the area. It'll be a 1-for-1. Dendi to pick up a secondary kill now on the Primal Beast. Well, we've seen how great his Primal Beast can be. With a decent start, this man can really pop off on this hero.
He loves his high tempo mids. Primal Beast certainly one of them. Has the phase roots coming out, and again, you've got some wacky combinations, some janky combos. Just Rupture, Pulverize is really what I want to see. It's not too silly because you don't have, say, the Hoodwink free pull. I think that's where it really starts to break the game, but This is still a decent amount of damage coming out. So 4-4, even start once more. Almost the same story as it has been in the past few games. Just the lanes, both teams know how to work it. Sammy's getting really aggressive early though.
Vaytune. Silence is there. Sammy trying to chase him down. Should have him. Vaytune, though, going to try and juke out through the side. Does actually make it down south. Eats a Lotus as well. Actually outrunning Sammy. Oh, and he gets away. Goodness me. Very, very cheeky there. Vaytune should not have made it out, but he does.
That's kind of painful for Sammy. You waste some time running around. Bloodseeker gets to go back. They don't RCY. Dendi tipping. All right.
I think it was he picked up the shield room with Sleight of Fist. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, RCY. It's the vigorous fusion. So you get the jump up top.
They do. Husky to drop, but the rotations have come in. Sammy's rotated again. They brought Tiger in now. Tiger will be able to get the dispose on Kadaro. So it will be a 1-for-1 thus far. Stonebank, however, he's going to be okay to run his way out. And he's currently top of the net worth board, going right into an Echo Saber. So it looks like he's going for the Harpoon build-up on this Night Stalker. And let me tell you, with the Echo Saber alone, you could pretty much kill anyone at this stage of the game. In fact, Sammy, speaking of killing anyone, they're not just killing anyone, they're killing the big one. That's Sammy gone.
This is just so silly. Like the double crippling here. It's just way too much. 9 seconds of silence. Yeah, you can't stop it. I have no idea. It's an interesting change. I think it's kind of cool, but I think refreshing non-ultimate abilities, it doesn't feel necessary. You know, like Night Stalker, it didn't feel like he really needed it, but what can you do? Who knows better than the frog, Mike?
Let's be fair though. I mean, you had a tinker last game, Jonathan, winning game 2 for Wildcard. I don't think we can comment on, you know, Ultimate's refreshing abilities right now. You know, Stonebank, I'm sure, would have some things to say to us as bottom lane, Sunlight, hunted. Rupture is not available. They were one creep away from level 6 on Vaytune, and they went in. Top lane?
I think they just still won't.
They will get Husky. Sammy just cannot help because Stoneman had the Fire Spirits. The attack speed slopes too high.
Gotta love that. Stoneman with a 6, stealing some good spots. And again, we said it in draft, but a lot of good spots for Rubik here. Smoke out mid, RCY.
Oh, RCY. He gets silent by the Phantom's Embrace, and now the Pulverize. Another tip for RCY. They know who to target. You know, to them, they may just assume RCY is the real problem in this best of 3.
And I think that's a fair target to identify. RCY almost always tended to be that factor for Wildcard, even in the DPC. It felt like a lot of their games hinged on whether or not RCY would have a good start. And when he does get a slow start and doesn't manage to recover, it feels really tough for Wildcard. He tends to play mid. And again, this also just comes down to the fact that you've got Razor offlane. If your Ember doesn't pop off, if your Razor doesn't pop off, or just if your Ember doesn't pop off, like, how do you expect a Razor with some farm to start the fight, right? Like, it's really the Ember that has to play mid. And they're just doing a great job of ensuring that the timings for RCY are held back.
Rupture is out on Sunlight, then he's trying to make it for Onslaught. So close, yet so far. Looks like Sunlight this time will get away with murder. Meanwhile, rotations up top lane, Wildcard with a 2-man smoke, trying to sort out Stonebank. Stonebank, he does have Dark Ascension, but with the chains out, he could be in some pretty big danger, though. He's going to try and go for a run with the Dark Ascension, and he's going to be all right. Very nice.
Yeah. Just fly away. Orb in the way.
Tiger. You gave him value.
Yeah.
I was about to say, at least they forced Dark Ascension. It's over a 2-minute cooldown. Which is a big deal for Night Stalker, because you want the early kills, but then they just split up and Tiger just ends up dying to him.
He plays a bit greedy trying to push in. What do you unleash? Gives away the dispose as well, so Stoneman has a little bit of extra reach for someone here.
Oh, Sammy. Oh, Oh, they are falling apart here, John. Wildcard. We talked about the high tempo of this draft from Bait. They are executing very, very effectively thus far. The one issue is that VTune is not farming that great on the Bloodseeker, and he really hasn't had the greatest start, but it seems like he's going to have plenty of time to catch up.
That he is. Got the Maelstrom up. It's not like you're doing that much better in Sammy. No Battle Fury up yet on the Ursa. No Rosh Axis coming anytime soon for this Ursa as well. And just kind of also goes back to draft. Like, I don't know what you really expect Sunlight to do, at least until the BKB, and even after the BKB, it does feel like he'll need a lot more. Maybe a Sanj and Yasha.
How's your Varam, sir?
Maybe a Shard as well. But no one can play mate. No one can connect with these supports.
Good question.
There's nothing to allow Husky to just pop an egg safely.
DRAM low
It's just a
may
hard
result
way
in
to look for these
instability.
Pickoffs in the same way that Bait are. Bait are just running
What is
around
saying
assuming
this?
3 unit 4.
Star
The pickoffs are
Sector.
Really easy to pull off. Their spells are straightforward. They have control. They don't need that much.
It apparently
farm
doesn't like it
on
when it
Genji
uses up
and
all
on
of the
Stunbank
graphics
instead,
card's
so
memory.
I'm more than happy to join in.
Tell it to stop
Still,
using as
despite
much.
all of that, it's only a 1k lead for Bait.
You know,
So it's not like
I've
it's the end of the
made
world for
attempts to do
Wildcard.
so.
There's a lot of room for them to scale back in. They just kind of need Sammy and RCY to
Just
patch
turn
up
down
a
the
little bit.
graphics on
We'll
level
try out
5.
with a smoke here, or at least with the invis on RCY.
I'm trying to use Sunlight as Bait, but
I'm
nobody's
not sure the
going
game
for
has
Bait.
its own graphics settings, honestly.
Everyone just from Bait is basically grouped up in the mid lane. Like the only person not with them is VTune, who's just farming the south of the map, which, to be fair, he could get caught, but he's by the G2 tower. He's farming the hot tub at the moment. Top lane though, Sammy is underneath the creep wave at the moment, so he's a much easier target. It does help when you can see the enemy. Oh, don't deny the damn creep, Sammy. It's not worth it. Get out of there. He's alright. He's gonna make it just fine, I think.
Dax is way away. Is only one part away from full Battle Fury, good old Sammy. And that's when his farm should start to escalate. The mid has been left alone to just naturally shove in, but they don't commit, so the objective gets to stand another day. For Wildcard, what key timers we're looking at? BKB for Sunlight's the one, and a BKB for RCY. So they understand they're going to be buying space for this Ursa. They need to be able to fight back. The BKBs will help in that cause. And they're not too far away, to be fair. Maybe RCY a little bit further out, but Sunlight a little bit closer. So the 2 BKB timing should align. Bait though, it is nighttime. They can start to look to make something happen with Stonebank. Blink almost done as well, and that should be it flying out now. There it is. So they can try to keep this pressure up. I think if you're Bait, again, you don't want to let off the pressure here too much. You do have to ensure that the Ursa is not going to get free space to maximize his Battle Fury.
That's the thing, with the blink up now though, it's so easy to initiate for Stonebank. Like, you jump in with the crippling fear, there's nothing the Ursa can do. You know, it's very, very hard now with the blink available on Stonebank, and you know, I certainly agree, like, it's not the time to relax. It's time to go if you're Bait. Wildcard, on the other hand, they've got to play a bit of defense right now and allow themselves a bit more time, I think. Like, you do have Sunlight, who's farmed effectively and is top of the net worth board as the Razor. So you've got that going for you, but Razor isn't necessarily the kind of hero that is known for the amazing team fight it offers. And he did go down the Midas route to boot, so it is much more of a farming kind of Razor we're looking at. Like, he hasn't got that innate tankability you're kind of looking for, you know?
Definitely not. Again, even after the BKB, he's going to need a little bit more here. Lead expands 2k for Bait. Mainly down to, again, the farm distribution onto RCY just lagging behind a little bit here. Let's see it. Troll, not really committing, not really looking for the fights. Again, it feels like the story of every game in the series has been the same. Like a little bit of aggression laning phase, a slower mid game, ramping up for like maybe the 25 to 30 minute mark instead. Although Samanin,
Yeah, he's very far forward, but he has the Glimmer Cape, so he just casually walks out. I mean, Icarus Dive did land, but the slow was nowhere near enough to actually threaten his life. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that Bait aren't trying to take full use of the fact that they have Blink plus Dark Ascension at the moment, but Perhaps Stonebank wants level 12 before he pops that ulti again. Seems like they also have a BKB coming out on Dendi, so perhaps that's what they were waiting for. Just allow him to have that immunity. Wildcard, they certainly won't mind the downtime. Like, they do need the time to farm, so Sammy's going to be more than happy to relax for now. Lines being drawn out, it seems like they might be now willing to get a little bit more aggressive. Tiger's going to show a top wave, or is it going to be Sunlight? Well, they're going to see Dendi. Dendi trying to maybe bait them in, but will eventually onslaught away. Lines have been drawn right towards Sunlight now, so it seems like they want to try and make the jump in on the Razor.
What? Dildy Baggins.
But they don't make the jump. They won't find the opportunity.
Just really safe players. I think with so much on the line, you're not, maybe you default back to not wanting to take that risk. They have an opportunity to just shove in mid, clear out the jungle, and keep buying space out for V-Tune. I think maybe once you have this man from the Bloodseeker, you start to feel safer. But they're just eating space. And this is a lot of space being taken away from Wildcard. Sammy has some room down bot at the very least, but again, RCY still suffering. And you are getting build up in Sunlight, but it is a Razor. He is going for the Manta style as well for some self-dispel.
We're sent to work
have some options for the saves.
Vegeta and Goku.
Yeah, like, you know, the slower pace, I know about this from Dave. There's only so many times you can say it, but you are playing a far more up against a Battle Fury Ursa. And eventually the Ember will find at least one item you can play with, and then it becomes a little bit of an issue. And that BKB for RCY is not too far off now.
I think we saw Tiger there for a moment. Roshan is available. They don't really have the best Roshan lineup. It's kind of hard without the Bloodseeker being at a point where it's comfortable to start joining in. But I think you could see V-Tune join them for a Rosh attempt if they really wanted to try. Instead, though, they'll go through the Toon Gates down to the bottom lane. So they'll avoid any kind of fight altogether. Back to farming, apparently. That's bought time for RCY to get his own BKB up. Sammy's getting pretty close to buying a Blink outright, if not just saving for his own BKB. Stonebank's going for a BKB. We'll have it up relatively soon to boot. Mid lane, maybe we see a jump. Dendi seems to just want the shield rune, but that's about it. 20 minutes in, 4K advantage, and I suppose for bait, like, all this time has allowed V-Tune to get to a stage where he's now a bit of a threat on this Bloodseeker.
That he is. At the very least as well, Mike, we have 10 kills by 20 minutes. So this is high, this is a faster pace than our past few games.
That's true.
And then our last series, for sure. A lot faster paced. 3K lead. Yeah, then he just runs up and runs away. You know, I always wonder, what does RCY stand for? I keep forgetting to ask the kid.
What are you asking me for? How am I meant to?
I know, just wondering out loud, Mike. You should be used to this. I say the dumbest things when we're alone.
When we're alone?
I wonder it's... I say the dumbest things whenever I open my mouth. You happy now?
Yes, I am. Oh, see why? Oh, he's been caught out. Here we go. BKB, it was popped, but it's not enough time.
Oh, no.
Rupture was committed. Who have they got? It's going to be Sunlight. The Razor was caught, but he's got his own BKB. He'll commit it. They're just waiting casually for the BKB to wear off, but Sunlight's going to be very, very cautious because the fight could continue quite easily thanks to the Dark Ascension of the Stonebank. They're going to move in, but the sun has come out. They commit the egg. Dark Ascension wears off for a little bit, and now we go back in. Stonebank. Will he keep going? Sammy... Oh, Sammy, he's farming under Dark Ascension. Sammy's going to go for a bit of a dive in with the BKB out now, but the Pulverize is going to lock him down. And Sammy, I believe, is probably just dead. In fact, they've even found Sunlight now.
Oh my god.
And Stonebank will take it. So I don't know if Sammy forgot because the egg came out. So when Phoenix Egg comes out, it overrides Dark Ascension and makes it daytime again. But then Dark Ascension will come back right after the egg, which I believe the egg lasts for 6 seconds. So you have 6 seconds of daytime without Dark Ascension. Problem is when the Dark Ascension comes back, he can see uphill. Like he's got stupid amounts of vision on this Night Stalker. And they had vision anyway. So
yeah. It's weird. Actually, there's a couple of things with Dark Ascension and the Phoenix interaction. It becomes daytime, but because Dark Ascension specifically is what you lose is not Dark Ascension. You lose Hunter in the Night.
So he's still flying, basically.
He was walking in the air. I did see Stonebank walk in the air. That was really ugly to see, but he was walking in the air. So I'm pretty sure that's how it works. This is not coded to work with nighttime. It's coded to turn it into night and give you this bonuses. And your bonuses is tied into Hunter in the Night. So I don't know what the idea was. The punishment's there. Roche is being started. This is dangerous. They don't have egg at all.
No, they do not. Rupture comes out, Sunlight. He's got his BKB going, but he's already taken too much damage. He does have buyback. Pulverize. He might need to commit that buyback ASAP, and he will, but they've already lost Husky. Husky buys back to boot, but now Tiger's gone. Sammy's gonna fight on his own. RCY doesn't know what to do. How do I help this guy? Oh, one by one, they all popped it. Oh, Tendi. He almost got him. So one by one, they pop their BKBs, and one by one, they get caught, and one by one, they buy it back, and none of them had a TP point. So all these buybacks meant nothing because the fight didn't last long enough.
I don't know what the idea was. I don't know why they forced a Roche. Like, daytime Roche with a TP point for Radiant, no Phoenix Egg. Sure, there's no Dark Ascension, but we're up against a Primal Beast. Like,
it feels like you're cracking under pressure right now.
Lipton decrushed you with his big Primal Beast.
And it's rather unfortunate because we've seen Wildcard in these kinds of positions, right? Where they've had these high stakes games.
Please don't crush me, Dendi.
Sometimes it's just too late. It looks so shaky, and I think that's been the word, that's been the descriptor that I've been using for Wildcard when we were covering Div 2, 3, 3. Shaky. It's a little bit shaky here as well. Like that, there was no need to make that call. It was like that movement across the gate. There was no need to get across in the last game. They did manage to recover in that game, but in this game, up against a Bloodseeker with a full Disperser out in Pichun, it's a lot tougher. And with all the impact you're having from Dendi and Stonebank as well, like my big question, it goes back to this Razor pick. This really early Razor pick. I know what you're supposed to expect out from Sunlight. He's doing what he can. He's static linking. He's popping his ult. He's popping the Black King Guard, but for what purpose? Who plays off the back of that? It's not enough control coming out here from Marcy, not enough control coming out from RCY. And Sammy has no control. So I don't know what Sunlight's expected to do when no one can hold people down for him to just link up and burst down and become a menace.
Well, there's Roshan. Roshan freely to go the way of bait. 10k advantage now for the Radiant team. Wildcard nowhere near out of the game yet, but they've got a lot of catching up to do. No sugarcoating that. At least you will have the blink on Sammy Boy coming out pretty damn soon, so he will have that added mobility that it does feel like he needs. Spade. I'm starting to ask the question as well, is RCY choking a little bit this game? In fact, hold that thought, Tiger.
Stonebank, what the hell are you doing?
No, he's trying to man fight without popping Dark Ascension, but eventually decides better off it. Because Marcy's a hero that can just man up against you for no reason. I was saying, RCY, he's fourth lowest in their worth here, John. I kind of wonder, he is a young man. I wonder if all the tips and everything else have kind of gotten to him a little bit this game.
I don't think so. He's a Dota player, Mike.
True.
You have to understand the mental fortitude it takes for you to climb that high in MMR.
That's
it.
Fair.
Just means you cop through all the dumb stuff you run into in games. So I don't think that's the issue. I think what's happening to RCY is One thing was that his lane did not go well, although he was managing to outplay Dendi. The bigger issue is he doesn't have anyone to play with. Like, his support of Phoenix and Marcy don't really set up for an Ember in as much as they set up for, say, the Ursa or Razor. And his Ursa and Razor aren't ready to play. You know, BKBs are up, sure, great, outstanding. You don't have the follow-up items for that. Right? So there's just no launching point. This draft is a little bit disconnected. And Bait, it's much more tied in. You have this aggression, you have the front lines in the Night Stalker, and in the Primal Beast, you have this outrageous damage now flying out from VTune with the Disperser out, and he's going for the Ags now. So he's gonna have that additional shield up, gonna make it so much harder to hold him down. Like, it's just so much more straightforward. Look at the Disperser Bloodseeker. Look how fast that guy goes, 700 move speed. And his animation just breaks. He looks really weird. Look at that.
There's the TT mid tower. Sammy's trying to build towards a basher right now on the Ursa. Sunlight realizes he's probably going to get jumped, but does make it. There is a stage in the game where it feels like Wildcard's draft does become like a real big issue. Like, this Ursa could be the biggest carry in the game, given enough time.
I don't know. I think it could, but it's not like in a vacuum where just the Ursa's farmed up. You really have to get more on RCY and even Sunlight.
Speaking of that Ursa, BKB popped to get up,
Yeah.
that's fine. However, Dendi, he couldn't get in range for the blink.
Yeah. I don't know, that's a valuable resource. It's down to 6 seconds anyway, so I suppose it's not the biggest deal in the world. But I believe that was a 7-second charge into 6. They are chasing.
It's a fight you can't really afford to take as Wildcard, because you don't have that Ursa that can fight, and well, Stonebank, he knows it, so he's going to make the jump in onto Tiger for a nice easy kill. Actually almost has the Nullifier completed on the Night Stalker to boot. Makes it extremely kind of just impossible to get away once he has that Nullifier up. And it seems like they know where Sammy is. VTune, Rupture is available, maybe looking towards Sunlight instead, but this lost vision. No, in fact, Stonebank's going to jump in. No hesitation. Sunlight though with the BKB TP. No, it's not enough. And Sammy's still in trouble. No, VTune's lost him. VTune's lost him. It's fine. He's okay.
VTune's still walking that general area.
Do draw at the lines.
Does have TP at the least. Oh, he's walking the right way. Okay.
He's alright. He knows.
Ah, would have been very scary if he just died there. 20-7, 14k lead for Bait. Wildcard just looking lost. They pop BKBs and they die. And that feels like the story of the game. They'll use the Enrage to clear out the Tormentor. And that is the shard for Husky, so the Supernova going to be doing a lot more now with the Sunray on top. Some healing, some damage to come through here. But it still feels like there's no play. They do manage to sit out the Aegis of VTune. They don't manage to really find too much outside of, well, literally all your outer towers here, which is still pretty damn big. I don't think you mind too much in Bait, losing out in Aegis. You've got the Ags for VTune not too far off. You could always wait for next Roche. You know there's no outer map access for Wildcard that's very safe right now. So you can always punish. And Wildcard are just running out of space to farm. I mean, you have managed to recover to an extent on Sammy. He is working towards his MKB. But I mean, you're still suffering on RCY. Like, he's still popping that core. Ember has nothing.
No. Just hasn't got the comeback bomb he's been looking for, and that is a bit annoying for Sunlight. He's lost his plate mail now. He's still gonna smoke up anyway. Right into Bait. They've got control of that triangle. So instead, Wildcard gonna go through the dire jungle and just try to make it that way. Though Dendi does get jumped immediately, but he's gonna be okay for now. He gets the onslaught and Sammy's dead. No buyback, and Dendi, just a Giga Chad, walks back in with a pulverize. Sets up a perfect team fight. Ooh, what do they do? What is RCY meant to do? He pops his BKB, he tickles them and just leaves. And when I say leaves, I mean dies. So an ultra kill comes out. Is this game over? I think it is.
It looks like it. It looks like it. Out of all the scripts from the playbook here, Mike,
yeah,
this is one that no one probably expected. For Bait to look as good as they are in these qualifiers. I mean, Wildcard, they could maybe have another fight left in their tank, but no egg. It's gonna be a little bit rough. That's basically their one big team fight spell. And Bait, just dominance this game. 25-8, start to finish, looked amazing. Maybe that early punishment onto Kidaro, I think that was the one issue for Bait. Like the laning of the Grimstroke was not amazing. But so far, everything else has looked spectacular.
Bit of a preemptive call, Jonathan. Respawn timers aren't too long. They'll be back. The game is not over.
Yeah.
I mean, the game...
Your question still stands.
It feels very over, though.
Yeah, what do they do? What does RCY do? He has BKB phase boots. Maelstrom. It's not enough. Like, the impact... This is why Razor offlane can be such a bait sometimes. In very specific matchups, if you can just hold on and static link that carry, if all you need to do in the team fights is to remove a carry's damage, then it can be amazing. This is not one of those games. You know, like even if you static link out VTune, he can run away. One, he has a lot of move speed. Number two, you end up just allowing Dendi to do what he wants because you don't have control from your offlane. You basically don't have that much hard control outside of the chains and maybe the rebound, but again, not reliable. So then he's pretty free to do what he wants here.
Smoke out. Wildcard, though, it's risky. They are grouped up on Bait. Like, nobody's really split up. They seem to know that there's perhaps a smoke happening right now.
Oh, there's no Roche.
No Roche either. Yeah, it's down for another minute and 5 seconds. Bait do counter smoke. But they're heading the opposite way, so they're not really quite well aware where Wildcard are hanging around at the moment. Looks like Dendi's going to sort out perhaps the mid-creep wave while he's here. No, he'll leave it. They'll hunt on the west side of the map. $40 seconds for Roshan to respawn. So they are going to head towards the top right corner and head to the pit where Roshan will be. And I suppose it's up to Wildcard now to find a way to counter this Roshan. Like, you can't afford to let it go for free. At the same time, you can't really afford to lose the next fight because you don't have any buybacks. The only buyback you've got is RCY and Husky. That's not really good enough.
No. And RCY desperately wants to hang on to gold. He really needs this Ags to have some impact here. Smoke out from Wildcard. We've gotten the read, but look at Bait. They're not even committing on the pit.
RCY can get jumped first. Lift is there. They will not jump in yet. They're trying to wait, but no, there you go. Onslaught is out. They'll drop the egg with the Sunray. RCY trying to bait for his team so Sammy can jump in, but Sammy's getting kited. They do at least get a Grimstroke for their trouble, but in comes Stonebank, and now VTune just taking down RCY in the middle of this team fight. He'll buy back immediately, but Sammy's already dropping. It looks like he's about to fall and he's gone. No buyback on the Ursa. It's up to the Ember Spirit. However, they do have at least the Bloodseeker down, and now Dendi's down. Happy days. They do manage to make the team fight work.
They get done. VTune just blowing up in the middle. The commitment coming out from Bait. The focused damage onto that one here does pay off. The issue is they can't take Roche off the back of this. Stonebank?
Ooh, they might find more kills though. Stonebank is actually like his own carry at the moment, so even with the Bloodseeker dead, like it's still not that simple. But they might try for Roche, or they're just going to control this area and just get the wards down while they can. But it seems like they are going to try. Tiger and Husky are apparently trying, while Beta pushing the top tier 3 tower. Oh, Husky gets bashed by Roshan with TP. Oh,
that is unfortunate.
the Twin Gates. Stonebank.
I know, like, like that. It's that kind of play again, where it's like, okay, you guys win the fight. You guys should know you can't take Roshan. Why are you forcing it?
I would. Death Rune. I would die.
Maybe you can try to sneak back in, force a fight onto the Roche now with the Ursa back up and with V-Tune back up. Still no egg, but it will be up in 20 seconds.
So Kenzo loves Rude Buster apparently, but I'm sure he's gone now.
They've got to contest this Roche to lock in this game.
It's been
Although
8 minutes since he talked to me.
I see why they've been soul-binded up. This is such a problem.
Oh my
Sunlight
God.
has buyback, but RCY just died back, and now they've got Tiger. An egg is out, but the egg is going to get bursted down. Sammy's desperately trying, but a great onslaught from Dendi. Sammy, he's just been kited. He's just been kited this whole game. He'll go back in after V-Tune, but V-Tune gets another Ultra kill. It's only Husky left. You can buy back on Sunlight, but I mean, without the other three, the game's got to be over. As heartbreaking as it may be, Wildcard, it seems like they might be dropping out early. Earlier than expected, at least from us.
For sure.
Freaking
I know.
Australians.
Bait, they just play
How
so
is
well.
How is their version of
Fortifies
English
to
real?
stall out. There's half a minute for the respawns. With Bait,
It
they
isn't.
understand. This is it. There's nothing to fear.
What a performance so far. What a run from this Bait side, going from a terrible DPC to this. Sunlight is going to drop. That's a dieback. A Husky, I mean, he's trying, but he's basically just running into a brick wall here, John, and there you go. GG well played is called, and the good luck further is there from the boys. Wildcard, I mean, it was a great attempt, but Bait, they have made it through to the lower bracket final. This storyline's too crazy for me, John. It really is. We have
It is
Dog
so
Champ.
nuts.
We're with our boy, I mean, DNM Speeds there. You've got Bait with Dendi here. It's crazy, Jonathan. They're in a lower bracket final against each other, and now they're just casually waiting in the grand finals.
What a storyline. What an exciting storyline. Who would have expected this out of NA, right? Like, NA, where you'd say, oh, you know, there's a top four, then there's a bottom four with a huge gap between them. All of a sudden, Bait's up there. Dog Champ rallies.
People
Wildcard's out.
that say that crap don't actually watch. That's kind of the thing. They just, you know. Anyway, don't get me started. Go on, don't make your point.
But yeah, it's exciting. I think this is probably the most exciting qualifier region. Just because all these expectations are busted. And the storylines, right? Like Dendi potentially going back to TI after a long time. He does still have to face off against Dog Champ. There's a chance for Dog Champ, against all odds, beating Bait and then beating Nouns somehow. Or maybe, you know, if they play their cards right, for them to all be pretty much first timers at TI. Like, what a region. You know, obviously coming in, the favorites should be Nouns regardless of their opponent, but you have to hand it to them. Every single team we've seen here in the NA TI qualifiers has looked so vastly improved. Like it has looked. This looks like a different region from what we've seen from the DPC. Like why didn't they play like this in the DPC? Is my question.
I mean, I think the roster changes may have had some effect. Now, I know there is some drama around that from what I can understand. I know you've been showing me some certain tweets from a certain person recently. I'm not sure what the hell's going on there, but it seems like Beta, one little change or two little changes, and suddenly they're a completely different team. I think you and I in particular have been saying that this team is not bad. Like from what we've been seeing from Div 1 from Bait for the NADPC, Bait was never really bad. They'd always dominate the early to mid game, and then they just fail at the late game every time. Like there was no game plan, or just things would go wrong. But now it just seems like with this new roster, they're playing like a real team. Very revitalized.
Everyone's connected with each other. Everyone's in high spirits. Stonebank switching to the offlane has looked amazing
Really
for
good.
the team. It looked so good, right? Like I remember when he was safe lane, we were like, it looks really bad. You know, it's like he's not doing much. Him and the offlane were farming up. Now he's getting so much space, and you can see the difference. And props to Bait. Wildcard is not an easy team to beat in this fashion as well. And they took their earlier win as well in their first lower bracket game, 2-0. We've got to hand that MVP. And Dendi with the legendary scoreline as well, 3-2-2-0. Of course. He deserves it. He had an amazing game. He had an amazing series. His game 1 was dominant on the Shaker. His game 2, he got baited into Wind Ranger versus Tinker. Not his fault. And then he gets his Primal Beast here, up against the Ember. And, RCY has been this young, promising mid that we've been talking about, like the next generation. Dendi is several generations removed from RCY, right? In the Dota world. And he still shows that Pinoy kid that he still has it, man. Dendi still has it. I mean, anyone out there that keeps yelling Dendi's washed, Dendi can't do it, he's so low MMR. Look at these games. Look at any of Dendi's mid games. And try saying that again, because these are not easy mids that Dendi plays against. RCY is not a Wako, right? So hats off. Dendi, I mean, after all these years in Dota, that he still has it. It's outstanding.
Yeah, it really is incredible, and props to him. He does get the MVP, and well, I honestly have not been this excited about a final day of qualifiers up until this point. I can't remember the last time I was this excited to see the result of a qualifier, let alone it being in NA. But that's where we are right now. Like, I cannot wait to see what happens tomorrow, not only between Dogchamp and Bait, but then the grand final as well, knowing how close Dogchamp were in each individual game today against Nouns, and seeing how great Bait has been over the past few days. And we can see the bracket here. As you can see, tomorrow, Bait versus Dogchamp, and then the winner of that, they get to the grand final. And that grand final, that's the last bit. It's a best of 5. Winner gets to TI-12, and sadly, the loser has to stay home. There's only one slot that you can go through. Only one of these 3 teams can make it. I mean, if you're Bait and Dogchamp, you should already be very proud of yourself for getting to this point, because there's been some very challenging teams to beat. But at the end of the day, John, you're at the last day now. So no matter what happens, if you don't qualify, it's gonna hurt, because you're too close now to be a, you could be the bride, but you don't want to be the bridesmaid. You're just too damn close.
Yeah, so close for all of these teams. And what a storyline, right? Like, the journey of Nouns domination in the upper bracket, but maybe not the cleanest in a couple of those series, right? Sand King Gomez taking game off, Wildcard taking game off. This journey of Bait rallying from being knocked down from the upper bracket by Wildcard into knocking Wildcard out of this tournament altogether. I mean, it's just insanity, and I am so excited. Like, I never expected, honestly, I'll be frank, I never expected to be excited for the NA qualifiers, because, hey, everyone's like, now it's a wild card. Yeah, now it's wild card. But Bait, Dogchamp, we had some hope from Felt before they got 2-0'd in a brutal manner by Bait. Like, this is exciting. Like,
hold on, let's have a look at the schedule. Let's bring up the schedule while you're talking. Go on.
Yeah, like, obviously, we're going to have that lower bracket finals. First, the Bait versus Dogchamp with a winner up against Nouns right after in a best of 5. So it's a best of 3 followed by a best of 5. Only 2 series tomorrow, the last day. I can't believe time flies so fast. And, man, I'm reminded so much watching these games why we love NA Dota, right? Like, it's so different. The characters are there, the tips, the personalities, and just the playstyle is it's just so different, right? It feels... Some would say unrefined. I think it's just unique. It's just pure, blatantly NA. It's pure Dota.
Purity to it. There's a purity. They're not abusing stupid bugs and playing the 50,000th game of Beastmaster, and Broodmother, and don't even get. You know what region I'm talking about. Don't get me started. There's purity to this region. There's purity. It reminds us of SEA in some way, right? Like it may not be the absolute pinnacle of Dota, but it's fun. And I think
Well, I'm looking forward to the CU qualifiers. I have some hot takes in some of those teams. It should be really interesting. But for me, seeing these teams left, it makes you really wish that we had something similar to Last Chance, right? I know the format this time doesn't fit that in because we have TI spread across the road to the International and the International itself. But can you imagine, right? Now it's versus Bait or Dogchamp, and the loser has to go through Last Chance or Wildcards. I think that would still be a massive thing for a team like Bait and for a team like Dogchamp. And those are the kinds of teams that need that opportunity to play other teams.
Hear me out before we go, Jonathan, because this is our final day of NA qualifiers. Of course, we're not on tomorrow, so we'll be back for SEA. But hear me out. If Secret qualified through Western Europe, Dendi qualifies through NA. 10th anniversary of Dota. They're back together at TI, right? Then Puppy goes on to naturally win TI, as is foretold. And then he's there to watch him win his second TI. Could you imagine?
How about Kuro, though? You gotta get Nickman there as well, right?
Honestly, I don't want to punch that one right now, Jonathan. Don't make me do it, alright? I like
I'd love to see that. I would love to see them.
Yeah.
But I would love to see all these teams. It's going to be a heartbreaker tomorrow, Mike. I'm going to be watching and I'm going to be happy and pretty sad at the end. But that's the way it goes. You know, only one team goes. We only have that one slot. Nothing like LCQs this time, so it's a rough one. But it is what it is.
And with that, we have to leave for tonight, Jonathan. Of course, we're going to be back, or someone's going to be back tomorrow to cast some more great NA Dota. So make sure you tune in again to see the finals of all this and see exactly who does get proved to be the second, or rather third NA representative for TI12. Apart from that, it's NLP and it's John X Fire, and we'll see you all again during some SEA qualifiers. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Two eternal rivals joined through a devastating battle for Earth. But what if their fates were changed? What if their meeting came much sooner? Kakarot's father Bardock arrives back on planet Vegeta, worried that Frieza's fear for the Super Saiyan may mean the end of the Saiyan race. Now he comes to King Vegeta with a warning, hoping he'll allow his children, Raditz and Kakarot, to go to Earth alongside the prince. But before we begin, a thank you to the sponsor of the video. I wonder what types of games a prince plays on a voyage to Earth. Well, I know one free game that he should definitely be playing. Check out the way Bardock to the dungeon until he calms down. His words stuck in King Vegeta's head. What if he was right? Obviously, as the king, he couldn't leave. He had to lead his people and not show weakness. But if they were all to die, what would happen to the Saiyan race? Later that night, King Vegeta visited Bardock in the dungeon. Bardock didn't want to speak to him, so the king did most of the talking. King Vegeta didn't think that this was serious, but it did worry him, so he made a deal. As long as he doesn't tell any other Saiyan until they figure out what's going on, then he would allow his son to be sent away to that remote planet, along with Prince Vegeta. He'll even provide the pods and the cloaking technology, so they wouldn't be spotted by Frieza. Bardock was surprised. Why would the king want to send his son along too? The king said that if something were to happen to them, then the prince would have to continue the Saiyan race. He will call down Prince Vegeta from his off-world mission. He realizes that if his son somehow survives while Frieza's around, he will be turned into a lackey, a slave for the Emperor. If something did happen to them, it would be up to Vegeta to avenge them. A low-class Saiyan kid wasn't something he was happy with, but it was Bardock's plan after all. And his warning at least deserved that as compensation. Bardock nodded slowly. He had one more thing to ask. His eldest son was also stationed away with the prince. Could he come along? The king scoffed. Bardock was left to sit alone until the following night, when he, Gine, and the king snuck at night to the forest area, where the king's guard had brought a pair of pots. But Gine and Bardock's face went pale when they saw that there were only two, and that Prince Vegeta was the only one there. The prince thought that this was ridiculous, and he knew he would be back soon. He hated having to go with this low-class Saiyan, but at least he knew Raditz. If his brother was anything like him, he would at least be fun to mess with. The king instructed the prince to keep a low profile, until they came to get them. They didn't want Frieza picking up on a deserted Saiyan. Gine slowly reached for the king, as he took Kakarot and placed him in the pod. He closed the hatch, and the prince got in his. Gine began to pull on the king's robes, asking what about Raditz. The king didn't respond. He turned to look at them, and finally said that they had only earned one child. If Raditz was smart, then he would stay where he is and survive. Vegeta doesn't need two low-class rats slowing him down. Gine pounded on the king's chest armor, demanding Raditz be saved as well. Bardock yelled at him, but the king moved his arm back to press the button on the pod. Kakarot and Vegeta blasted away, with Gine yelling for her son. The king said they should be thankful he even allowed him to go. Prince Vegeta could see a flash of light as the battle seemingly began below. He didn't care. He just wanted to get this over with and return home. Thus, the children of the monstrous Saiyan race were sent across the galaxy to Earth on a mission to survive. their pots fell from the sky and into the greatest adventure of all time. The pots landed in a mountain area full of trees and life. Loads of strange creatures neither Vegeta nor Kakarot had ever seen before. Vegeta looked for a scouter to use and research the area, but realized that he didn't have one. His father must have taken it so that Frieza wouldn't be alerted. The cries of Kakarot kept him from thinking. He dragged the kid by his arm and put him back in the pod. At least his cries were drowned out now. Vegeta looked around and found a small cave. They would need shelter for sure. Just as he was going to pick up Kakarot's pod and take it to the cave, he heard the cracking of leaves. Instinctively, he shot a blast to where the sound came from. The leaves ruffled in the air as they burned, but there was nothing there. Vegeta must have imagined things. But the prince jumped back as he turned around, seeing a smiling old man. Vegeta let Kakarot's pod fly up, only for the old man to catch it with one hand. Vegeta got on guard instantly. His father told him to lay low as to not alert Frieza, but he did need to defend himself. But the old man spoke softly.
Oh, no need to worry, kiddo. I'm not here to hurt you. I heard some crying and came here to investigate is all.
A monkey tail dropped on Gohan's face. It seemed like the pod opened when Vegeta let it go, and now Kakarot hung overhead.
Oh, another one. You must have been the one crying. A tail. Very interesting children, aren't you? Where are your parents?
Vegeta kept his guard up, telling the old man to let go of the brat. Let him go? Vegeta found himself confused. He didn't care about Kakarot. Why did he even say that? Gohan took a step forward while he let Kakarot down, but Vegeta jumped to punch Gohan. To his surprise, Gohan dodged the hit in a flash. Vegeta was in utter disbelief. How did he predict that move?
You're strong, but there is so much to learn about martial arts. You could beat me physically, but I have the knowledge you don't.
Vegeta was getting angry, and he was going to attack again, but his and Kakarot's stomach growled.
Seems like you both could use some dinner. Come, I'll feed you.
Vegeta wanted to protest, but it was true. He was very hungry. This old man could live, for now. But to Vegeta's surprise, Gohan's food is really good. He loved every bite he took, and apparently so did Kakarot. He was also content in knowing that he didn't have to sleep on the cave. He didn't trust anything this earthling said just yet though. It wasn't until one day when Gohan watched Vegeta fight alone outside.
You've got good moves. What do you want, old man? I just want to know about your parents. You never answered me.
It's none of your business, Gohan sighed. How did you do it?
Do what?
Know where I was going to attack. Know where we were.
I see nothing gets by you, Vegeta. You're right. I actually didn't hear Kakarot's crying at first. Instead, I felt a powerful ki presence nearby. Your ki presence. Ki presence. Ki is the essence of all living creatures. It surrounds us, it penetrates us, it binds nature together. You have always felt it, never realized it. Close your eyes.
Is this one of your tricks, Earthling? You know I can kill you, right?
I am well aware, but this will be an important tool if you plan to defeat that man you wish to take down.
How did you?
Trust me, Vegeta.
Vegeta finally accepted, closing his eyes and sitting on the grass. Gohan continued, telling him to feel everything around him. The trees, Kakarot, even the tiger that's been stalking them. Vegeta found it difficult at first, but it was as if a shock of electricity struck him, because he could virtually see everything. Gohan explained that with enough time he would be able to tell just how powerful a foe is. Vegeta recognized this feeling as the same feeling he got when using his Gallic gun. So, this was where he was drawing that power from. From then on, Vegeta began to unknowingly trust Gohan even more. Despite being much weaker than himself, this old geezer had a wealth of knowledge that he was going to use for his own advantage. Vegeta largely ignored Kakarot, but noticed that he was picking up on a lot of things as well, getting stronger, but he would never catch up to him. The gap between the low-class Saiyan and the elite was far too great, and Vegeta knew it. Gohan tried to take care of them both, but Kakarot was the only receptive one. Vegeta only cared about him when it came to martial arts and food. That was until one fateful day. Gohan took Kakarot out late to gather some fruits, while Vegeta trained alone, but they were taking way too long. Vegeta felt something. Vegeta decided to take a peek outside, just for a second. It is then when realization struck him. It was a full moon. Is that why his father had picked this planet? Vegeta put on a cloak to avoid looking at the full moon, and he began to rush towards the forest, where Kakarot and Gohan had gone to. Finally, he reached the site of a decimated forest, and the raging Ozaru Kakarot in the center. Gohan was below, struggling to get him to calm down, but Kakarot simply slaps Gohan away, with the old man hitting a tree. Vegeta's eyes widened, jumping forward as his cloak came off. While jumping in the mid-air, he slowly transformed. He knew this was the only way to stop Kakarot. He would have to teach him to control his form later on, wasting his valuable time. He hated that low-class runt. Vegeta just hoped that both of them transforming wouldn't destroy the planet, or worse, alert Frieza. Ozaru Vegeta finished the transformation and threw a punch against the back of Kakarot's head. This instantly knocked out Kakarot, with the Ozaru dropping down below. Vegeta made sure to hold back, as to not kill him. Good. Kakarot was okay. But Gohan, the Ozaru turned to find the old man lying under a tree, his giant hand picking him up. Slowly, Gohan opened his eyes and smiled at Vegeta, asking him how he found them so quickly. Vegeta's eyes widened. He had sensed Kakarot and Gohan's ki way before even hearing the roars. That's what caused him to look for them in the first place. Gohan was very proud and would eventually recover. It seemed like Vegeta had gotten there just in time. Time passed, and although Vegeta still maintained his hostile attitude and his mission to destroy Frieza, he also slowly began to open up. He did teach Kakarot how to control Ozaru. Having him rampage again would be too much of a hassle to clean up after all. He also told him about why they were there, about their parents. Kakarot insisted that they would return to pick them up someday, but Vegeta never held on to hope. He figured that his father must have been right, and Frieza really did wipe out the race. During training, Gohan would call Kakarot his brother, which infuriated Vegeta. Even Kakarot himself called him Big Brother a few times, which Vegeta completely rejected. He would yell at this low-class trash that he's not his brother, that he didn't even consider his real brother his brother. He would fly away in anger. Kakarot would be saddened by this, but Gohan was always there to cheer him up, and reminded him that Vegeta didn't really mean it. Kakarot would constantly challenge Vegeta to battles, or contests, but Vegeta would always win. Racing, hunting, hide and seek, it didn't matter. Vegeta was always ahead of him. However, this didn't discourage Kakarot. On the contrary, it motivated him even more. He learned to sense ki and fly, just so he would attempt to keep up with the prince. Vegeta found it amusing. Kakarot wasn't a crybaby, or a quitter like his brother Raditz. A year prior to Bulma's arrival, Vegeta decides that he can no longer stay in the mountains. He has gone flying around Earth before, but it was always when he was racing against Kakarot. He wanted to take his time, experience everything this world has to offer, before he maybe takes her over. It was clear to him now that this planet wasn't as powerless or as insignificant as he once thought. Perhaps there was someone or something that could make him strong enough to face Frieza. Gohan and Kakarot bid him farewell, but not before Kakarot promises Vegeta that he'll be a lot stronger next time they meet. Vegeta scoffs and flies away, his mind filled with thoughts of revenge against Frieza for wounding his Saiyan pride. From his travels, Vegeta eventually encounters the Pilaf gang in a castle he found in the middle of the desert. He was tired, so he decided to rest there for the night. Pilaf nearly had a heart attack when he goes into his room and finds the monkey boy sleeping in his bed. Pilaf summons Mai and Shu to take his intruder out, but Vegeta nearly kills them. He decides not to, after they reveal why they are there. The Dragon Balls. 7 magic orbs that can grant any wish. This was Vegeta's ticket to defeating Frieza. He would wish for immortality. He would let them live as long as they helped him with the Dragon Balls. After all, they had all sorts of radars back in their home base. Unbeknownst to him, Kakarot himself had started his own adventure with a new group of allies. This Goku is far stronger than the one we know, thanks to some training with Vegeta. He manages to collect the Dragon Ball sooner than expected and doesn't need to call Roshi to put out the fire on Mount Frypan. He just used the Gallic Gun. Even so, Roshi takes great interest in the powerful kid. While he is kind-hearted, he's still prideful as a Saiyan and has some brutal techniques. He has to watch himself to make sure he doesn't go overboard. Over time, he becomes a little cocky in his abilities and believes he can eventually take down Vegeta in a sparring match. But much like in the original story, the Pilaf gang attacks, capturing Goku and the rest. One thing Vegeta had neglected to do was train Goku's tail, and he was caught by surprise, as the Pilaf gang were instructed by Vegeta himself. They would take them to Pilaf's castle, or should I say Vegeta's castle, as the Dragon Team is brought forth to the throne room. Goku's eyes widen as the chair turns to reveal Vegeta. It had been over a year since he left Gohan's house, so this is where he ended up. Kakarot called out to his brother, asking what he was doing. Once again, Vegeta yelled to not call him that. He was simply doing what he was born to do, rule. He would take the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality, and defeat Frieza. Bulma barked that the Dragon Balls were theirs, and that she had a wish. Vegeta was surprised that the woman had the nerve to yell at him, but he smirked, asking what she would wish for. She simply blushed as Vegeta got close to her. He was only a year older than her, but he was very handsome. Bulma could only mumble nervously, but Vegeta backed away and told her to shut up. Yamcha said to never talk to her like that again, to which Vegeta cackled, asking if he was her boyfriend. Goku argued that he shouldn't let the anger dictate his actions. They were both there to defeat Frieza, but immortality is not the way to do it. That just sounds like cheating. Only their new power would destroy him. Together, this struck something in Vegeta. Yeah, those were Gohan's teachings, alright. He was also glad to see how much of a prideful Saiyan Kakarot was, and to know that he was eager to avenge their people. But regardless, this would be the only way. In a desperate move, Kakarot challenges Vegeta to a battle. The prince commanded Pilaf to uncuff his brother. Smirking, he was excited to see how much he'd grow. Vegeta around this time had a power level of 10,000 to 12,000, thousands of times stronger than Goku in the original story. But that also means that the small amount of teaching and training that Vegeta provided, whether intentional or not, helped Goku power up exponentially. He can't catch up to him just yet, but his power level is an impressive 2,000. What Vegeta learned the most during his training with Gohan was ki sensing, martial arts, and spirituality, and he understood that numbers were not everything. Kakarot spent a lot of time with Gohan. He couldn't underestimate him. Thus, the two brothers fought it out. He was merely toying with Kakarot. The younger Saiyan saw no option but to look at the full moon. Vegeta smirked, and he watched the transformation. He did the same, and the two Ozarus threw punches, each hit causing the entire desert to shake. The giant apes used many martial arts techniques. Mouth beams were fired in all directions, and Kakarot even bit Vegeta's tail. It was an awesome sight to behold, but both the Pilaf gang and the Dragon team knew they needed to do something. Pilaf took this chance to summon the dragon, but Bulma was ahead of the game. Yamcha told Oolong and Puar to take down the Ozaru by cutting his tail, while Bulma stopped Pilaf. Before the Emperor could say anything, Bulma jumped into making her wish for a perfect boyfriend. Shenron's eyes sparkled, while Puar and Oolong cut the monkey's tail off. The two Saiyans had their battle interrupted and were both very upset. Bulma thought that the dragon was a sham, since she did not see any boyfriend around. Her eyes squinted while she glanced at Vegeta getting up after the de-transformation, but her vision was covered by something else. Yamcha's smiling grin, waving at him. Of course nothing happened. He was already there, right? Bulma laughed, sighed, and said that he was right. Though she looked back at Vegeta and Goku one more time, making sure they were okay. Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, with the younger Saiyan laughing. Vegeta turned his head and scoffed, getting up to rush away. But Bulma yelled at him that he was a bad guy and they needed to stop him. Goku couldn't let him get away. Vegeta raised an eyebrow at Bulma. Goku stepped in the way, finally explaining what was going on. Vegeta was his brother, and he was trying to find a way to defeat a different bad guy. He then turned to Vegeta with a small smile. He said that Vegeta had finally realized that wishing for immortality wasn't the way to go about it. Right, Vegeta? The prideful Saiyan prince cracked his knuckles and nodded. He hated to admit it, but he almost gave up the only thing he had left, his Saiyan pride, in order to defeat Frieza. He had to find another way. Goku noticed that this was the first time that Vegeta ignored the brother comment. He didn't draw attention to it, but it warmed his heart. Vegeta said that he had to go, but that Kakarot had impressed him in the end. He told Goku to keep up his training, because next time he wants a real challenge, even if it's from this low-class scum. Vegeta walked past Mai, Shu, and the Pilaf gang. They were terrified that they would be killed, but he simply told them to find him a new challenge. Finding those Dragon Balls was way too easy. He was also feeling rather peckish too, it being their best interest to find him a suitable meal. The trio followed after Vegeta. They knew they were his lackeys now, and time passed. Goku trained with Master Roshi, learning a lot more about martial arts. He was extremely powerful, so he won most of the tournament very easily. Knowing that he would breeze through it, Master Roshi contacted not only Gohan for help, but Vegeta as well. The prince agreed to participate only because he sought strong warriors. Thus, with a bunny mask and a robe, Vegeta participated as the Masked Man. Though Roshi and Krillin made it far, it was obvious that the final match would be between the Masked Man and Goku. It was spectacular, and Goku was none the wiser. Though he recognized some of the techniques, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the end, the masked man defeated Goku before disappearing into the night. Goku never found out who he was. No one there was strong enough to teach him anything useful, though that Roshi fellow did give him some advice, that he shouldn't remain vengeful, and instead seek peace. This was the way to defeat Frieza and get stronger. That old man was a fool, and he could have killed him easily, but that would just make Gohan upset. On another note, he recognized Goku was growing more and more. His power level hadn't increased much, but his techniques were unique and impressive. It didn't matter, he didn't care. The masked man returned to a flying fortress anchored on the island's parking lot. There, he sat on a throne with the Pilaf gang kneeling before him, and behind them, a cloaked figure walked forward, pushing away the trio. The man's deep voice echoed as he demanded progress in the search for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta shushed the tall man, standing up and creating a key ball to pull to his face. The hooded man took a step back, terrified. Vegeta said that he would get his wish soon enough, and maybe then he'll be a real challenge. Vegeta smirked, saying that there was only one true king here. Right, quote-unquote, Demon King Piccolo?
Hey kids, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the video thus far. If you like this sort of content and want to see more and support the channel, then consider becoming a Patreon. There, you can help support the channel through various tiers while getting some perks of your own. As a Patreon, you will help get the videos out faster, fun thumbnail art, editing, and even writing for videos. Overall, this is the best way we can ensure to keep providing you guys with awesome content. Plus, you get some neat perks like a bonus mini podcast, early access to videos such as this one, and more. So be sure to go to patreon.com/smugstick and consider supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
And now back to our show.
The hooded figure took down his cloak, revealing the Namekian. A few months ago, the Pilaf gang had finally found a new challenge for Vegeta, the Demon King Piccolo. He was a very dangerous threat, and had begun to attack villages already, but Vegeta showed him his place, defeating him very easily. King Piccolo damned the world, saying that if he had his younger body, that he was sure he would win. Vegeta knew he was bluffing. But seeing a Namekian here was very interesting. He must have been the one to create the Dragon Balls. With the promise of a better match, Vegeta used his resources to start finding the Dragon Balls. He found out that another power, the Red Ribbon Army, was also collecting them. He made quick work of everyone, going through Muscle Tower to collect one, killing Colonel Silver for another, and stopping Blue in his tracks. The hunt wasn't over yet, and Goku also wanted one Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball, to return it to Grandpa Gohan. That's when Vegeta and Goku met at the Lance of Korin, where they were confronted by mercenary Tao Pai Pai. The two Saiyans made quick work of the assassin, saving Upa and Bora in the process. It had been a long time since the two had been together on the same side. The two also went up Korin Tower. Goku had a little more trouble, but not that much. When they made it up top, Vegeta realized that it was harder for him to catch Korin than it was for Goku. Perhaps this Earthling training that he was getting was actually something special, because even though he had incredible speed, Master Korin had some tricks up his sleeve. Vegeta already knew that the water wasn't divine or anything. It was really training for Goku and himself. Goku asked what exactly Vegeta wanted the Dragon Balls for, and Vegeta said that it was just some stupid challenge he wanted to do. This guy, the Demon King Piccolo, wanted to have eternal youth. Maybe he'd be a real challenge then. Korin's eyes widened and he yelled at Vegeta that he shouldn't do this, that King Piccolo was a monster. Vegeta laughed loudly, explaining that if Piccolo was a monster, then Vegeta is the devil himself. He then rushed away with the final Dragon Ball. Perplexed, Korin yelled at Goku that he needed to do something. He needed to take that powerful and head to Kami's lookout. Something horrible was about to happen. Goku trusted Vegeta, but he listened to Korin, just in case. And thus, he made it all the way to Kami's lookout, facing Popo and finishing the bell test much faster than usual. Popo was extremely impressed, and when Kami showed up, he already knew everything of what was going on. They needed to do something quickly, or the whole world may end. Goku's eyes widened when he realized that Vegeta may be trying to take over the world. Had he misread his brother? Had he really freed some monster? He was a proud Saiyan, but his home was Earth, and he was going to protect it. Kami said that Piccolo was dangerous, but that Vegeta may be even more so. Their training would begin. Little by little, Goku was convinced that his brother was a problem. Goku's training is a complete game changer. He is used to being under pressure, and his mental fortitude is stronger than regular Goku. He manages to stay in the chamber for months, though a year is still out of his reach. He was terrified that Vegeta could actually do something horrible. He needed to stop him. Vegeta finished collecting the Dragon Balls, with the Demon King demanding that he be turned young again. Vegeta gathered the balls together, and Piccolo summoned the dragon. He was turned back into a young Namekian, his power surging and overflowing. Vegeta still wasn't impressed. But the Demon King declared that this world was already his, spitting out various eggs and creatures to battle the Saiyan. No way he could win, right? Piccolo's booming voice terrified the Pilaf gang, but it was a sudden flash of light that landed in front of them that really made them jump. It was Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes squinted. What was he doing here? Goku explained that he spent the last few months training with Kami since the last time they saw each other. He knew what he was up to, and he would need to be stopped. This Demon King could bring ruin to the entire world. Vegeta burst out laughing. He told Kakarot to sense his ki. He was nothing compared to them. Goku closed his eyes. He was right. He was already massively stronger than Kami. This Demon King was nothing. Even so, Vegeta freeing this guy meant that he was going down a dark path. He would stop at nothing to defeat Frieza. Clearly, even if it meant endangering the planet. Goku yelled at Vegeta that Kami was right. The greatest threat to Earth was Vegeta. The prince gritted his teeth. He was insulted. How dare this low-class trash forget his place? He smirked, telling Piccolo to go ahead and send the whole army and himself against Kakarot. This would be a good warm-up before their match. The Demon King chuckled, not realizing that he was still being used as a pawn. Vegeta knew that the Demon King could not stand a chance against Goku, but he could at least show him a good time. Vegeta wanted to see just how far Kakarot's training had brought him. Goku did not hesitate, extending out his arms and focusing his ki for a great Gallic gun. He corrected himself. Kamehameha. The blast consumed the army, not leaving a single trace behind. King Piccolo's eyes widened as he shook in fear. Kakarot took slow steps towards him. Vegeta raised his voice, saying that the Demon King had greatly disappointed him, but he at least served to prove just exactly what side Kakarot landed on. Piccolo and Kakarot stopped in their tracks, while Vegeta walked to them with a smirk. He said that Kakarot had already impressed them with his blast. His training had served him well. He even looked older, despite the fact that it had only been a few months. He had great potential and a talent for battle, something that the prince didn't see in the other Elite Saiyans. Soon he could be a great adversary, but not now. Goku and Piccolo rushed towards each other, blasting and fighting, but Goku was so above Piccolo that his best attacks severely wounded the alien. Goku's clothes were ripped, but he was fine. King Piccolo fell to his knees, panting. Vegeta faced Goku, but blasted at Piccolo without even looking back. The Demon King screamed in pain as he was pierced. After all, he had no use for a Demon King that can't move. With the last of his breath, promised that he will return and his reincarnation will kill Vegeta. Vegeta lifted an eyebrow, turning to face Piccolo while he spat out an egg. Piccolo died, but not before getting a glimpse of his nightmare. Vegeta jumping and catching Piccolo's egg. Piccolo passed away, while Vegeta looked at the egg pensively. Kakarot walked slowly to Vegeta, asking him to put the egg down. Vegeta laughed lightly, saying that he was quite impressed by Kakarot. He could tell just from his ki spikes that he was above his older brother. Perhaps he was even getting close to Nappa. Goku didn't know what he was talking about. He hadn't heard anything about his older brother nor Nappa in many years, ever since Vegeta told him their story. To Goku's own surprise, Vegeta did put the egg down, leaving his hand on it. A woof of air lifted behind the two Saiyans. Kami. He quickly rushed to Vegeta, slapping his hand away from the egg. Vegeta's eyes widened. Another Namekian. He squinted, whispering to himself about it. He must be the creator of the Dragon Balls. This was Kakarot's teacher? Kami stared down Vegeta. He knew he couldn't stand up against him, but at the very least, he could stop him from unleashing a second Piccolo. Kami was going to attack the egg, but Vegeta caught his hand, his eyes burning with anger. Kami instinctively took a step back. Vegeta told him that he isn't going to touch the egg. Goku was surprised. Was he changing? Was Kami wrong? Kami argued that Vegeta was the greatest threat. Vegeta tilted his head as he looked at Kami. The Saiyan Prince says that he knows that already, and that he will raise him to be the greatest adversary. He then turned to Kakarot, saying that if he wants to defend Earth, then he better train hard. Kami was not going to allow this to happen. He ordered Goku to help him battle Vegeta. Goku was hesitant, but he did as told. Vegeta smiled. He was excited to see what Kakarot had left to show him. The Saiyan kid rushed in, with Vegeta blocking the attack and creating a shockwave across the plane. Vegeta was incredibly surprised. How exactly did he get so strong? Did the Namekian have a secret? Goku clocked Vegeta in the face a couple of times, actually drawing blood from the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta's eyes brightened up, and he exploded his ki. Both Kami and the egg were pushed out. Kakarot managed to keep himself up. He wasn't about to give up. The battle continued for a while, with Kami absolutely terrified by the power he saw. This was the power of the Saiyans? The Earth really was doomed. But Goku didn't last much longer. He was brought down on his back. Weak, out of ki, Vegeta pointed a ki ball at his face. Kami yelled out a sorrowful no, but Vegeta made the ball disappear. Extending his hand out with a slight smile, Goku was helped up, looking at the ground. Even after all his hard work in the chamber, he still couldn't catch up to his brother. In one of the only acts of warmth that Kakarot would see in his life, Vegeta pushed Goku's chin up. He told him that he was very impressed. He got so powerful in such a short amount of time. He wouldn't stop looking for ways to get powerful on Earth, and neither should Kakarot. Vegeta turned to look at the egg. It was cracking. It would be born soon. He dusted it off and held it. Kami yelled that he would doom the world. Vegeta simply shot a blast past Kami's head as a warning. Vegeta explained that he could take over the world anytime he wanted, so he should be grateful he hasn't already. Vegeta blitzed away. Kami nearly broke his staff in half with how tightly he held it. Goku took slow steps towards him, saying he was sorry to have lost, that next time he was sure to win, but that he believed his brother was changing. Vegeta didn't mean what he said. When he was a kid, he saw Vegeta kill for much less. Not only had he not killed Kakarot, but actually taken someone he knows will be weaker than him in order to train him. This was something very out of character for Vegeta. Kami ignored what he said, simply stating that his training would be tougher than ever now, and thus, a new chapter in their story began. Vegeta would go on to raise Piccolo for a few years alongside the Pilaf gang, while Pilaf, Shu, and Mai would provide care and support for the child. Vegeta would focus solely on fighting and training Piccolo. He subjected him to brutal training on a daily basis, with a similar regiment that Vegeta himself followed when he was still living with his father at the royal palace. Vegeta did know a little bit about the Namekians, so he was surprised to see him grow taller than himself in just 3 years. Goku continued to train at the lookout, still unsure of what Vegeta will mean for Earth, but hopeful nonetheless. Kakarot's training to defeat his brother continues. Next, Dragon Ball What If? Vegeta recalls the girl that Goku hung out with for a long time. Bulma, was it? He met her at the castle and at the tournament. He knew from Goku that she was the daughter of Dr. Briefs from Capsule Corp. Vegeta knew if he wanted to stay ahead of Kakarot as well as train Piccolo, he would need some help. One day, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived with cloaks on at Capsule Corp. It nearly gave Bulma a heart attack. She hadn't seen Vegeta in many years. He was even more handsome, though she would never admit it, especially with Piccolo's scary face nearby. She said that Kakarot wasn't around, and that she knew they were trouble. Vegeta was actually a little awkward, which confused Piccolo. He had never seen him like this. Vegeta yelled at the Earthling woman that she shouldn't speak to him that way. He had come to request help. He needed a place to train, one that would make him powerful in a short amount of time. He needed to train Piccolo and keep ahead of Kakarot. She asked why she should help, and Vegeta took a step closer to her chest. She blushed, but he said that he would spare her life if she did. Though there was some arguing, Bulma ended up agreeing to help. She needed Vegeta's old Saiyan pod to create it, but she and her father made a gravity chamber. Vegeta raised Piccolo to be a strong warrior, and a Namekian with the pride of a Saiyan. He wasn't kind, but the kid was strong, and he could definitely handle Vegeta's hellish training. Piccolo was a vengeful soul, his thoughts filled with revenge towards Vegeta. Piccolo swore to kill him for having humiliated him in his previous life, but the prince found it amusing. In fact, he encouraged Piccolo to continue hating him. His drive for revenge would serve as fuel for his training. He wanted Piccolo Jr. to be his greatest challenge yet. He wanted Piccolo to be strong enough to kill him. This intense training and motivation pushed Piccolo to be much stronger than he would otherwise be. It was only a matter of time before he was powerful enough to defeat Kakarot, Vegeta thought to himself. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Piccolo was having a conflict deep within. Kami had visited him a few times in secret. They hated each other, but Kami offered to help him train alongside Kakarot. Despite his intense loathing for his evil half, he knew that Vegeta was a greater threat than he would ever be, and they needed to work together to stop him. Piccolo was smart though, and he played both sides. He would train with Vegeta in the gravity chamber, and then train train with Goku in the Room of Spirit and Time in secret. He actually liked Kakarot somewhat, though they never trusted each other. His kind-hearted nature was a refreshing change from Vegeta's ruthless and cold demeanor. Slowly, Piccolo started to soften up a little, thanks to Goku. His demeanor was changing, but it caused great turmoil in his heart. Should he continue to be ruthless and brutal like his master Vegeta? Or should he be gentle, yet unwavering like Goku? Kami could sense the storm brewing in Piccolo's heart. He never thought the spawn of true evil could change, but he was, right in front of his eyes. This even made Kami think about what Vegeta could be thinking. If Goku was right, could he change as well? Kami looked on at Piccolo's training, thinking to himself how strange it is that after all this time spent hating each other, the two halves of the same person are working together to face a new threat. Maybe, just maybe, this could mean they could become one again. No, that's crazy. It's far too soon. But, for the first time in a while, Kami was hopeful, just like his pupil Goku. With such powerful training partners, Goku and Piccolo's strength rose to new heights. Vegeta was filled with anticipation. He could sense their growing ki with each passing day. Vegeta grinned as his Saiyan blood rushed with excitement. Finally, he would have the battle he was looking for. One day, Piccolo left Vegeta's flying fortress and never returned. The Pilaf gang were saddened, but Vegeta didn't seem to care. Rather, he wondered if it meant that their battle would be drawing soon. Sure enough, a few weeks later, Vegeta received a rude awakening when Piccolo reappeared abruptly, stopping the flying fortress with his bare hands. Vegeta got out and asked why he had come crawling back, but it was Piccolo the one who laughed, saying that he was finally ready to take his revenge. However, rather than fighting here in the skies, he had a more suitable stage in mind, the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. Once he kills him in front of the whole world, Piccolo will begin his subjugation of the planet. Vegeta chuckles as he tells him he'll be looking forward to it. The tournament commences tomorrow, and he expects to see him there. Goku and Vegeta arrive at the tournament. Piccolo had also gone to Kami's lookout to personally challenge Kakarot. While Piccolo plans to kill Vegeta, he also wants to face Kakarot in an honorable combat to see who has improved the most. If they can't defeat him, then he'll start his reign of terror on Earth. The pair enter the tournament, along with Krillin and Yamcha. They were eager to prove themselves after losing the previous world tournament. Bulma shows up as well to cheer them on, but realizes that Vegeta is there and openly flirts with him. She had broken up with Yamcha a while back. Vegeta actually gets flustered at this, which greatly pleases her, but infuriates Yamcha. Goku just looks on in confusion. During the preliminaries, the Z Fighters and Piccolo breeze through the competition, but there is a lone fighter that catches Vegeta's attention. It was a muscular, bald man with a third eye. His name was Ten Shinhan. According to Krillin, he was the champion of the previous Tenkaichi Budokai. He was the one who humiliated Yamcha and Krillin in the last tournament. During the past few years, Goku was completely focused on his training, and as a result, he never entered the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. Because he never fought Goku nor Jackie Chun, Tien is still a malicious, deadly assassin with a twisted heart. He approached the Z Fighters, mocking Yamcha and Krillin, asking them if they've come back to get their legs broken again. They are about to yell back, but Vegeta tells them to shut up. If they truly have improved, then they'll prove it in the ring. Tien taunts Vegeta, asking him if he's friends with these weaklings, but Vegeta chuckles. They weren't fit enough to lick his boots, and neither was he. Tien was furious, but he smiles, stating smugly that he'll enjoy breaking them apart. His first match is against Vegeta. Despite being cocky before, Tien is immediately overwhelmed. No matter how many attacks he uses, Vegeta simply overcomes all of them. Not even the Kiko Ho stood a chance. Vegeta simply took a blast head on and came out without a scratch. Vegeta won, but not before telling him to clean up his act and get his head straight. His clouded soul is reflected in his sloppy fighting. Tien realizes that he's right. This humbling experience showed him that he wanted more than anything else the thrill of battle, not dominating others. Tien bows and thanks Vegeta for the lesson, but Vegeta simply scoffs. In reality, he saw a little of himself in Tien. Goku and Piccolo's battle is the one that Vegeta looks forward to the most, even more so than his own battle. It was spectacular. He had trained both men at least some, and he watched them use his own techniques and their own. Vegeta did realize that a lot of their attacks seemed very similar to Kami's techniques that he taught Goku. Piccolo must have learned a little bit from that deity as well. Goku's Kamehameha and Piccolo's Gallic Gun clashed. Vegeta actually wasn't sure who would win. Kakarot had spent some time in the time chamber, but he wasn't a fan of it. He only went in there with Piccolo. But Piccolo had a lot more training with Vegeta Vegeta than Goku did. He was built specifically to defeat this younger Saiyan, and though Goku had the power advantage at first, Piccolo's training really showed off in the second half. Not only had his training with Goku helped him get stronger, but it also gave him an insight into his weaknesses. Goku was far too loose with his movements, even cocky. Piccolo exploited this, surprising Goku with something that he had never shown off before, his arm extension. He juked Goku and made him expect a punch, only for his arm to move behind Goku and pull him out of the arena. In this surprise twist of events, Piccolo defeated Goku in the tournament. The Namekian was happy with the victory, but Goku was not his goal. He still needed to avenge his father. Kami watched from above, at the lookout. He had wanted to enter the tournament, but Goku promised that him and Piccolo are enough to take down Vegeta if needed. He still wasn't sure. He was dealing with a lot, not only Piccolo and Vegeta, but also the fact that he now knows that he's an alien, a Namekian. What else was there for him? In the finals, Vegeta fights Piccolo and it's a spectacular match. Piccolo goes all out as he uses every single ability and technique at his disposal. Stretchy limbs, multiform, paralysis, giant form, etc. He even developed a new, deadly technique just to kill Vegeta, the Makankozaku Special Beam Cannon. For the first time in his life, Vegeta is excited in a battle. He congratulates Piccolo for pushing him this far and thanks him for the match. However, he says that he's going to bring it to an end before he can do any harm to the people here. Piccolo asks what he means by this, and Vegeta drops a bombshell. Not once since he's been on this planet has he ever revealed his true power. Not once. He powers up to the maximum as everyone, including Kami, Piccolo, and Goku, look on in horror and disbelief. He declared himself a Super Saiyan, though his appearance didn't change at all. Piccolo tries anything he can to fight Vegeta, but it's no use. Vegeta easily defeats Piccolo, and the prince is announced as the winner of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. But Vegeta spares Piccolo's life once more, as he encourages him to continue training so he can kill the prince someday. Piccolo has nothing else to say and leaves. Goku gets engaged with Chi-Chi during the tournament, and Bulma congratulates Vegeta with a kiss on the cheek, which makes him blush. Thus, the Saiyans raised on Earth have now grown up. Some time passed after the 23rd World Tournament. Vegeta has accepted that this piece of space rock is his new home. He at least takes solace in the fact that he has Bulma's gravity chamber, and Bulma herself, to keep him company. Things are starting to calm down as Goku and Piccolo continue their training. They no longer train at the lookout, nor in the Flying Fortress. Goku does it on his own during his free time on Mount Paozu, after marrying Chi-Chi, while Piccolo roams the wastelands, though he does occasionally decide to sleep at the lookout as well. Meanwhile, Vegeta stays in his Flying Fortress with the Pilaf gang. Goku eventually has a son with Chi-Chi named Gohan, and his existence brings hope to Vegeta for the race, even if he doesn't want to admit it. He's also visiting Bulma more and more often, and they're even starting to go on dates. Vegeta is closer to Goku and his family. Vegeta is even starting to look at the Pilaf gang as friends, while viewing Bulma as something more. However, in the back of Vegeta's mind, he fears that he's growing too content. He's becoming complacent, soft. If the Frieza Force found this planet, all his happiness would be taken away in an instant. Gohan notices the storm brewing in his soul as he offers that he should go see the old Baba, the witch fortune teller. If he defeated her warriors, then she might tell him the future. Vegeta agrees as he single-handedly takes on Baba's tournament and wins easily. When she reads his fortune, images of space bots, the Frieza Force, and Frieza himself laughing over a destroyed city shine on her crystal ball. Vegeta is utterly shocked and terrified. This confirms his fear. He was getting too soft. The shadow of Frieza and the terror that he brings, always looming over this planet. He was a fool to think that the tyrant would never find him. Vegeta starts to become closed off and distant from everyone. The Pilaf gang, Bulma, Goku, and Gohan notice this. They're all worried. Chi-Chi recommends that Goku invites Vegeta and Bulma for a dinner to celebrate Gohan's second birthday. He thinks that this is a great idea, as Goku invites his brother and the Pilaf gang to their home. Everyone has a great time. Even Vegeta seems to be enjoying himself. During dinner, Goku and Gohan reminisce on their past, as Vegeta finally decides it's time to tell everyone. Goku asks point blank what's bothering him. Vegeta tells everyone about his worries, about Frieza, his visit to Baba's, her visions, and his fear for this planet, and himself. They aren't ready to face the tyrant. Goku and Gohan say that they can just continue training and prepare for what's to come next, but Vegeta just can't trust them. He views them all as weaklings, and it's this planet and its weakness that scare him so much. He's scared that everyone on this planet will die unless he does something drastic. He declares to everyone that he plans to take over Earth so that he can prepare for Frieza's inevitable invasion. Following his declaration of his plan to take over Earth, Vegeta stormed out of the house. Kakarot stood in front of Vegeta, pleading with him to stop this. But Vegeta was dead set on his plan to subjugate the planet. Kakarot balled up his fist and warned Vegeta to stop, or else. Vegeta sighed as he placed a hand on Kakarot's face, stating that this was for his own good. Goku was surprised by this sudden display of affection when he is swiftly kneed in the stomach. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of Goku as he dropped to his knees. Vegeta states coldly that the weak don't get to make demands, as he orders the Pilaf gang to follow him. They have a lot of work to do ahead of them. Bulma tried to stop him, but it was too late. They were gone, as Chi-Chi and Grandpa Gohan helped up Goku. He cursed under his breath. He hopes that he wasn't being serious, but he did feel the storm brewing with Vegeta. Kakarot had known that his brother had struggled with his desire to defeat Frieza, and his changing heart with the love of Earth. He promised Bulma and everyone else to go and see, as well as talk to him soon. But right now, Vegeta probably needed some time alone. Goku would also go see Piccolo. He may need his help in getting Vegeta to calm down. Once Bulma returned to her home, she realized that the gravity chamber was on, but locked. It would remain this way for nearly a week. Grandpa Gohan was extremely worried about Vegeta. He had always said things like this before, but this time he seemed serious. Grandpa called over Goku, explaining to him that it was time he learned something new. One final technique that may help him against his brother. He knew they didn't have much time, but they would have to make do. He was going to teach him the way he moved, how he instinctively allowed his body to weave and dodge. Master Roshi was much better at it, but he wanted to have this time to teach Kakarot one final lesson. Thus, over the next few days, Gohan worked diligently with Goku to help him enter this mindset. This lack of ego. It was no transformation, just instinct. Goku noticed a huge difference by the end of it, but he couldn't quite do it well. This was a heightened state of being, where one leaks no ki and achieves enlightenment. It was a very advanced form of martial arts, and Goku struggled with it. One day, Bulma rudely woke up to an explosion. Vegeta had destroyed the chamber from inside out. She resigned to call over Goku, and he soon arrived to pick her up on the flying Nimbus. She held on to Goku as they flew towards the lookout where Chi-Chi and Grandpa Gohan, as well as Little Gohan and Piccolo, were waiting for them. Kami had offered them sanctuary there, while things were turbulent back down on the mortal realm. Goku promised he would bring back Vegeta. He sensed his ki rising. He was heading towards the Earth's capital. He nodded at Piccolo. The Namekian wanted to be the one to defeat Vegeta and rule the world. He wasn't going to let them get in his way. Goku left Chi-Chi and Gohan with Bulma, so they would be safe in case something happened. Grandpa Gohan would stay behind as well to protect them in case anything happens. He looked at Goku and Piccolo, wishing them good luck in knocking some sense into Vegeta. Goku gives them a thumbs up as the two warriors rush towards Vegeta's ki presence. As they watched them go, Chi-Chi put a hand on Bulma's back, ensuring her that it would be okay. Bulma said that she hoped so, as she rubbed her belly. Chi-Chi and Grandpa Gohan's eyes widened. Goku and Piccolo reached the capital, realizing that some of the Earth warriors had felt the presence as well and found their way there. Krillin, Yamcha, and even Tien arrived. It was a scene of pure destruction as Vegeta swooped tanks and soldiers with every movement. Hellfire surrounded them, and Vegeta welcomed them. He was holding onto the King of Earth with one hand and a ki ball burning in the other. Before the battle began, Vegeta dropped the king and extended out his arm to the fighters. He acknowledged them as weaklings and knew that Kakarot would never join him. But Piccolo and Tien, they saw things his way. They knew how necessary power was to protect others. He offered them a chance to join him in his quest to protect Earth. Goku's head spun to look at them. Piccolo crossed his arms, explaining that if anyone is to take over Earth, it would be him, not Vegeta. The prince scoffed and turned to look at Tien. He looked down. He could feel the terrible power that Vegeta held, but he was right. Everyone here was too weak for him, and Vegeta wants to defend them? He must know something much scarier than himself. Tien thought of Chaozu, and he finally began to flow towards Vegeta. The prince smiled, welcoming him as a new ally, declaring that this planet now belonged to the Prince of all Saiyans. The battle began with an explosive Kiko Ho from Tien down to the Z Fighters. They all dodged it, with Goku yelling back at Krillin and Yamcha to take care of Tien, while Piccolo and himself will handle Vegeta. Tien fights Krillin and Yamcha. Despite their best efforts, it doesn't go well. After losing to Vegeta in the previous World Tournament, Tien vowed to get stronger and followed a new path so he could one day challenge Vegeta. As a result, he trained non-stop for years, which resulted in him becoming stronger. Yamcha tries to keep Tien busy, rushing him down with a Wolf Fang fist. as Krillin charges a Kamehameha. Tien notices this as he focuses his ki, creating 2 extra arms behind his back. As Tien blocks each of Yamcha's strikes, he uses 2 of his hands to trap Yamcha in a chokehold, as he uses his other 2 hands to redirect the Kamehameha back at Krillin. The bald man is sent flying, crashing into a nearby building, as Yamcha struggles to push off Tien before falling unconscious. Elsewhere, Goku and Piccolo are able to put up a better fight, but just barely. They have an advantage in numbers, and they know each other's techniques and movements better than anyone. However, Vegeta is still an overwhelming force. He is the strongest being to ever appear in the history of Earth, and he knows it. Vegeta is confident that he can crush these 2 fools. Perhaps he may be too confident in his battle, which could give the pair a much-needed opening. This moment comes when Piccolo manages to block one of Vegeta's punches and immediately counterattacks by appearing above Vegeta and slamming him down to the ground with his elbow. The ground cracks into a small crater as Vegeta grabs Piccolo and slams him back down, leaving him prone on the dirt. Vegeta stands back up, ready to fire a point-blank ki blast when, suddenly, a rocket launched from far away, exploding behind Vegeta, which catches him by surprise. Vegeta turns around, asking out loud who dares interrupt the battle. In the distance, a giant mech stands tall and smoke flaring from his chest. It was the Pilaf machine. Both Goku and Vegeta stand in shock, with Piccolo yelling at the Pilaf gang to get away. This wasn't their battle. Vegeta snarls, demanding to know what the meaning of this insubordination is. Pilaf cries out that they won't let him hurt Piccolo anymore. But not only that, they're tired of seeing Vegeta in this pain. Vegeta's taken aback by this, and Shu chimes in, saying that he knows how much he's hurting. He's been shouldering the burden of the world on his own, and it kills them to see him like this. But that doesn't mean he should save them all like this. This isn't him. Mai jumps in to say that they're here to stop Vegeta before it's too late. It's because they all care about him, and they're stepping in to stop him from making the worst mistake of his life. While Vegeta is distracted, thinking about what he just heard, Piccolo regains his footing as he hits Vegeta in the ribs with a karate chop, cracking his armor. Piccolo yells at Goku that it's now or never as Goku rushes in. Together, both Goku and Piccolo assault Vegeta with a dual meteor combination attack. The pair manage to land 2 clean hits that temporarily stun Vegeta as they jump upwards, charging 2 Gallic guns and firing them both directly at the prince. At first, it looks like Vegeta might be defeated, but as the smoke clears, Vegeta roars as he bursts his ki open. In a few swift moments, Vegeta appears behind Goku and Piccolo, bashing their hands together and blasting them into the King's Tower, obliterating the building. The Pilaf machine fires all of its weapons, but not a single missile or bullet manages to connect with the target. Vegeta fires several small ki blasts from his finger, destroying the machine, as the Pilaf gang is forced to eject themselves from the mech before it explodes. As the battle seems to be drawing to a swift end, Vegeta and Tien stand side by side as the prince proclaims to everyone that he's doing this for their own good. If they can't beat him now, then they'd be doomed once Frieza arrives with his army. It seems hopeless for the Z Fighters, but they feel a strange presence arrive. Was that a baby Gamera? They all turn around to see Roshi land from his Gamera, accompanied by Grandpa Gohan on the flying Nimbus. Vegeta and Gohan stare down, while Roshi stood before Tien. Roshi tells Tien that he mustn't let fear and doubt cloud his new path, that he changed for the better already. He must not go back to what he used to be. Meanwhile, Gohan pleads with Vegeta to reconsider his actions and stop this before it's too late. He was not only his student, but his son. Vegeta's heart dropped when he heard this, but he couldn't stray from his goal now. Even as a tear fell from his face, Vegeta gets angry and adamantly proclaims that he's doing this to save everyone. Tien is quiet, feeling conflicted in his heart. Without any other choice, Roshi and Gohan tell their pupils to sit back and watch. This will serve as a reminder that brute force is not the way of the Turtle School, and it is not the only way to win a battle. Tien and Vegeta go into attack, but are stunned to see the old masters dodge their attacks. While both are shocked, Vegeta is the one who is truly aghast. He had become vastly stronger, faster, and smarter since he arrived on this planet many years ago. But still, he can't seem to touch Gohan. Gohan tells Vegeta that this is one technique he knew the prince always struggled with. However, it's something Kakarot is starting to grasp, which infuriates Vegeta. Gohan extends his hand out to Vegeta with a sad smile, telling him that his pride has driven him somewhere he does not belong. He can't give up his soul for this pride. Vegeta stands his ground. His pride is the one thing he will never throw away. Vegeta manages to successfully hit Gohan away and knock him into the king's castle, reacting faster than he could think. He didn't hold back. He could have killed Gohan. Sweat falls down Vegeta's face. Gohan lays on the rubble, unmoving. Everyone turns to see Goku shaking uncontrollably. They expect him to get furious, but he's not. Goku looks down as he states out loud that he understands Gohan's lesson. He's not fighting alone. Goku takes slow steps towards Vegeta and asks him why he fights. Vegeta opens his mouth to say something, but nothing comes out. Is it to save others? For the thrill of battle? To prove his superiority? Goku explains that as long as Vegeta doesn't understand why he fights, he'll never be able to protect anyone, let alone the entire planet. Goku's ki skyrockets as everyone sees a white glow surround his body. Krillin and Tien remark that they don't sense any ki leave his body, as Roshi smiles, saying that he's done it. Goku has let go of his ego and obtained enlightenment, the no ego zone. Don't mistake this, true believers. This isn't Ultra Instinct, nowhere near it. But it is an impressive martial arts technique that Master Roshi did show off during the Tournament of Power in the manga. Goku turns to tell Roshi to take care of Gohan, then turns to Vegeta, telling him that their fight will continue somewhere away from everyone, somewhere private. With the Saiyans gone, Tien sees no other choice but to use the multi-form technique to fight the rest of the Z fighters. But seeing what Vegeta did to Gohan definitely made his passion falter, and slowly he found a lack of hope for victory. Piccolo finally restrained him, pointing a blast to his face. He told him to give up, and Tien resigned from the battle. He felt like he had chosen the wrong side. Goku and Vegeta arrive at a desolate wasteland, far away from civilization. As the two Saiyans stare each other down, Goku and Vegeta argue about Gohan's teachings and their meaning. Vegeta only sees them as means to defeat Frieza, while Goku sees them as a way to better oneself. Vegeta argues that the low-class Saiyan wouldn't ever understand. This actually hurts Goku, who says that he isn't just a low-class Saiyan, he is his brother. While the battle is initially in Goku's favor, upon entering the no-ego zone and dodging Vegeta's attacks, Vegeta's anger grows as he uses more and more power. Eventually, Goku realizes that he can't stay in the no-ego zone for long without sustaining mental strain. Slowly, Vegeta gets the upper hand, unyielding in his attack. He was still stronger than his brother. Him being able to dodge most of the punches means nothing when each punch landed counted as 100. Vegeta lands one more punch against Goku's face, making the Saiyan fall on his back. Vegeta continues to punch.
Wait, it is
over and over.
SpongeBob. Look at this. What the heck? Oh, my stream. Somebody pointed it out in the public chat. It's SpongeBob. Squidward's house and then the pineapple.
Where's Patrick?
Patrick's house is
I see.
Off screen. I don't
I
know
see,
where
I
his
see.
house is.
That's amusing.
That is amusing. It's funny.
Angry, but slowly let up. Goku spat on the side, then looked at Vegeta's eyes. They were pleading with him to give up. Goku smirked, however, saying, I could do this all day. Goku's aura exploded, pushing the Saiyan Prince back. It looked as if, for a second, his hair turned golden. But that couldn't be it, could it? Vegeta staggered in surprise, hurt. Goku could barely stand. Whatever that power was, took a lot out of the younger Saiyan. Vegeta knew this was it. This next move would end the fight. With the last of his strength, Goku stood back up, cupped his hands. Vegeta did the same. But in a strange twist of fate, Vegeta fired the Kamehameha, while Goku fired the Gallic Gun. It was clear that Vegeta was the one with the upper hand, but Goku took a deep breath, closing his eyes. There was no sound, no movement, just the warmth of the key ball in his hand. He needed to concentrate. He couldn't hold the blast for much longer, and the no-ego zone even less. He had a plan. He just needed an opening. Vegeta could see it, the world under his command. Endless resources to train and defeat Frieza. But even as he thought this, he felt bad, imagining all those people as subjects. He saw himself in them. Was he just becoming another Frieza for the sake of revenge? Goku's eyes bolted open. Vegeta's attack did not waver, but he could feel something was wrong within Vegeta's mind. He took this chance. Goku spun on his heel, taking full advantage of the no-ego zone, letting go of the blast for just a second, dodging the Kamehameha. Vegeta's eyes widened as he realized that Goku was now on the side of the blast. Goku smirked, firing the blast once more. Vegeta couldn't do anything but watch helplessly as he was consumed. It was done. For the first time in his life, Goku has defeated his brother, not by fighting as a Saiyan, but by fighting as an Earthling. Vegeta realized this as he regained consciousness. Vegeta himself could do that. He could fight as an Earthling, as he had done so before. Now he just had to remember to do it. He knew when to accept defeat. Perhaps, with the help of his brother, he could defeat Frieza and protect Earth. He jolted up. Realizing that he was surrounded by his friends, Goku smiled at him, and he smiled back. But his first thought was, where is Gohan? Thankfully, from behind Goku, the old man stood up with a smile. He was hurt, but he was still alive. Vegeta sighed in relief and apologized. He realized now that what he was doing was wrong, and that he should have more faith in his brother and everyone else. They still have a lot of training to do if they want to defend Earth, but it's a possibility. They can do it. Goku says that he's glad that he finally understands that. Krillin and the others still don't know if they can trust him just yet, but they promise that they will be around when Earth needs their help. Bulma runs up to Vegeta, slapping him across the face, telling him how much of an idiot he was. Vegeta blushed and said that he was sorry about everything. While apologizing, he placed his hand on Bulma's stomach, and his eyes widened, realizing that she was pregnant. She nodded brightly. He couldn't believe it. He was going to be a father. He looked at little Gohan and smiled. He could feel a great power coming from him. He could only imagine that his son or daughter would be the same way. If they can't protect Earth, then surely their kids could. But never mind that. They had a whole new reason to protect it. This new generation of heroes. But something loomed overhead. Something very dark, as similarly to Goku and Chi-Chi's wedding, Uranai Baba's present is to read the future. She does so, and she sees a space spot coming in close. It's the near future, no more than a couple of years. But this time, Vegeta has his friends to rely on, and he knows they can do it together. Whoever is on that space spot will be sorry they stepped on Earth. But that's for next time on Dragon Ball Z. Vegeta and Goku have settled on Earth, with Bulma trying her best to help Vegeta capture his fighting spirit once more by creating a gravity chamber. It has been some time since he tried to take over Earth, and most of them had forgiven him. Bulma and Vegeta even have a child, whom they name Trunks. Vegeta often visits Goku and his son, explaining to them legends from planet Vegeta, including the Super Saiyan. Goku aspires to reach that level, though Vegeta thinks it may still be some time, if it's even real at all. One day, a ship crashes on Earth, revealing that Qui has arrived. This is a massive change from the story we know. Vegeta recognizes the key and calls on Goku to accompany him to the crash site. Vegeta and Qui look each other in the eyes. Qui had no idea that the prince was on that planet. Their reunion is filled with tension. It is palpable. Qui comments on how it's such a shame that he doesn't have a scouter so Vegeta could tremble in fear of his power. But Vegeta simply laughs, saying that he doesn't need that at all. Vegeta questions why he's here, and Qui says that he was sent by Raditz. Vegeta's confused. Raditz was of course the Saiyan he once knew, a weakling, the brother of Kakarot, but he keeps that to himself. Instead, Vegeta tells Goku to stand aside, that this is between Qui and himself. But the training he's had on Earth proves to be way too much, with Qui losing badly. Through the battle, Vegeta thinks about something something that Uranai Baba said long ago. The prediction that a Frieza ship would soon loom over planet Earth. Was it finally coming true? The two Saiyans interrogate him as he dies, and he explains once again that he was sent to Earth on Raditz's command, and that soon enough, he would be arriving on Earth with a whole platoon of soldiers. Vegeta couldn't believe that Raditz was even alive, let alone strong enough to be commanding Kui around. He didn't believe it, but why would Kui lie? Kakarot has many questions, but Vegeta is too worried. He doesn't tell Kakarot who Raditz was. He only explains that he was a weakling Saiyan that worked for him long ago, but apparently he had grown in power. Vegeta had previously deterred himself from space travel as to not reveal Earth's location, but it seems like Raditz had known about Kakarot's whereabouts, and now, because of the Scouter, Raditz must know that the prince is there as well. His location was compromised. Now Earth was a much bigger target, just because they knew that Vegeta was there. It was time to move. They couldn't sit around and wait to be killed. Vegeta knew where Frieza's planet was, but no. That was insane. There was no way he was going to just walk through there and demand that Frieza leave them alone. But Goku tells Vegeta that this is what they had been waiting for many years. Surely now Vegeta was strong enough to take that tyrant on, right? Vegeta shook his head. Yeah, he was strong, but it wasn't enough. Either way, they needed to take care of Raditz. All they could do for now is wait and train their hardest. Vegeta and Goku warn everyone else about the upcoming attack, and for the first time ever, the Z-Fighters all agree to train as a unit over at Kami's lookout. Even Piccolo joins in, with little Gohan and Trunks as well. The training is hard, but Vegeta encourages them all, though he has some trouble connecting with the Z-Fighters. Goku is much better at the speeches. Slowly, Vegeta gets a hold of that technique that Kakarot used against them, the no ego state, but it was difficult, clearly unrefined. All that sticks on Vegeta's mind was the Super Saiyan form. He wanted to reach that. Kakarot's enthusiasm about it made him want it even more. Eventually, a year passed, and a shadow looms over West City. Raditz was not alone. He had brought over a platoon of soldiers as well. The Prince gulped as he watched the ship cast a shadow over Capsule Corp. It was time. Dozens of Frieza soldiers swarmed the cities, clearly trying to draw out someone. Thankfully, they couldn't sense Ki, but that also meant they would stop at nothing until they found Kakarot. That's what Raditz was after, wasn't it? Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo were summoned in order to defend the city. Though the Frieza soldiers were strong, they were simpletons. A lot of them only had blasters. Clearly, Frieza didn't trust Raditz with the good ones. The voice of Nappa echoes through the city as he says,
"Come out, Prince Vegeta. We're here to welcome you back home."
He knew that the second his location was revealed, Frieza would come after him. As the Z-Fighters defended the city, Vegeta stepped out to stare at the ship, Kakarot at his side, while Gohan and Trunks fought alongside Piccolo, the person who had taken a liking to them and trained them at Kami's lookout. Goku and Vegeta waste no time rushing into the ship, and from it rose Raditz and Nappa. Raditz says,
"Thanks to you, I knew where to find the prince. Frieza will reward me handsomely. Now, why don't you come along, and we can welcome you back into the Empire."
Goku was going to ask how he knew him, but Vegeta interrupted.
"I would have thought that me killing Kui would have been enough to send a message. We're not serving under a tyrant anymore. Leave Earth or suffer the consequences."
Nappa kneeled before the prince, telling him that his guidance was greatly needed still. Vegeta dismissed Nappa, telling him that he doesn't need him. The Saiyan race is dead. He is no prince. Raditz was becoming angry. He told Vegeta, fine. But he knew that his brother would join him, extending out his hand to Goku. Goku's eyes widened. Did he hear that right?
"Leave him out of this. You're nothing but a weakling Saiyan." "That's where you're wrong, Prince. See, without you, Nappa and I had to get stronger in order to survive. So strong that we even surpassed your own powers some time ago."
Vegeta couldn't believe, but he was telling the truth. His ki was rising as he got angrier. Vegeta had enough and rushed in to challenge Raditz. Kakarot told him to wait. He wanted to find out more, but it was too late. Nappa was already swinging him around. Even with their preparation, Vegeta and Kakarot weren't ready for the Saiyans to have gotten so powerful. Vegeta noticed something. Raditz had bruises all over his body. It looked like Frieza had been using him as a punching bag for some time. No doubt that played a role as well. The more Saiyan near death, the stronger they got. Raditz looks down at the prince before approaching him slowly. Vegeta knew there was no easy way to get out of this. Raditz sped up and rushed him suddenly, hitting him with an immediate and powerful right hook to the face. Staggered, Vegeta took a few seconds to gather himself before firing a Gallic gun straight back at him. Raditz knocks away the blast and smirks. Vegeta knew this battle was going to be a challenge. It would push him to his limits. He was determined to win despite this. The two continued to clash. Meanwhile, Nappa and Goku were already locked into battle. Nappa was a heavy hitter, something Goku learned the hard way. But like Vegeta, he wasn't going down easy. Thankfully, Goku has agility by his side and is able to evade a lot of attacks, though the surrounding area isn't so lucky, as he is pushed down from the ship and onto the ground below. Goku uses the no-ego zone as much as he can, but it is becoming too much. He decides to take the battle further away, so Vegeta and himself can focus solely on their own battles. Nappa follows Goku through the city, where they are soon greeted by Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Gohan, Little Trunks, Tien, and Chaozu. Nappa is very quickly outnumbered, and they all begin to attack in unison. Explosions can be seen and heard from the back, where Vegeta and Raditz are battling. Goku sees this and grits his teeth. Krillin and the others tell him to go back and help, as it seems like Vegeta's having a harder time. They can handle this Saiyan, reassuring him that they have this under control. Goku hesitates, but then smiles, thanking them and rushing off to aid Vegeta. Nappa tries to stop him, but Krillin destroys the energy blast he fires with his own destructor disc, splitting it in half. Goku arrives and quickly spots a battle-damaged Vegeta. It's clear that Raditz was way too powerful. He had Vegeta on the ropes. Raditz explained what he had gone through, the years of beatings by Frieza. If Vegeta had been around, perhaps Frieza would have restrained himself. But not only was Raditz a Saiyan, a thing that Frieza hated the most, but he was also a low-class warrior, something that was unacceptable in Frieza's reign. I find it amusing that you chose to side with Prince Vegeta, rather than your own brother, Kakarot. Goku stands there for a while, processing what he just heard. This stranger who just landed on Earth and attacked them was his brother. But why didn't Vegeta tell him? He felt betrayed. He made his way to Raditz, looking at him with a confused expression. That's right, Kakarot. I'm glad to see that you know where your loyalties lie. Vegeta spat some blood out, telling Goku that he can't join him, that their home is on Earth, that he's sorry he didn't say anything about Raditz, but that he thought it would be best for Goku to have no attachments to that side of his past. He didn't even think that Raditz was alive. Goku looked back at Vegeta, with some tears filling his eyes. He raised his hand slowly, focusing his ki. Vegeta closed his eyes. He couldn't believe it, but he was actually going to be killed by Kakarot. But Goku continued to talk. I have a brother. His name is Vegeta. Suddenly, he turned his hand, aiming it directly towards Raditz, firing a blast in point-blank range. Vegeta was very proud of his brother, as Raditz was sent flying back. Goku helped his brother up. The two nodded at each other, ready to face off against Raditz. The two battles continued, with the tide turning to support Earth. Raditz was beating a lot of the Z-Fighters, with Yamcha and Chaozu being taken out of the fight, though saved by Trunks and Gohan. Nappa was ping-ponged around between Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien. 3 different styles of martial arts combining into one, culminating in Trunks.
Buried here, deep in a Japanese mountain pass, is one of the world's rarest technologies, a 43-kilometer long magnetic levitation train track, which will eventually become part of the world's first intercity maglev train.
So streamer, when are you gonna switch to
Tokyo
14?
and Osaka. With the power of superconducting magnets, these trains
No, your stream says guarding a rift then 14. So since you're guarding the rift, you have to play 14 after this. I'm sorry, those are the rules.
500 kilometers per hour. With no physical contact with the track, they can operate in any weather condition and have lower maintenance costs due to reduced friction and fewer moving parts. Despite the advantages of maglev trains over traditional high-speed trains, the only commercial high-speed maglev line currently in operation is just 30 kilometers long, connecting Shanghai Airport to its city, a journey the train makes in only 8 minutes. But a track this short largely defeats the advantage of high-speed maglev. By the time the train gets up to speed, it needs to slow down again. A 30-kilometer long journey in 8 minutes actually equates to an average speed of 225 kilometers per hour, slower than the top speed of conventional high-speed rail. The planned future network of high-speed maglev trains is just 400 kilometers long, and it pales in comparison to the extensive network of 60,000 kilometers of regular high-speed train tracks already in place around the world, with an additional 50,000 kilometers under construction. Why is this gap so large? Let's delve deeper into how maglev trains work and explore the reasons behind their restricted deployment. We have two primary methods of levitating a train. We can pull the train up using attractive forces or push the train upward using repulsive forces. The pulling approach involves a combination of a magnetic iron rail and an electromagnet that uses attractive forces to raise the body of the train. This is an active system where the gap between the rail and the magnet is crucial, as the strength of the attractive force decreases with the square of the distance, meaning the train needs active controls and feedback loops to ensure that these gaps stay between 8 and 12 millimeters. If the train begins to drop, the magnetic force holding it up will quickly weaken, causing it to fall even further. It's an unstable configuration. These types of trains are referred to as electromagnetic suspension trains. This is the system the 30-kilometer line in Shanghai uses. Japan opted to use a different system, with a more significant gap of 10 centimeters between the track and train, 8 times greater than the gap for electromagnetic suspension, while also providing a passively stable method of levitation, a vital property to have in the earthquake-prone region. In this approach, magnets on board the train interact with passive coils on the track. As the train moves over these coils, they experience a changing magnetic field, which generates the opposing field that lifts the train upward. If the train is stationary on top of the coils, there is no change in the magnetic field. So, this dynamic system only works when the train is already going fast. The trains have wheels that drop down when the train is slowing down, but flip into the carriage when they reach 100 kilometers per hour. In order to achieve a stable position on the track, the north and south poles are arranged vertically on the sides of the track. The magnets are formed from coils of wire arranged in a figure-8 pattern. A south pole points up on one side, while the north pole points up on the other. If the train were to drop slightly or move sideways, the magnets on the train induce currents on the opposite coils, generating a stronger magnetic field, which pushes the train back to the midpoint of the figure-8 shapes. This dynamic system is forgiving, with the 10-centimeter gaps between the track and the train naturally maintained with no need for complex control inputs. However, the Japanese maglev train, called LO, will be the first of its kind. These trains, known as SC maglevs, need superconducting coils to generate the extremely powerful permanent magnetic field on the train. These are the coils that induce the changing magnetic field and allow the train to levitate in a stable configuration. These coils, located on each side of the carriage, must be maintained below their critical temperature to ensure their currents flow without resistance. The niobium titanium coils are cooled using liquid helium and placed inside a container that is cooled by liquid nitrogen. The coils are cooled using a pulse tube refrigerator, which uses sound waves to cool the helium. the same type of refrigeration cycle that the James Webb Telescope is using to keep its infrared sensors cold enough to detect even the faintest infrared heat radiation from the distant past. A sound wave is just a pressure wave, and pressure and temperature are directly proportional. Higher pressure will cause higher temperature. We can take advantage of this by creating a standing wave, where the peaks and troughs of the wave are stationary. We can do this in a closed tube, where the resonant frequency of the tube is determined by the tube's length. Here, the sound wave will bounce off the closed end and create a region of compression and high pressure, and therefore high temperature. We can now place a stack that spans this hot region at the end of the tube to the cold region at the center. Now, if we place a heat exchanger on either end of the stack, we can now transfer the heat to a radiator, and the cold side will conduct heat away from the superconducting coils, keeping them cold. There are 8 of these coils per car, with 4 on each side. However, having a magnetic field strength of this magnitude right next to the passengers and traveling by at half the speed of sound could cause some serious problems. Ferrous objects aren't allowed anywhere near MRI machines. The engineers needed to find a way to ensure the magnetic field did not extend into the passenger's cabin or far away from the train. We can't block magnetic fields, but we can redirect them. In the same way we can conduct electricity to where we want it to go using copper wires. Where we use the ease of passage for an electric current with resistance, we measure the ease of passage for a magnetic field with reluctance. Where copper has a low resistance, iron has a low reluctance. We can use electric steel shielding to divert the magnetic field away from the cabin and stations. Electric steel contains 3% silicon and is post-processed to produce large crystal grains aligned in a specific direction, which is controlled by a cold rolling process. The grain-oriented electric steel can carry about 30% more magnetic flux in this direction, allowing engineers to direct the magnetic flux in the desired direction. However, this shield is heavy, so we want to use as little of it as possible. Luckily, we can also tailor the magnetic field shape through careful design of the magnets themselves. If we place 2 parallel magnets like this, north poles aligned horizontally, the magnetic flux lines would run parallel to the magnets and be denser between the magnets. However, if we flip one of them, the magnetic flux lines connect up and create a kind of bubble in between them. The magnetic field will be weaker in this location. This is how we arrange the coils on either side of the cabin. There are 4 sets of coils on each side, so we also need to flip the magnets so the north and south poles are facing each other. This creates a low magnetic field bubble through the corridors. With the use of shielding, the field strength is reduced to only 0.5 millitesla, almost equivalent to the Earth's magnetic field. Of course, near the magnets, the field strength is unavoidably high, and this prevents us from using certain materials in those areas. The tracks, for example, need to be constructed from low magnetic steel or fiber-reinforced composites. But how does a levitating train propel itself if it's not touching the ground? For a conventional rail, we just apply a torque to the wheels that will push off against the ground. Wheels are actually a bit of a middleman in the development of torque. Many trains already use electric motors to turn their wheels. The electric motors use electromagnetic force to turn a shaft. What if we could take the same motor and unwrap it? This is called a linear motor, where alternating coils attract and repel the train with precise timing. To brake, the trains can use this system in reverse. This is regenerative braking. Since electrodynamic systems don't work at low speed, they also have brakes for their wheels. The trains also feature an air brake that can slow the train down very effectively at top speeds. There is one other challenge when dealing with contactless trains. How do they get electricity? For lower speed maglev systems, they use a low friction third rail, common in metro systems, to bring electricity to the trains. But as speeds get higher, this isn't practical, as it defeats the purpose of reducing friction from the rails. Some early versions of the Japanese-style electrodynamic system actually had a gas turbine on board to provide power, but it now uses a linear induction coil to collect power from the changing magnetic field from the guiding coils. This does create a magnetic drag force, but it's more effective than carrying a large generator on board. The Japanese line is set to be the first long-distance, high-speed maglev train. Its first phase, covering 285 kilometers, will connect Tokyo to Nagoya and is scheduled to open by 2027. The second phase, which will complete the remaining 438 kilometers to Osaka, is expected to be completed a decade later. So why is Japan pursuing this futuristic technology? Japan has long been at the forefront of train technology. After opening their Tokyo to Osaka Shinkansen line in 1964, the world's first high-speed train, they immediately began exploring ways to reduce the 4-hour journey to under 1 hour. Starting in the 1970s, Japan Airways and the Japanese Central Rail Station constructed a 7-kilometer testing track here in Miyazaki. They began with prototypes of trains that could reach speeds of 60 kilometers per hour in 1972, and by 1975, they had developed trains capable of reaching up to 411 kilometers per hour. As the Miyazaki test track became too short, the Yamanashi test track began construction in 1990. This 20-kilometer test track was conveniently located between the cities of Tokyo and Nagoya, along the route of the upcoming new maglev line. Here, they transformed the design from a prototype to a fully functional train, capable of carrying 700 passengers in 12 cars at speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour. But high-speed maglev trains are more than just a science experiment. They are an efficient and super-fast way to move people. Building these trains is more than just an engineering challenge. It is also an economic challenge, where they have to compete against cars, planes, and other types of trains. When maglevs are brought up in the US, the idea of traveling between New York and LA in 7 hours is often used as a statement of its potential. It's the very first line on the US Department of Energy's own website. But a track of this length makes little economic sense. If we plot the travel time of trains, planes, and cars between, say, San Francisco and LA, 2 large population centers within a reasonable driving distance, this is what it looks like. Trains are outright the best option. Even though planes are faster, airports are usually located far outside the city, and security wait times increase the length of the journey. A high-speed train will save passengers time, and in turn, make an economy more productive. A reduction of travel time of 2 hours for 900 passengers equates to 1,800 hours, equivalent to 75 days. Faster trains simply extend the range at which trains are competitive to airlines. Large cities between 200 and 800 kilometers apart are perfect contenders for high-speed rail. DC to New York in just 60 minutes. This map shows the potentially economically viable high-speed rail connections in the US. Unfortunately, as it stands, the US is not investing much in high-speed rail, and maglev systems are even harder to build. They require completely new tracks that need electromagnetic coils along the entire length, and specialized materials that are not affected by the incredibly strong magnetic fields passing by them at 500 kilometers per hour. The Japanese line that will connect Tokyo to Nagoya recently had a price increase to $13.7 billion. Maglevs are between 10 and 50 times more expensive than high-speed rail. The incredibly successful French high-speed rail, the TGV, built in the 80s and 90s, cost $2 million per kilometer. The first stage of the Japanese line is set to cost $77 million. Per kilometer. Even when compared to the same route from Tokyo to Osaka via high-speed rail, the maglev system will cost 11.3 times more per kilometer. That is a large price to pay to reduce the travel time by 1 hour. The Tokyo to Nagoya line is taking a more direct route through mountainous terrain. A staggering 86% of the track will be underground. Tunneling over 200 kilometers significantly increases costs. Interestingly, this also leads to increased operational expenses. When the train travels in open air at speeds of 500 kilometers per hour, the unobstructed air simply moves aside. However, when traveling through a tunnel, the air has no escape route. This creates additional drag, which in turn increases the force required to propel the train forward. The energy usage of the new line will be 30% higher compared to the existing Tokyo to Osaka line, but that's still vastly better than flying. For now, I don't see maglev technology being used beyond some special projects like this. The radical increase in costs simply do not justify the increases in top speed over conventional high-speed rail. And it's beyond imagination for the US, where we are struggling to get regular rail service even in places uniquely suited to it, like the Texas Triangle, for high-population cities located in a triangle with only the hellscape of interstate highways connecting them. With the recent speculation about the potential of room temperature superconductors, a technology that would make maglev trains vastly easier to build, interest online in superconductor technologies is higher than ever. But a lot of it is unintuitive, and actually understanding how magnetic fields work is a fantastic tool in an engineer's arsenal. So many of our most important technologies depend on this physical phenomenon. But you don't have to pay for a whole university-level course to understand the fundamentals. There's a free way you can learn about magnetism and electricity with this fantastic course on Brilliant. You can find this and tons of other courses on Brilliant, including one of their new courses, Predicting with Probability. Understanding probability.
In Trunks and Gohan firing a huge blast, everyone was surprised. It was clear that these half-breed Saiyans were something to take seriously. In the end, Nappa was defeated. The Z Fighters rushed in to try and help Vegeta and Goku, but they were stopped, as they told them that this was their battle. Gohan and Trunks cheered their parents on. Raditz was slowly being taken down, but he said something that made Vegeta look both ways. He said that he would definitely win if he had a chance to turn into an Ozaru. Everyone went silent as Vegeta smirked. His pride wouldn't allow him to win this way. Without any warning, he threw an artificial moon to the sky, forcing Raditz to transform into an Ozaru. And to his own surprise, he could control it. The city was slowly being destroyed, something which Goku scolded Vegeta about. How could he allow this to happen? But Vegeta said that they had to do it at their full potential. They couldn't just win against someone who wasn't using their full power. Goku didn't disagree, but the city was suffering because of it. Goku yelled at the Z Fighters to evacuate the city, and they all rushed to do so. In the meantime, the fight against Ozaru Raditz was difficult, but Goku had to admit, it was fun. But Goku was knocked down. He couldn't keep going at this rate. Perhaps Vegeta really had made a mistake. But as Raditz began to focus on him, Vegeta sighed, focused his ki, and breathed in. He could do it. He could feel where Raditz's next move was going to be. With his eyes closed, he dodged. A punch, a kick, a mouth blast. He could dodge it all. Of course it helped that Raditz was slower as an Ozaru. Vegeta had finally been able to use the no ego zone, even if for a bit. He did it for just long enough to distract Raditz and have Goku regain his composure. Vegeta finally reopened his eyes to see that he was standing in front of his brother. He had reached him and defended him. They look up to see Raditz punch down, both of his fists crashing down, but the two Saiyans jumped back. This gave them a chance to rush up Ozaru Raditz's hands. They ran up and blasted Raditz in the face. He was blinded, screaming in pain. Taking inspiration by Krillin's technique, both Goku and Vegeta fire a Kienzan at Raditz's tail, cutting it off. Raditz lands on the ground, defeated, slowly regaining his vision, though things are still blurry. He was tired, beat. His platoon was defeated, and his ship was on fire. All he had left to do was call down his Saiyan pod and leave. But Vegeta stepped on Raditz's hand as he tried to call it. Goku stood behind him, with his arms crossed. Vegeta said, "Give Frieza a message for me. Earth isn't going to stand still as he continues to terrorize planets. We're coming for you, Lord Frieza." With that, Vegeta stepped off of Raditz, letting him call the pod, cursing as he gets on it and sets off to space. Goku wonders if that was the right call.
Aggron is a Pokemon that was released all the way back in Generation 3. and it's a bit of a fan favorite thanks to its great visual design and unique steel-rock type combination. But this Pokemon has never quite been at the OU power level for competitive singles, although this type combination provides a lot of nice resistances, and it has a very high defense stat. ×4 weakness to ground and fighting is a big problem. Weakness to water and poor special defense doesn't help either. Aggron is ranked in UU in Generation 3, where it can function solidly as a bulky physical attacker, thanks to its good stats and solid physical move pool. In Gen 3 OU, while Aggron is a very rarely seen Pokemon that does not fit on most teams, it does have some unique traits not offered by other rock types in the format that give it a small niche. Let's take a look at what Aggron has to offer in Gen 3 competitive singles. But first, an important update. In a surprising turn of events, a shocking new paradox form for Goldengo has been leaked by an anonymous whistleblower. The ancient form of Goldengo, Old Money, looks like it's going to have a lot of power and influence over the competitive singles metagame and more. The reveal of this Pokemon also suggests that Goldengo may have in fact inherited his fortune of 1000 Gimmighoul coins from a family trust. Like this video and subscribe to the channel to help us stop Old Money from spreading its influence any further. Thank you. In Gen 3 OU, one of the most important things that you need on a team is a rock resistance. Dragon Dance Tyranitar and Aerodactyl are incredible late game cleaners and win conditions that can sweep your entire team with ease if you don't have a solid defense against them. Physically defensive Pokemon such as Skarmory and Melodic can do okay against these rock types, but relying solely on them is very dangerous. These Pokemon take a lot of neutral damage from stab rock moves and can very easily be worn down and finished off. Rock Slide's significant 30% flinch chance also makes it a bit inconsistent to rely solely on these Pokemon to handle rock type threats. A common game plan for teams that use physical rock types as their form of offensive pressure is to wear down the enemy's rock resistances over the course of the game, using spikes and big neutral attacks like Double Edge and Focus Punch. Even sacrificing one of your rock types just to get chip damage on their rock resistance can be very worthwhile, as it will make way for your other rock type to clean things up. This style of team is called Rock Spam, and it usually consists of a Tyranitar and Aerodactyl combo, and another Pokemon that can actually support this playstyle and offer something quite unique is Aggron. Aggron is yet another physical attacking rock type that can lure in and chip down the enemy's rock resistance to support this plan. And Aggron can do something that other rock types in the game cannot. Since Aggron is a steel type and is immune to poison, it can switch directly into Skarmory without having to worry about Toxic. From here, Aggron is in a pretty good position. It can use Thunder Wave to cripple the Skarmory, which is really great on a team full of Rock Slide users. With Rock Slide flinch chance and full paralysis chance, Skarmory will have a difficult time getting much done against your team. Aggron also has access to Focus Punch. Focus Punch is a 150 base power fighting type attack. The move has negative priority, meaning it will occur after most other moves, and it will fail if the enemy attacks you. Focus Punch is a good move to use if you think the enemy is going to use a non-attacking move or they're going to switch out, and it's a very good move to use in this particular situation. Aggron can lure in their rock resistance like Swampert and do significant damage to it with Focus Punch, or if they stay in, you can just punch the Skarmory in front of you. Skarmory doesn't really use any attacking moves other than Drill Peck, which it wouldn't have any reason to use against Aggron. Aggron's poison immunity can also be useful against variants of Blissey that are using Toxic, which is quite common. While your other rock types won't be able to switch into Blissey safely, Aggron will. Blissey will be forced out, and you're now in a great spot. Stacking too many rock types on a team can obviously have its problems and open up defensive holes, which is the main reason Aggron isn't seen very commonly. Despite Aggron's advantages, it's a bit hard to justify using a Pokemon slot on Aggron when that slot could be used on something that makes your team more defensively sound. Celebi is a good teammate for Aggron since it's very solid against the water and ground types that threaten you. Pokemon such as Starmie and offensive Suicunes with Ice Beam will be tough matchups. Aggron requires a lot of support from teammates to patch up its shortcomings, but it does have some real advantages over other rock types, and on the right team, you can make it work. What do you think of Aggron? Who's your favorite rock type to use in competitive singles, and what would you like me to talk about next? Let me know down below in the comments. If there's any Pokemon... Mew is one of the most iconic Pokemon in the entire franchise. Released all the way back in Generation 1, this was the first mythical Pokemon ever, defined by its base 100 stats across the board, and one of the largest move pools of all time, with the ability to learn absolutely any TM, HM, or move tutor option in the game. This unmatched versatility is what made Mew one of the strongest Pokemon in the early generations. In Gen 1, Mew and Mewtwo are the only two Ubers ranked Pokemon in the game. Although Mewtwo outclasses Mew in stats and damage output, Mew was able to set itself apart thanks to its unique moveset options, one of the most significant being Swords Dance, which enabled physical sets. In Generation 3, Mew is excellent. It's one of the only Pokemon with the powerful combination of Swords Dance and Explosion. Mew will often be able to take out an enemy Pokemon and then use this boosted Explosion to take out another one, even if they resist normal. Power creep started to catch up to Mew a bit in Gen 4, but it was still ranked in Ubers, and it's still a reasonably viable choice in the format, with all new options like Stealth Rock, U-Turn, and Nasty Plot. In Gen 5, however, Mew absolutely plummeted, from having a place amongst the gods in Ubers to a drop all the way down to UU, not even OU. Mew has had a pretty hit or miss career since then, dipping in and out of OU viability from generation to generation, and never again reaching its former glory of Uber's relevance. And now in Gen 9, Mew has reached a new low. This iconic mythical Pokemon has found itself ranked in RUBL. A bit too powerful for RU, but still not quite enough to be firmly ranked in UU. What happened to this former Ubers and OU mainstay that could once even set itself apart from Mewtwo, thanks to its incredible set variety? How could Mew fall so far from grace? Let's take a look. But first, an important giraffe-related announcement. I've been in touch with the Pokemon Farigiraf, who feels that the arrival of the controversial new ancient paradox form of Raikou, Great Neck, will ruin his entire life. Girafarig, another Pokemon defined by its neck length, has stated that he has known Raikou since Generation 2, and back then, he very much had a regular-sized neck. This is causing a lot of confusion in the giraffe community, and I think it would be best if Great Neck simply went away. Like this video and subscribe to the channel so that we can exterminate this fake giraffe once and for all. Thank you. In the earlier generations of Pokemon, mono-psychic typing wasn't so bad. In generations 1 to 3, ghost types were very rare, and the few ghost types in the game rarely even used ghost type attacks, since ghost could only be physical back then. Gengar was the best ghost type in the game, and it was primarily a special attacker. Gengar actually still uses Shadow Ball in Gen 3 Ubers despite its low attack stat, simply because it hits common targets like Latios, the Mew Duo, and Lugia super effectively. But Psychic types are much less worried about their weaknesses in these early gens, with more Ghost and Dark type offensive threats and moveset options being released later in the franchise. U-Turn also didn't exist back then, another popular move that served to indirectly nerf Psychic types. As each generation went by, mono Psychic types only got worse, with the many powerful new Dark and Ghost types being released, along with the significant buffing of knockoff. Despite these increasing defensive shortcomings of Psychic type, Mew was actually one of the few Psychic types that was able to overcome these roadblocks pretty well. It was a viable choice in Gen 6 OU, and despite being ranked UU in Gen 7, it's still a usable Pokemon in the OU format thanks to its great utility move pool with immediate healing, Stealth Rock and Defog, Will-O-Wisp, and just about every coverage move in the world. Mew also had a signature Z move in Generation 7, Genesis Supernova, which was a massive 185 base power Psychic type attack that also set Psychic terrain on the field for 5 turns. This unique Z move could be used to enable certain hyper offense strategies, and in Gen 8, Mew saw more success than it had seen in years. with Pursuit completely removed from the game in Gen 8, allowing it a lot more breathing room, and even moveset buffs with significant new options like spikes, cosmic power, stored power, and body press. Mew was ranked in OU once again, and was a pretty solid choice. It even had a niche in Ubers again, thanks to another new option, Misty Explosion. Mew could be used as a hazard setting lead on aggressive teams with this new option, to deal some damage on the way out, removing itself from the field and preventing the enemy from using Rapid Spin or Defog. So what happened to Mew in Gen 9? Why did it fall all the way down to RUBL? Gen 9 introduced a huge amount of moveset cuts, with previously common options like Defog, Toxic, and Knockoff now being extremely scarce. And unfortunately, Mew is one of the absolute biggest victims of these moveset cuts. Mew was severely nerfed in Gen 9 and has lost some of its most important options that were helping it stay relevant throughout the years, most notably Defog and Softboil. Mew no longer has any form of immediate healing, and this Pokemon, once defined by its versatility and vast options, now feels more limited than ever. Mew does not have anything to offer over other hazard setters, defensive utility Pokemon, or offensive threats in Gen 9. A defensive Mew set like what we've seen in past OU formats, with all of its old options, would be a welcome presence in Gen 9. This format is really lacking in hazard removal, with Great Tusk and Corviknight being by far the most common choices for this role. Mew being nerfed in this way can't have been intentional. Singles is not something they really consider when balancing their games, as doubles is the main competitive format, so this is just an unfortunate side effect of the broader moveset cuts. A defensive Mew set would be far from broken in Gen 9, with so many new Ghost and Dark types to contend with. I'm not even fully sure it would even be OU power level, but unfortunately we'll never know. Mew's role in Gen 9 has been reduced to yet another bulky, calm mind, stored power sweeper that terrestrializes Fairy. This is the best Mew can do in Gen 9, and even in this department, Mew is outclassed. Hatterene can do the exact same thing, while also providing the utility of Magic Bounce to teams, and having immunity to status, making it more consistent as a win condition. Cresselia is also superior to Mew in this department, with its ability to take on Clodsire thanks to Terra Poison, providing toxic immunity, and the ability Levitate, providing ground immunity. Mew does have access to Iron Defense, which can let it boost both of its defensive stats, and become pretty frustratingly hard to take out. But that vulnerability to status really sets Mew back. Seeing this former king of versatility that was very customizable and malleable being reduced to yet another blob of stats that terrestrializes Fairy and boosts up is a little bit disappointing. I think that a lot of the moveset cuts in Gen 9 were a good thing. Options like Knockoff and Scald were very powerful and really dominated the competitive singles metagame, and I'm glad that they've now been made more scarce. But I think that they went a bit overboard with Defog in particular. The lack of hazard removal in Gen 9 is a bit of a problem, and I don't really understand why Mew needed to lose Soft-Boiled as well. They already nerfed healing moves to 8 PP in Gen 9. Removing Mew's reliable healing option seems a bit excessive to me. I know that these changes were probably not made with Mew's singles viability in mind at all, but it's still a shame. Mew is a classic Pokemon and one of my personal favorites. I love any Pokemon that can be used in many different ways, and Mew was once the premier example of that. Hopefully in a future generation, Mew can return to its former glory, but for now, Mew is at the absolute lowest point of its long Pokemon career. What do you think of Mew in Gen 9? Who's your favorite returning Pokemon to use in competitive singles? And what would you like me to talk about next? Let me know down below in the comments. Mewtwo is perhaps the most iconic legendary in the entire Pokemon franchise. In the original Generation 1 games, Mewtwo was the most powerful Pokemon by an order of magnitude. Nothing else even came close. Mewtwo was so overtuned in its original game that it has survived almost 30 years of power creep. Mewtwo has had a viable role in Uber's formats for every single generation of Pokemon, and after returning to the game recently in Gen 9, thanks to Pokemon Home, Mewtwo has remained an excellent choice. Many Pokemon have now caught up to Mewtwo's power, and it's no longer the top dog it once was. But this classic legendary is still one of the scariest threats in the entire game to this day. Let's take a look at what Mewtwo can provide to your team in Gen 9 Ubers. But first, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel to make sure that the all-new Pokemon Great Neck, an ancient relative of Raikou with an extremely long neck, is appropriately subdued once it arrives in the Paldea region. This Pokemon and its neck length could have a disastrous impact on the Paldea ecosystem if we're not very careful. Thank you. Mewtwo's speed and special attack stats are still extremely good, even by Gen 9's high standards. And one of the best ways to use Mewtwo is as an offensive wall breaker. Mewtwo has some stiff competition in this area now. The new special attacking king of Gen 9 is Miraidon, Pokemon Violet's new cover legendary. Miraidon is the most central Pokemon in Gen 9 Ubers, and the most popular choice specs user in the format. Miraidon is faster than Mewtwo and can achieve a much higher damage output. It even has U-turn to keep up the pace against its switch-ins. Powerful new fast special attackers like Flutter Mane and Iron Bundle can also outrun Mewtwo and have the superior offensive abilities Photosynthesis and Quark Drive to enhance their stats. So why would you want to use Mewtwo over these alternatives? One of Mewtwo's best attacking options is its signature move, Psy Strike, which it received in Generation 5. This 100 base power Psychic type special attack deals damage to the enemy based on their defense stat rather than their special defense stat. This is an amazing move that allows Mewtwo to significantly threaten special walls, who tend to have a very low defense. This has always been useful against Blissey, a commonly seen Pokemon in many Ubers formats, since it's one of the only special walls that can take on the legendaries. While other legendaries will be totally stopped in their tracks by Blissey, or at least inconvenienced by it, Mewtwo can do enormous damage to it thanks to Psy Strike. Blissey is still used in Gen 9, so this remains a useful quality for Mewtwo. But a new special wall was introduced in Gen 9 that has become even more popular than Blissey, Clodsire. Thanks to this Pokemon's electric immunity and water immunity from the ability Water Absorb, Clodsire is a great Pokemon in Gen 9 Ubers that can take on threats like Miraidon and Kyogre more effectively than most. Clodsire is effective against most special attackers in Ubers, but not Mewtwo. Psy Strike will absolutely demolish Clodsire in a single hit, even if they terrestrialize Steel to resist Psychic, which is already a significant commitment. Clodsire has pretty low defense and it will still do considerable damage. If Clodsire is chipped just a little bit, Psy Strike will still 2-hit KO even if they resist it. Mewtwo completely bypassing one of the most popular special walls in the metagame makes it very difficult to switch into compared to other special attackers. However, Mewtwo does have a new adversary in Gen 9 that prevents Psy Strike from being a completely free click. Ting Lu is another new popular defensive utility Pokemon, thanks to its immunity to electric and incredible natural bulk, allowing it to live a lot of different common hits. And since it's a dark type, it's completely immune to Psy Strike. Ting Lu makes life a bit difficult for Mewtwo, punishing its choice locks, and preventing Psy Strike from being completely spammable. But Mewtwo at least has access to Grass Knot, which can impressively 2-hit KO Ting Lu, even if they have maximum special defense investment. Grass Knot also has the added benefit of allowing you to 1-hit KO Kyogre, Groudon, and Arceus Grounds. One of Mewtwo's best qualities has always been its vast move pool, full of different coverage options. And with access to more tools like Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Aura Sphere, and even Trick, Mewtwo has a lot of different tools to threaten just about anything. Although this set is a bit prediction reliant, it is one of the most effective offensive choice spec sets in Gen 9 Ubers, thanks to this ability to threaten things that many other special threats can't, and the vast amount of options to choose from to fill whatever gaps your team needs. With high speed and natural bulk, you also have many opportunities to enter the field and force things out. This Choice Specs Mewtwo set was an important member of this team used in an Ubers Premier League game by the player Ox04. Ox04 was using a Sun team and a Terra Fire Choice Specs Mewtwo with Flamethrower to do as much damage as possible. The opponent Io Sono Neon brought an extremely passive team in this game with multiple walls on it, and Mewtwo absolutely tore it apart with Sun boosted, Terra boosted Flamethrower, and Psy Strike. Another great way to use Mewtwo is with a fast utility set. Although Mewtwo is primarily an offensive Pokemon, it actually has decent defensive stats and a good utility move pool, including options like Recover, Will-O-Wisp, and Taunt. Psy Strike deals good stab damage even without any special attack investment, and obviously also greatly threatens special walls like Clodsire and Blissey. And with Taunt and Will-O-Wisp, you can shut down and cripple a lot of different Pokemon. Nothing loves coming in against a Will-O-Wisp in this format, and the few things that do are likely going to be answered by Taunt or Psy Strike. Now that Arceus has Taunt on it, it has become a little bit more difficult to answer, with this new tool to disrupt certain counterplay like status moves or Whirlwind. Mewtwo can crucially outrun Arceus while still having a really good amount of bulk with HP investment. It can get the jump on Arceus by taunting first, or using Will-O-Wisp to shut down physical sets. While the offensive Mewtwo sets can't really take advantage of Mewtwo's ability Pressure that effectively, this set actually can. Pressure causes the enemy to waste twice as much PP on moves used against Mewtwo, and with HP investment along with the longevity from Recover, low PP moves can run out very quickly. A utility Mewtwo set was used to great effect in this Ubers Premier League game by the player Mind Gaming. Thanks to high speed and taunt, it was difficult for the opponent, Tia, to get anything done, and Will-O-Wisp and Psystrike got a lot of mileage. Mind Gaming even used Terra Fire to gain fairy resistance and 1v1 the most powerful physical attacker in the format, Zacian Crowned, burning it and making it useless. Not only are Mewtwo's stats still good enough all these years later to put up a fight against some of the most powerful new Pokemon we've ever seen, I think the biggest reason Mewtwo has remained relevant even today is its wide array of options. While some older legendaries struggle to keep up with power creep, Mewtwo always seems to find a spot for itself with all the tools it needs to take on anything new that rises to the top. Mewtwo is another one of my absolute favorite legendaries in this series, and it just goes to show that a well-designed Pokemon. I'm sure at this point, folks, if you've been watching my channel for any amount of time, you're aware that I'm a big fan of Generation 3 OU, a competitive singles format for the third generation of Pokemon. And a lot of you have taken interest in the format thanks to my videos. There's an influx of new gamers who are wondering, what does this metagame look like? Who's good, who's not? Well, Jimothy's here to help you navigate these difficult waters and to paint a picture for you of what the metagame looks like, at least in my eyes. There's a lot of contention, disagreement about the top spots, and I'm sure many experienced players are ready to get their pitchforks and torches out at some of these placements. For example, Metagross right here. What's that? A lack of respect for Raikou? I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance for some of my opinions, but that's the beauty of this. We can all have our own opinions and debate a 20-year-old Pokemon video game. And isn't that great? For starters, folks, Tyranitar is in the #1 spot. There are some weirdos out there who put Skarmory in the #1 spot. I disagree with them. Tyranitar's the best. It's mostly the consensus. First of all, Tyranitar creates permanent sandstorm on the field when it enters the battle, which, without even doing anything, totally owns about 50 Pokemon. Blissey, Celebi, Suicune, Snorlax, all these Pokemon that are bulky, they want to chip heal up with leftovers, they get a huge amount of their healing cut in half, totally owned. Has a huge impact on the game simply by being sent out onto the field. And if that wasn't enough, on its own merits, it is a threatening offensive sweeper with Dragon Dance sets. It has bulky physical attacking Focus Punch, wall breaking sets. It has Pursuit Tyranitar is an enabler that can trap and eliminate Gengar. It has mixed attacking sets, Sub Punch mixed sets, Taunt, Toxic, wall breaking, Disruptor sets. Tyranitar is like the most versatile #1 Pokemon in any format ever. It is simultaneously, you know, amazing and powerful, but also manageable. It's
No,
a
you
beautiful
must
Pokemon,
guard
everyone
Earth
loves
more.
it.
SpongeBob needs you.
And
Yeah, that's true.
in Gen 3, it's not quite as powerful as it becomes in later gens with
Bedtime
Physical
does call.
Pursuit and the buff to special defense for rock types in sand. Those don't
But
exist
if you
yet,
go to bed,
but
you'll have to touch grass
still,
tomorrow.
in Gen 3,
No, I won't.
Tyranitar
It's 90
is good
degrees.
enough
I
without
ain't
those
touching
things
grass.
to
90
be the
degrees.
#1 Pokemon
You
in the
don't touch the
metagame.
grass, he'll touch you.
And I think it will always be that way. That will always be the case, in my mind. Skarmory's at #2, which is more of a recent development. I mean, some people thought this in the past. Perhaps sages with wisdom from the future, but Skarmory is the best Spikes user in the format, and Spikes are kind of the most central game plan and team style in this format. Spikes are a way to force progress and pressure defensive Pokemon like Blissey, Swampert, Metagross, Suicune, Celebi. All of these popular walls get pressured by Spikes. And Skarmory is the best spiker. It's kind of that simple. Skarmory is a great defensive Pokemon. Steel Flying typing is excellent. It is not weak to a single physical attack in the game. And even special attacks it can kind of shrug off, and thanks to chip healing you can take like a big Fire Blast from Salamence or a Thunderbolt from Zapdos and use that opportunity to Toxic it or Spike. And then because of chip healing and you're immune to Sandstorm, so you get the benefit of chip healing, you can come in with your 1 million immunities on 10,000 different things, chip heal back up, heal like sometimes 200% health purely off chip healing. It's definitely the most powerful defensive Pokemon in the format that you need some sort of plan against. You need like a way to trap it or nail it down or threaten it, take it out. It is kind of the center of the whole metagame is Skarmory. You need a plan against Skarmory if you want to function in this metagame, which I think is fine. I mean, every format has these key defensive Pokemon you need to be able to take out. Gen 3 that happens to be Skarmory. Zapdos in the number 3 spot is a bit of a controversial position. A lot of people would put things like Metagross or Blissey or Gengar here. I've chosen Zapdos, and I changed my mind from last year. Last year I put Blissey. For a while I thought Blissey was my number 3.
Crafting. Which means I now create 2 Chaos.
But recently I've realized Zapdos I think is the most, not only the most consistent offensive Pokemon in the format, it's also an excellent defensive Pokemon with rest sets. Zapdos improves my win rate and my consistency more than like any other Pokemon. And I feel like the more I use Zapdos, the better my teams become, the better my results become. I don't know. Zapdos is electric flying type, which means it's immune to spikes, it's immune to Dugtrio's Arena Trap effect, it's immune to Earthquake, and it's an extremely simple Pokemon in a way. It's an offensive electric type. It has electric grass or electric ice coverage, and then some utility options like Baton Pass, Roar, Toxic, Thunder Wave, Sub. But that's kind of all it needs. It has these tools that can take on almost anything. It's one of the only things that can reliably pivot in this format, with stuff like U-turn and Volt Switch not existing. Just good old Baton Pass is such a momentum enabler. A defensive switch to something like Blissey or, you know, Flygon or whatever comes in on Zapdos, Jolteon, can easily be punished. Either by Toxic, which can pressure whatever comes in, or Baton Pass to a threat, keep up momentum. Yeah, in a world where pivoting is scarce, Zapdos is like the best pivot. It also has Roar to punish defensive switches. It's kind of just the whole package in one. It's self-sufficient. It can do it can do the job itself. And that's important in this form. A lot of things aren't self-sufficient. A lot of physical sweepers need support against Skarmory or Blissey, or special sweepers need to support against Blissey. You need to nail down a certain wall to be able to break with your offensive threat. Zapdos can kind of handle anything on its own, which is rare in this format. It also provides defensive value with its great immunity to ground, resistance to fighting. It has utility with Thunder Wave to cripple stuff like Jirachi, Gengar. There's no game where Zapdos will be dead weight. It always will do something. Zapdos is tremendous. And then I haven't even talked about the rest sets, which are just improve your consistency so much against mixed threats that mixed threats can sometimes destroy you if you're a typical spike squad with like Taskam, Bliss, Swampert. One mixed threat is going to totally own all 4 of those Pokemon. A bulky Zapdos just has the typing to come in on like fighting or even non-stab fire move from like make Salamence, and then it's hard to break. It rests up. It has pressure even, so it can 1v1 Blissey in some situations if the game goes super long. It helps you against like Celebi because they can't really Leech Seed because they're going to get pressure stalled. They can't really Carmined up. You can just roll them out. It helps you against Suicune. yeah, Zapdos is truly excellent. In the number 4 spot, I've got Swampert above Blissey. Swampert, I think, just has the most important job in the format, which is Rock Resist. Rock Resist is something you need in Gen 3. Or if you don't have a Rock Resist, you need a lot of compensation to beat the rock threats in the format, like Dragonet's Tyranitar and Aerodactyl are commonly paired together and they can very easily overwhelm you if you don't have some sort of plan against them. Swampert not only makes you solid against those guys, it also helps against pretty much every popular physical threat in the format. Metagross, Salamence, Gyarados. It's a good miscellaneous wall. It can do good damage with Stab Earthquake, even if it's not invested in attack, and threaten something like bulky Starmie sets, Jirachi, various things. Blissey. Hydro Pump is also, Stab Hydro Pump is pretty difficult to switch into. Swampert is just so much in a single Pokemon slot. It helps in so many matchups that you need help in. It also generates a bit of value from those defensive switches, because you can Hydro Pump and chunk them, or Toxic, or soak status with Refresh. Raw things out with Raw. Curse up to 1v1 like a resting Suicune, or Focus Punch to destroy Blissey. It has such variety. There's also offensive Swampert sets. The thing about Zapdos and Swampert is they are Pokemon that could fit on absolutely any team style. Swampert could fit on literally anything. Super offensive, hyper aggressive teams, Endeavor Swampert. Offensive mixed Swampert. Speedy Swampert. The thing about an offensive Swampert is even if Swampert is fully invested in offensive stats, full speed, full special attack, because of its water ground typing, it can still check Tyranitar, Aerodactyl, Metagross without any bulk investment, just off the typing alone. It just has that fundamental ability to check things, while also doing a lot more than just that. I think Swampert is amazing. It is targetable because of Hidden Power Grass being everywhere, which is its biggest weakness. It's times 4 weakness to Grass, but I think that's okay. It's so solid on its own. And you can usually scout for, like, if a Tyranitar or a Salamence, for example, has Hidden Power Grass, it means they're a full-on mixed set. So you can, like, go Swampert on a Fire Blast, and then you already know that they're a mixed threat. You don't need to, like, sit there and take the HP Grass like a buffoon. You can get out of there, and something else will answer those threats. You don't. Swampert has a different purpose in the matchup. There are some Tyranitar sets that exist to bait in Swampert, like DD HP Grass, but that is like a set that it needs to invest in enough special attack to be able to do that. It's like a specific bait or a lure that isn't going to be a reliable or common way to go. And if a Tar has HP Grass, they lack something important like Double Edge or HP Bug or Brick Break or Focus Punch, which means that, like, more things can wall them. Claydol can wall, like, DD HP Grass Tyranitar, because it doesn't have enough attack to do much. It can't. It only has Rock Slide EQ,
Right.
which
Are
Claydol
you
shuts
ready
off, for example.
for the reward spaghetti? I am.
No.
Gotta brush my teeth and
No.
get these rewards.
And you're not getting a pet either? Is there a pet from this? I have no idea.
There is. I
I guess you wouldn't be after the pet, so you're definitely getting a pet.
I don't give a crap about the pet. I want a Colossal Needle and I want Abyssal Poils.
You're getting no needle, you're getting 2 pets.
I'm not getting many Poils. If I don't get the 100 pearls I need out of these 50 rewards, that's actually wild to me. But we'll see. Okay, I got the pearls.
I'm taking all your needles. Well, someone got a needle. But it doesn't. I have no idea if Ivan got one. I'm guessing not.
I did not get a needle.
Rip.
Yeah, I ripped.
You just drop all your crap on the ground.
No, that's not my stuff.
Okay.
Oh, those aren't bad rewards. Alright. Boom! Got my full set.
Oh, did you get enough pearls to get the thing instead, or what?
No, that's not what I was looking for a bag. The needles for a bag.
Damn.
But yeah, I'll probably grind out one more rune crafting level tomorrow because why not? And like when I finish that level, it will give me the ability to use the large pouch. I mean the giant pouch, which is nice. But first, let's jump from one thing to another real quick. I've completed the hard Ardoin diary.
Congratulations. That's what's important, right?
Yeah. I just needed to... I started growing this plant yesterday. I just needed to check it. Where's Ardoin guy? Where are you, Ardoin guy? Okay, he is in there. I thought so. Why is he outside? Get back inside, drunk man. Herblore level 76 Herblore. I can now make magic potions. Wow. Teleport tab. Or 2. Some white berries. Key. What's it gonna do? Oh yeah. Alright. Bye, Shree.